Khan returned, and then they had a great, what they called Nadam, a great celebration that went on for a whole summer just about it. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody, and everybody is being given all kinds of things, for what they have done, and including the people who helped save him when he was in the tank and the ox yoke. Rewarded with everybody was rewarded. It was a great time, but the first place he had attacked outside was the Tangut nation, and they had sworn allegiance to him. And then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tangut nation, and he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and you're crossing the Gobi, he was distracted a little bit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild, we say the wild ass, or I used to say wild horse, it sounds a little better, but the hulan, to say hulan of the Gobi. He was out hunting hulan, he fell from his horse, and he injured his leg very badly, and he seemed to decline from that point, and it took some number of months. Before August of 1227, he was very much near the end of life. You can read online the exact date. It's all very specific, but the truth is we don't know exactly which day he died at that time, because one of his wives was running the camp, and they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was completed. The Tangut offered all kinds of things for the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan told his family, no, accept nothing. And then when they surrender, you kill the royal family, kill them all. So that the idea, they were Buddhist people, and the Tanguts were Buddhists. And the idea was usually you could be reborn into your own family. But he said, no, you kill off the whole family so they can't be reborn. So he died there.
How was his successor chosen?
Oh, the succession issue was always difficult. He did not have the right to appoint a successor. That was not the Mongol way. He could nominate somebody. So before he set off for the Middle Eastern campaign, one of his wives said to him, even the biggest tree falls. You've got to make a plan and talk to your sons about the future. So he did. He called the sons together. So this is Zuch, the oldest boy who was born while the father was allied with his Anda, Zamok, and he was named Visitor, Zuch. And then the next one was Chagadai, and the next one was Ugade, and the next one was Tala, the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. So Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, the Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done that way, from then till now. So he called first on Zuch. He said, what do you say, Zuch? Genghis Khan favored Zuch. This is the one who was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. The youngest Tulu was too hot-headed. Ogade was a heavy drinker. Chagade was very rigid about the law of the Mongols and all, but he thought he seemed to favor Zuch as a more reasonable, good warrior, but reasonable person. But he called on Zuch, my son, speak. Chagade, the second one, who believes in Mongol law, supposedly, he jumped up and he said, this is when he accused his father of all kinds of things. He said, how can you call on this merchant bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire now. You can imagine kind of scene. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech to his. Now, actually, the way the secret history, it makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said it, because very often the great power doesn't say the words directly. They let somebody else say them for them, have a spokesperson. But anyway, I think it was his words, and I think he said them on that day. That's what I think of this business of you do not know, you were not there. The stars were moving in the sky, the heaven was turning around, the earth was turning over. You do not know who loved who. You do not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
By the way, pretty just really high integrity, really respectable to do that. To have that respect and honor his wife in this way,
Yes,
and his son in this way, is really powerful.
I believe that. I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good at recording death. They don't. They usually just say somebody finished their age, or they have some euphemism for it. But he made that impassioned speech, and Sagade had to submit. And he said, yes, you are our father, and we accept what you say. But a deer shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. A deer shot with words cannot be eaten. So, Genghis Khan knew. So he said to the boys, I mean, these middle-aged men, they're not boys, but he said to the men, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't favor Sagade because of his attitude and the situation. And Kalo is still hot-headed, and he actually ended up being drunk and dying early. So, but the other guys, they said, well, a good day. They chose him because he was the most generous and the bon vivant. He was for every party and drinking every time. And one time, Shigi Hutuk, the great judge who wrote The Secret History, Shigi Hutuk was sleeping on a cart one time for whatever reason. I don't know what. I think he also had passed out drunk, perhaps. But Agune came out drunk and grabbed him up and pulled him back into the party. Agune was a party guy. And so he was chosen as the next great Han of the Mongol Empire. But fortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and that Genghis Khan had set up very powerful women, his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons, very, very capable wives. And for Agune, he had a wife who wasn't even his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by a certain clan or something, but he had a very intelligent woman named Dorchin. And then she was more or less ruling in his last few years. And then after he died, she ruled an empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire in the world ever ruled by a woman.
It's incredible. The genius of Genghis to set it up that way.
Yes.
And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time. And to have not care about any of that and just making the right decision for what it will keep the empire together.
Dorchin was, actually there was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There was peace during her time. And the women, such as Dorchin and others, were extremely into economics and trade and running these. They had these private corporations called Ortok. She was running her Ortok and everything. So she became much more interested in the economics of the trade and running the empire. And it was a time of peace, and she recognized that peace was better for trade. It was better. And so it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, we have our weak points, and she favored a worthless son to become the successor. None of the sons actually were great, but Agune had favored another. But anyway, she favored Guyuk, her son, and so she arranged to have him made the great emperor while she was still alive. She had her primary minister was also a woman, named Fatima from the Middle East. And unfortunately, Guyuk organized a purge of her court and killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her, and a lot of them were Muslims, and he killed off a lot, and then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he set off and he died. He was only in office for 18
Welcome.
months. And
How are you?
he was gone. His
I
wife
want
took
to
over
talk to you,
Okamish. Unfortunately, she was not capable as her mother-in-law, Dorogen. Okamish was a bit greedy, and she didn't start any new wars, but she just kind of messed up things, and she didn't rule for too long. And this is why Kublai Khan's mother, Sorashtani, was able to have a revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end on China, she had northern China, the Golden Horde had Russia, the two of them united against the center. And they overthrew Okamish, and she put her son Khan in, who was succeeded by Kublai Khan.
And we should say probably that, this whole succession by kin probably goes against the initial spirit of what Genghis Khan stood for.
Yes. In the end, he was a father, and he favored his sons, even knowing they were not so capable, and he had lost a grandson that he loved. But he organized it, though, as what we call today almost a corporation. All lands belong to everybody in the family, everybody. So Kublai Khan, that's why he had soldiers that were Christian soldiers, Ossetian soldiers, and Kipchak soldiers. He had 10,000 of each come in. And then the Russians would own silk factories in China. The Ilkhanate would own silk factories and jade mines in China. The people in China, the Mongols, they would own villages in Persia and in Iran. So he organized it all. Everything was owned by the entire clan. It didn't last too long like that because of the divisions that developed. So the Great Khan was primarily in charge of conquering and expanding the land so they had more lands to own. That was going to be the job. And Kublai Khan fulfilled it. Khan to some extent fulfilled it. But good they did. Greek did not.
His family ruling the land, all the different territories.
Yeah, they weakened with every generation.
Yeah.
Every generation.
But that reminds me of a very popular idea about Genghis Khan, articulated in a 2003 paper titled The Genetic Legacy of the Mongols. So that paper has a finding that estimates that 0.5% of the world's male population is direct descendants of Genghis Khan. I've heard you kind of be a little bit skeptical of this paper, but I actually really like its findings. I talked to a good friend of mine, Manolis Kellis, who's a biologist, computational biologist and geneticist, and he likes the paper as well. I find it really convincing, but I think your skepticism has to do not necessarily with the paper's contents, but more the implication that it speaks to, like, the thing that maybe the people who think of Genghis Khan as a brutal barbarian assume that the reason is 0.5% of the population is because of some institutionalized mass rape conducted by Genghis Khan. But to me, and we actually spoke about this, you can't get those kinds of numbers with rape. If you want for the empire to propagate the gene, if you were a person that wanted to propagate the genes, you would make sure that all the lands you conquer are stable, flourishing, and happy. And so, actually, what this is much better explained in the paper, and indicates this. It's better explained by it was of high value, like social status value, to be associated with the lineage of Genghis Khan. And so that means that for many generations, people loved the Great Khan, the Genghis Khan. And so, in that sense, given how vast the land was, all the transformational effects it has on trade, on culture, and so on, it makes total sense. In fact, the 0.5%, just so people understand, is just male descendants. The way it works, that means, if this paper is at all correct in its estimate, that the number of people descended, not direct male descendants, but, the way trees work is like there's women on each step. So the number of descendants could be much larger than that. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history, but none like Genghis.
It's interesting. It's fun. Where did they get the DNA for Genghis Khan?
Oh, yes. So one of the criticism you have is like, well,
they don't have one shred of scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. No, they found that a bunch of people are connected.
Yes.
And then they...
No. To one person.
Yes, but they choose Genghis Khan.
Right.
There's no evidence that it was from him. No evidence.
It's from that time. It's one person.
But from that time or 200 years before?
It could be 200 years before.
Yes. See, I mean, actually, I would like for it to be true in a certain way. I would, and I do think there is a truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's to that Mongol experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized and recorded. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. He had 4 wives all the time. He had children with 2 of them. Just not a lot of descendants. We know mostly who they are for many generations. His brother Hassan had many more children than he did. Many more. And they caused a lot of problems later on for the empire, too, by rivaling the power. So it could be that one of these other people, Bodin Chartaful, could have been the origin of this. It could have been back well before Genghis Khan. I just don't believe. And in Mongolia today, we have nobody who claims descent from Genghis Khan.
Well, claims is a different thing than biology, right? So this so the reason I say this is this methodology is pretty solid.
I believe that they found some connection of people.
Yeah, but
they have no evidence that it's really connected to Genghis Khan. I think it may be tangentially connected to him.
Yeah, but it's somebody from the Mongolia region.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible. But we've already had the Huns come through. We've had all the Turks. Every one of the Turkic nations is descended from Mongolia. They all came out of Mongolia.
You're right. You're right.
On the other hand, I wish they could get some proof. I mean, I wish it could be true.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it the way it is. We have no DNA. Nobody knows where he went.
They don't know where he's buried.
Okay, Genghis Khan said, "Let my body go. Let my nation live." And he chose to be buried in an unmarked grave. The Mongols believe very strongly it should always be that way. Most of the Khans who followed him were also buried in a similar way. The Chinese emperors, were buried in very elaborate tombs, but not the Yuan dynasty. No. And so Kublai Khan was buried back with his grandfather in an anonymous grave.
I was working at a school,
not everyone, like,
and I can't talk about that because now I'm going into
he was died
again.
out there. He was buried out there. I think his father was also buried out there. That was more their homeland. But many of them were buried with him.
Correct, yeah.
And,
You had no fight with a kid?
Well, I didn't start it, though.
it's known that not
It wasn't me, but they got
No,
on the kid.
it's officially you should not know it. You cannot know it. It should never be disturbed. You should never be disturbed. We're not going to have a tour group come.
Like you're saying, like the people of Mongolia.
They believe he's in a certain place, yes. They believe they know where the place is, but it's
So,
secret.
Cyrus, I've noticed that a lot of the things.
Just leave it as it
Hey,
is.
Fuku's out.
No roads, no buildings, no killing of animals, no chopping of trees. Nothing can be done. It's a holy land
Do you have a pet snake?
dedicated to him.
Not anymore. I had to get rid of Tony.
Pretty amazing.
I do remember that. You did have a pet snake.
That's how
For the greatest conqueror in the history of humanity.
It's not love.
For good and for bad,
California's real serious about this.
one of the most impactful people in history.
I believe in his thing about let my nation live, let my land live.
So So,
And I
Cyrus,
said,
you did
what
have a
they asked me, well, what did he look like?
Yeah,
And I said, well, the portrait was painted 50 years later by someone who never saw him. And actually, if you look at the portrait of Kublai Khan and Genghis Khan, they look alike except one's old and one's younger. And I think that's
Cyrus, you
because
had to get ready to do
Kublai
that.
was trying to establish, he wanted to establish his legitimacy as a real uncle. That they looked alike, but his grandfather said he didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then Kublai Khan and Mukhan looked different. They looked
Oh,
different.
yeah, so, well,
There was nothing, but I said, if you want to see the face of Genghis Khan, walk in any year and walk over the first child you see. That's the face of Genghis Khan.
There you go.
His nation, he created that nation.
Shows get dark down. Make sure you watch Jeremiah Wonders where that doesn't happen. He follows his own formula. No one's there to burn things down.
you put a plug in the middle
You know,
of the
from his
show.
No, I
time,
know, yeah.
capture
I did it at the top of the show too.
he
He's like
really
such a nice guy.
Getting a
sunset
collar,
disappear into the land.
It
Does
is
that make you sad?
okay. Very good, Jeremiah.
Not at all.
Very good. What are we gonna do? Push it more every single fucking episode? I love it.
When you have
Okay.
these
All
clans that are still
right.
operating
Perfect.
in
Fucking great.
Afghanistan,
This is literally the
the
best
Russians are still using the Yap system.
It's really not. It's just.
There are many aspects of him that are out there in the world.
Oh my god.
I think I find personally inspiration the same way that Thomas Jefferson did. He found so much inspiration in the life of Genghis Khan and the books of Genghis Khan that you can still
Now you look this
bought
guy
so
up
many
over
copies
here.
and gave
There we
to
go.
the Library of Congress,
Very
the
good.
Library
Can
of
we continue
Virginia,
with the fucking
the
guests?
University of Virginia.
I mean, we can. You can just, if you're gonna fucking do it again, just
These
do
ideas
it.
live on.
Hey, you know he got the sponsor.
We still have not
Trying to
fulfilled
get
them.
his money too.
We do not have religious
You shut the
freedom.
fuck
We do
up.
not have the protections for women. We do not have the protections for envoys and ambassadors. The ideas live on,
Cyrus,
and the
why the
rulers
fuck
do
do
not
you have to
live
get
as
rid of
the
your
common
pet snake?
people. To eat the same food, wear the same
My
clothes, sleep in the
roommate's
same
dog, Thunder,
not
is
pet,
like,
in his case, but
she
sleep in the
apparently
same
loves him, and when
Is it
situation, simple home. No,
I have
Doesn't even matter
tremendous
what I
respect
say.
for leaders that live just as people they yeah, mostly not done. But when it is, definitely just infinite respect for that. That is the way. What lessons
no, I
can
mean,
you
they just weren't playing well together, so I had to
God that apply to modern world? You already said religious freedom, some of these ideas.
well, I think those are the policy ideas. I think are important. We can still learn from that about protection of diplomats, not buying and selling women, not kidnapping women, having
It's
religious
just
freedom
apparently one of those things where
But also,
if
he had
it's a small
interesting.
dog
He had tax-free
and
status
it barks
for
and moves a lot, the snake is going to try
all
to eat you.
physicians and all
A
teachers.
snake in a fucking tank or anything? Where do you keep it?
As a
Where do you keep the snake?
as a
You
former
got a loose snake?
teacher,
Well, no, I mean, I have
I embraced that out of pure greed and self-interest.
Like a leash.
But it doesn't mean the idea of saving money. It's the idea of focusing on that as something important for the society. He didn't say tax-free for any other category of people, if I recall. Just for those. And he's highlighting the health of the people, the education of the people, and the spirit of the people, their spiritual. That's very important. That's a profound approach to life. And so these are policies, and I'm not advocating so much the policies, but I think some of the general principles of being willing to learn from our mistakes. Admit your mistake to yourself, correct it, and go on with your life. All of us say it's important, but we don't do it for the most part. We don't learn from our failures as much as we think. The other idea of promoting people on ability, I think that's certainly an idea that is very valuable, not in the simple way of meritocracy that we've done it with, oh, if you pass the exam with this score, you get this or that, but really evaluating people and their ability. I think it's a very good thing, not the only thing, but I think it's very important. And even though he failed at the end of his own life and he turned power over to his sons and his family, it's a principle that he lived by most of his life, and we can learn from that principle. The other thing I think is just his global feel for the world, his global understanding. Here was a man who had had no education in any formal sense, and he had this sense that the world should be united. We should have things that unite all people. Everybody should have their own law, but there should be a higher law of heaven that governs people.
Here's one.
This later was translated. Everybody should have their own language, but they all write the same alphabet.
Tony's father was a mafioso, and his mother was the horse
tried to
riding
impose
next
the
to
use
him.
of paper currency in Iran, the Persian Ilkhanate, Chinese paper money. It didn't work. The people there weren't used to it. But all this international spirit of their empire, I think that we need today. We talk about globalization. We're all connected. It's just incredible, and we're more provincial than ever. We are just so provincial, and sometimes we use all the technology to help preserve our provincialism. And we can't think in global terms. We can't think about the world. It's just amazing to me how narrow-minded we are.
I also saw the Mongol proverb of if you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, don't be afraid. That you especially celebrate. I mean, there's something to that. There's, in many ways, Genghis Khan is a representation of a person, like a self-made man. That person from nothing willed an entire empire into existence.
And everything against him that you can think of. Your own family deserting you, your father dying at an early age, all these things like that. But as Jamuka said, he had a good mother and he had a good wife. And there were many crucial points at which it was either his mother or his wife who made the deciding point. His wife, Bushta, was the one who caused the first break with Jamuka to go away. Later on, when the shamans had become too powerful and they had humiliated his younger brother, she was the one who said he had to clamp down on the shamans who were exercising too much power. And she guided him a lot.
It cannot be understated how important critical women are in the story of the Mongol Empire. It's fascinating.
Yes. Sometimes we can say they're not behind the scenes because they're always out front. In the Mongol court, they always sit up front. They're always out front. And this horrified the Chinese, who were very good Confucians. It horrified the Muslims. It horrified the Christians. They didn't know what to do. They said the women even drink in public. Okay, yeah, they drink in public. You know, they do what. So sometimes it was like that, but other times, as with Dorjin, she's actually the ruler. Or the case of his daughters, such as Alakaitek, who ruled over a part of northern China called the Ongut people, and the other daughters who ruled over different. They ruled in their own names. And he's very. This is something about the secret history that I've sent me. I get to chapter. All the sections are numbered. I get to chapter or number or section 215, and there's only half a sentence left. In 214, he's just awarded a girl. He calls his daughter, so she's probably planned on. But she lives with his mother at this point. His youngest son, Talo, is only 4 years old. A Tatar comes and the mother Erlo gives him food because she gives food to everybody. He realizes this is the mother of Genghis Khan, and that's the child of Genghis Khan. He grabs him up and kidnaps him and runs out, and he's holding the child in one hand and he's pulling out a knife with another hand. Altani raced out and she grabbed his arm and held it down. And two men, Jeb and Jeb, they were back behind the gear, slaughtering an ox with an axe, because you have to do it in the shade behind the gear. You don't do it in the light. And so they were back there doing that. So they raced out with an axe and they killed the man. And so then Genghis Khan was awarding everybody for all their great deeds. And gentlemen and they wanted to be rewarded for saving the life of Talal. He said, no, you killed the Tatar. Altani saved his life because she held the hand that had the knife until you got there to kill him. She saved it, and now we reward her. So he's finished that story in 214. He gets to 215, he says, and now let us reward our daughters. It's actually only a phrase of it. I said it's a complete sentence, but it's not quite complete. The rest is gone. Cut out. It's missing. And I was just so, and I looked at all these different translations of how the different languages, and most often they translate as, and now let us marry our daughters. Oh no. Oh no. He was very clear in his wedding speeches to his daughters. I give these people to you to rule. You have 3 husbands. You have your honor, you have your nation, and you have the man that I give to you. But the man I give to you goes in the army with me. Makes his soldiers stay here and rule the people.
Brilliant.
The Chinese, when they arrived in the court of Altani, they didn't know what to think. There she is ruling this area of the Hongkong people. And they said, well, she can read and write, and she's the supreme judge, and she doesn't allow any death sentence without her permission. And but they didn't say which languages she could read and write. That has really puzzled me a lot.
So you're saying the secret history, as we have gotten access to, has been edited to remove the significance of women, even though they're still there.
In that case, I mean, other cases with his mother, they did not at all. But I think in that case, because what happened is most of these women had few offspring because their husband was gone to war. And Altani, of course, she married several times. Sometimes, that was sons of the last one, But they were going off to war and they weren't reproducing. Only one, Tsenjikan, who was ruling in Siberia, she was the one who had a whole bunch of daughters. They wouldn't be going off to war, and so they actually spread out through the empire and had a lot of power later. But what happened was the area for Alakai, for example, was then taken over by Kublai Khan. And then the areas, all the Turkic areas one by one, were taken over by their nephews as they died out. Not in their own lifetime. They didn't kill the women off. But as they died out, the men took it over. And so then they just wanted to kind of erase it. It's like, no, northern China, even though it was Pakistani, it always was Mongol. She was ruling because her husband was Mongol and her sons were Mongol, therefore they had the right to rule it. So they cut out the women for those reasons. I think any time it threatened the power of a particular man. But there are other little things that are added in there. Sometimes you can find a phrase and that phrase was not in the original.
Yeah. In studying human history, what have you learned about human nature and just the trajectory of humanity throughout the past several millennia?
I tend to have a certain love for individuals and persons, but not a love for people in general, and especially not for institutions. I tend to have a great suspicion about almost everything and mistrust in institutions over and over. And I think that's my own prejudice, and then I find reasons to support that. And Genghis Khan was very good at destroying a lot of institutions or bringing them to heel within this empire. So then I like that and I stress that and I see those things. I think that's one thing, but other things that I learned from the Mongol people in general, not just about their history at all, but how it's possible to live for thousands of years in a place that for many people is not the most beautiful in the world. It's austere. You have a band of mountains and with some trees, and then a big band of steppe, and then a big band of sand, gravel desert, the Gobi. And for many people, it's not appealing. It's just over. There's too much space. It's like we need to build something over here. Well, you can have a condo right there. We can have a building. We can sell them off. And they haven't given in to that. They really value their country. They protect their country. Even now, only 1% is privately owned. They keep it down. And in Mongolian records, farm and city count as one category. It's just because it's settled people. It doesn't matter. You settle on a farm, you settle in a city, settled people, one category. And they live there in this land that Genghis Khan would return to and love. If he returned to the capital city, he would not know where he was. He would have no idea. And all the people would to say, oh, we Mongol, hold on. Mongol, yeah, I'm Mongol. I have the hat, I have the belt buckle, I have the nail that's all embroidered. Yeah, I'm Mongol. And Genghis Khan said, where's your horse? Oh, keep it in the countryside. But he wouldn't recognize the city. But it's still his country, his people. They worship him in a literal sense, not the way we would worship God, asking for favors, but in the sense of worshiping him with praise. They have so many songs to praise him. And about half of the hip hop in the country is in praise of Genghis Khan. It's something we can't understand, because when we pray, we're usually saying, oh, thank you, God, for this and that and the other, and you're so wonderful, and I love you. So would you please give me, and would you please do this, and would you please stop this pain in my knee? We're asking for things all over the place. But Genghis Khan, no one ever asks for anything. They just honor him. They just praise him and honor him.
If I wanted to visit Mongolia, what would you recommend? What's the right way?
I'll start with my home. Let's start there. You come over there. It's a nice valley. I have a nice valley there. I think almost any direction you go outside of the city is going to be interesting. It kind of depends a little bit on your purpose. Most people go south to the Gobi and they do a loop to the Gobi and around to Karakoram, Lahore, the old capital from Ogundai Khan, but it was abandoned by Kublai Khan. And then they circle back to the city, and they may stop off to see what we call Breshwalski, the wild horse, but they call Taki, to see the Taki, or they may go up to Hufsko Lake, a big, beautiful lake, somewhat like Baikal, but much smoother. So that's a beautiful trip. If you want to see the more Turkic area where they hunt with eagles, the far west is where the Kazakh people live. And the mountains are absolutely incredibly beautiful. Most mountains in Mongolia are gentle, beautiful, but gentle. The farther west you go, the more dramatic they become, the more pointed and peaked and snow-covered. Then if you go to the eastern Mongolia, it tends to be very flat. There are massive flocks of cranes that come in every year. Millions and millions of cranes. There are also tundra swans that come in, and golden ducks, and all kinds of beautiful birds out there. And so each area has something special. If you want particularly the history of Genghis Khan, the Mongolians love him. They worship him, but they don't do too much to capitalize on his home area, the Hinti. You can go to the Hinti. There are areas you cannot go to, large areas is forbidden. But you can go, but they don't capitalize like, this is the place. No, they go there themselves out of respect. But the only one place they built this statue of him, which is the largest equestrian statue in the world, but it's the place where they say he found his whip, which is when he was coming back from being at the camp of asking Orgol Khan, or Torgol Khan, or Orgol Khan to support him, and he's coming back to his family, and on the way he supposedly found a whip there, which is just a small stick with a couple of strands of rawhide at the end of it that's used. But for the Mongolians, it's a symbolic thing, because obviously it's used for the horse. But for the Mongols, your destiny, yourself, your real is your hemo, your wind horse that lives inside of you. Your wind horse that guides you and gives you opportunities. But it's up to you to ride that wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse, not to just go wild with the wind horse. And so I think it's at that crucial moment. He's on his way back home and to go with Jamukha and the other soldiers to the market to rescue Verstan. And so symbolically, he found a whip there. But I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important, very important.
And that he did. That was the beginning of everything.
Yes. It's symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's holding this stick, it's a baton or something like that. But no, it's that what they call the whip. to shoot.
We've talked a lot about the past. If we look out into the future, what gives you hope for human civilization, for us humans?
Well, almost every day I'm totally dissatisfied with everything on Earth. It's just that kind of old man, blah, 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 blah. What are they talking about? My grandchildren are talking to me. I don't understand a word they say. What are they, what? And who are they talking about? I never heard of this. It's kind of like that. And who's running for office? Oh my God. It's everything like that. But then almost every day I meet somebody, just one person, who gives you some kind of hope. You just see somebody doing something nice, or they do something nice for you. But I do find in Asia that happens a lot. That people just do nice things for old people every day. And so then my dissatisfaction with all the big things in the world and the way my grandchildren talk and the way young people are, and then I see something like that. And often it's something with the young people, something that the young people do. And in Asia, they're always bringing me things. They bring me dried curds. They bring me strawberries that they picked in the forest in the summer, or they bring the pine nuts that they found, or they bring me the milk in various forms, or yogurt. Oh yeah, everybody thinks you got to eat yogurt. This is from my grandmother, and all the other yogurt in the world is not good. But my grandmother, she knows how to make the best yogurt ever. And so over and over and over, I find, despite my all intentions to be in a bad mood, somebody spoils it with these little nice acts that are really very touching. Very touching.
Yeah, and it reminds you that there's that little flame of goodness that burns in everybody. I believe that on the whole will keep humanity flourishing, keep evolving and changing towards something better with every generation.
Yes. People in Mongolia take such good care of me all the time. And I think my wife had MS. I've talked about this before. She had MS and slowly declined for many years, becoming paralyzed, not able to speak, not able to control her movements or anything. And we lived half the year still in Mongolia. Part of it was because the climate and the altitude were better for her situation. It was very helpful for her. But also the people. There was a poor country. The sidewalks are broken. Everything's not working. But I would go out with her in a wheelchair alone, and I knew that every bump, some arm would pick her up, or pick up the wheelchair, and lift her over that, and not make me do it. We could go to the opera, and you had to go up this magnificent set of Soviet stairs to get to the opera, We would go, and I had no worries. I knew two guys would come from one side, two guys from the other side, and they would carry out. And they do not say, "Excuse me, may I help you?" They do not wait for you to say thank you. Nothing. They just do it and they walk away. They have such respect. Singers would come there all the time to sing, to warm up the house for my wife. And even dancers would come sometimes to dance or play the horsehead fiddle, morinhut, to play that, to warm up the house for her. To see how they treated a totally disabled person. And if I was feeding my wife, and anybody saw it, they would come and immediately take over and start feeding her in their place. Children would come up to her. In America, they're often afraid that she's somebody in a wheelchair. They just kind of look. They don't know what to do. But over there, the children would always come to her. Always. They were very. You just learn something about the people living there in a country where out of the countryside, you come to a gear, you never ask for permission to go in. You certainly don't knock on the door afraid. That's hugely offensive. And you ask, it's like insulting the people, like, what, you're not good hospital people, I have to ask you for something? No, you walk in and you sit down and they fix food for you. It's an incredible thing, and these are the things that give me hope. It's no institution in the world, no, not the big things, and not the pop culture, and not all the platitudes. Oh my God, save us from the platitudes of modern life. You know,
Yeah.
it's the family that will fix tea for you at 2 a.m. because there was a flash flood and you got stuck, and now you're cold and wet, and they build a fire and take care of you. Or you just show up and you make camp somewhere if you have your own tent. And I swear, within 1 hour, some child is going to be there with water and milk. You think, where did you come from? But the mother sent them over. Oh, there's somebody over there in the forest. They believe that they're obligated to take care of one another. Anybody in your area, you take care of them. And things like that. But individuals do give me hope. People one by one or a few at a time, even though I'm lost in the modern world.
Well, I'm glad you find your way. You mentioned that your wife is no longer with us. What's a favorite memory you have with her?
Oh my
Well, I
God.
can tell you a favorite picture is a lake we used to go to called Boogie Noot in the middle. And somebody, a very nice friend, took a picture of us. Towards the end, we're just sitting there watching the sunset over the lake that we've been to many, many times in life. And, you know, she's holding, we're holding hands. She's in the chair, you know, and we're just sitting there staring off. And this is, you know, that's one of my favorite presents. When my wife, I was just blessed with a good wife that was exciting. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever met in my whole life. She was smart. She would talk to people about anything. Stuff about jazz or physics or art. My life is so small and narrow, but my wife, she's the one who gave me a life. The truth is, very odd. People don't believe something. I failed English in college. I barely got in college. Nobody in my family, I grew up with my grandparents, mostly the other side, they had 3rd grade education. My father had 7th grade. I went to live with him after the grandparents died, and my mother. There was no big education there in the family. But I somehow got to college. My father told me to go. He didn't want me to go to the war in Vietnam, so he volunteered to go because there was the rule that they couldn't send 2 people from one family against their will. That was mainly designed to protect brothers. But he could go as the father, and then I could go to college, you know. So I got to college, and I can't say, oh, I was drinking and having a party and not serious. No, I was trying like hell to pass that course. I failed English. I failed it. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after 1 year, I was put on probation to be kicked out of the school. My grades were so low overall, you know. And then, so it took me a long time to confess this to my wife after we met. You know, I met her. Well, I briefly had known her in high school, but just not well. But anyway, we met later, and I told her. She just looked at me. She said, "What does a professor know? It's just a professor. You can write anything you want." And she had the power to make me believe everything she said. I don't care what she said, I would believe it. And I was like, yeah, that's right, that's just a professor. Yeah, or what, you know, and she inspired me. But she supported me all the way through graduate school. She was taking some courses of her own and she was doing graduate work, but she inspired me. But she told me, I said, I want to write for more people than just for other scholars. I've done this dissertation, a PhD, and it's just dry as the Sahara, the Gobi Desert. And I didn't know what to do. And she said, just tell the story to me, but I can't see you while you tell it. You're on the radio, and I'm listening in my car driving somewhere. Just tell the story to me. And to this day, almost every word I write is always just tell the story to her the way that she would like it. And I always read the books to her. Even she couldn't comprehend much, you know, but she just loved hearing the book.
There she is.
Because it was mine. And the last
What up,
years
bro?
of
How
her
you
life,
living,
I
baby?
gave up the teaching. and we went back to our original home in South Carolina. And I said, we're just going to live here and watch the ocean and do things like that and just be worthless teenagers. And my wife used to have episodes of clarity. I have no idea what caused it. It might be 2 hours, it might be 7 or 8 hours. And we would talk a lot. Until one time she said to me, this disease is going to take my life, but it's taking your life. She said, you gave up teaching and you gave up writing. She said, how do you expect me to die in peace if I know that you gave up everything to this disease? She said, you should write. And so every single day, we sat together by the water, by the window. I moved it into the room, overlooking the water. We sat there, and she sat in the and sometimes we would play little song music in the background. But for the most part, she would talk. But she liked to sit there behind me. She knew that she was she was the battery that kept me going, you know. How on earth I ever had a wife like that, I don't know. You know, I just did the jackpot. And I see so many people that get they didn't like each other or their friends or something. But in my life, there was one person. I love my children. I still do. I love my grandchildren. I don't understand them. But there's one person in my life, and that was my wife. For 44 years, and her funeral was on our anniversary. Just the way life works out, you know. But I was very lucky, very lucky.
If the two of you lived and met a few centuries ago, I might be reading a history book about you conquering.
No.
And if she said, you know, you should do this. Maybe you
If she said it, I probably would have believed it.
Exactly.
She was too busy enjoying the world. And, you know, in her final, I could not ask her questions, and I would not say, "Oh, you remember that?" No, I never would say that because I knew she couldn't remember. When she would be restless, sight, and just give the scene without saying to remember. But the last night, I certainly didn't know that she was going, but it was a rough night, and we went back to the first night that we had in Moscow. We came in December in the winter, and the snow was so beautiful and white, and the yellow lights shining on it. And then the most beautiful night, we went to the Bolshoi, and she had this elegant blue wool coat from her grandmother from the 1920s with a huge, it's so ironic, it was a blue wolf, but it's gray blue, like the Mongol had gray blue collar, this huge collar. She just looked like a movie star from the 20s or something. And we went to see Maya Plisetskaya, and it was one of the most beautiful nights. But her last night, I told her that story again, you know, of all the details. I'd gone through it many times, but her coat from her grandmother, whom she loved very much, and the snow and the yellow lights, and we arrived at night, because of course the flight was late, and the next night going to the Bolshoi, and all those beautiful things from Russia. That was it. She was an inspiration. I had many, many nights or many days of.
Right now, I can't think of another second.
Oh no, that was beautiful. You're a beautiful human being. It's really an honor to talk to you.
He said chicken legs 3 times.
Such a fascinating journey through human history about one of the most impactful humans in human history.
Well, I thank you very much. And the amount of research, when I realized how much research you had done, I felt like you're going to know things I don't know, and you're going to pull something out, and I'm going to be shamed in front of the whole world.
There's only one piece of research left. Is me going to Moko and riding there on the step. That would be incredible. So
Come.
I will. Thank you so much for talking to me, Jack.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jack Weatherford. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, let me answer some questions and try to articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you would like to submit questions, including
what up? How are you, Arbu?
Restream.com/AMA.
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, pimp? Dog, I don't do Swedish. I do English. Old enough. Audie, you're interrupting. Arbu, how did you find out about me? Excellent. How's your day going? Excellent. You want to stream it? That's okay. In the bottom left corner, you'll see screen sharing. Yeah, it's right next to the camera. There you go. Right, there you go. Let me see. Yeah, that's beautiful. Very nice. Is this? I like it. I like it. Did you know Volvo invented the seatbelt? Now you do know it. Okay, I'm watching. This is Roblox. That's okay. You do what you need to do, big dog. Three and a half years. I know, dog. I create robots. Did you find out about me? Did you find out about me from Discord, from Kick, from? Oh, your friends are amazing. Oh, your friends are amazing. Excellent. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any human in global history. The Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. I have more data online than anybody, and that may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, my friend, Arbu, all your friends, all your family. I want to make sure that you're financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst through the use of technology as well. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where you pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you? Excellent. I see you keep changing cars. That's cool. You were driving really fast. Okay, I'm watching. Now are you on a racetrack now? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I know that car. You used to be able to sit backwards in it, right? Yeah, word dog. Mrs. Tajikowski on those. Yeah, dog. Audie, you're gonna get muted, girl. There you go, big dog. What other cars do you have? Are there guns in this game? Audie, you fucked up. I just had a new friend here, and you flapping your lip, being wild. Yo, welcome. What up, Arbu? You're okay. No problem at all. I really enjoyed watching your stream. I enjoyed watching you drive those cars. You should know more than anything, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to give people an optimistic view on the world, and I'm here to give people hope. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here for you. Okay, Arbu? Excellent. All right. Well, we're watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy. I'm watching Jewish history lecture. You're good, pimp. Does he like the Supremes? It's a band from the 1960s. Yeah, she's wild. She's she's wild. She's wild. What up, pimp? All right, here we go. Excellent, Arbu. We'll see you. That's cool. Are you crazy, girl? Are you crazy, girl? This woman is wild. This woman is wild. 1900.
1918, and especially years later when the boundaries are codified by the various post-war treaties, the Treaty of Trianon, for example, Versailles, we see that there are these new countries created at the expense of these three major countries in the past. The Russian Empire, of course, has an internal revolution. Communists with the revolution in 1918, and that's several months after the Soviet overthrow in 1917, and their boundaries are knocked back to the east, leaving room for the creation of a new country, which bisects Germany, separating it. And the Austrian-Hungarian Empire is totally destroyed. Austria-Hungary, the internationality of the state.
Yo, girl, you having a wild day? I have you muted because you scare people when you talk. You wild. This woman is in a moving car. Cray in a good way.
The Ottoman Empire was in control of Israel. You can see here is the darker shaded area. It was called the sick man of Europe because it had already been declining significantly over the course of the 19th century. And when it was defeated in World War I, it was ready to collapse. So when General Allenby, the English, marched into Jerusalem at the end of World War I, the European powers kind of like hubris that directly led to the Second World War and tremendous devastation. They simply took rulers and compasses and divided up much of the territory that they had conquered. So when we look at Israel, the way that worked out is the British took a massive chunk of what would be Iraq, and they took a massive chunk of what would be Israel, Jordan, and they claimed them as the British mandate. In this map, you see that Israel and Jordan are part of one big country, which was called the Transjordan Palestine in different iterations. Ultimately, they were separated at the East Jordan River Valley, so you had Jordan as a country itself, and only the Israeli part of it remained as a was included as a distinct state, but not its definition, its ultimate what's the right word here? Its ultimate destiny was not decided.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app.
Moving forward,
Radio and podcast.
at this time, Jewish settlement is expanding. By the time we get to the actual establishment of the state of Israel, the Declaration of 1948, the Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion had said right after the state was founded, he said, look, up until this point, we have been arguing that the Jews should have their own land. Now I'm really worried that they have the land without enough Jews. So the population of Jews into Israel before 1948 was actually rather small. We still have a dominant majority Arabs living in Israel, and that analysis is not changing over the course of those 40-odd years, but within the century. There are definitely Jews who are moving into the region, but as Jews move into the region, and particularly when they move into the region, bringing with them economic investment from European governments, especially people like the Rothschilds, who are underwriting a lot of the early settlements, and a lot of Arab workers come in from other regions as well.
What up, Tim? Yo, dog. You got some beautiful women in Sweden. Shout out to them. Welcome. Word, dog. Yo, what up, Zelo? Do I listen to what? What's that? Were they in the stream? Were they in the Supremes? Dude, she's wild. Just let her be. She's a person in the server. Yo, Zelo, how you living, pimp? Xylo, can you hear me, big dog? That's all right. Oh, there you. Yo, what up, pimp? How are you? Word, dog. What's good in the hood? Yeah, how'd that go? Exactly. They didn't really come to any conclusions, right? Word, dog. Xylo, how'd you find out about me? Who's Higgins? Oh, yeah, I know who Havens is. Okay, amazing. Very well. So, what's on your agenda? What's on your agenda for this weekend? Word, dog. Have you ever seen the documentary The Money Masters? Dude, it's the best fucking financial documentary you'll ever watch. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. John Jay, Astor, Guggenheim, all yeah, all the yeah, no, fuck that. The Money Masters is 4 hours long and teaches you all about the banking system. Word, dog. It's from like the late 1970s, early 1980s, but it's still extremely relevant today. It's really well done. Actually, it might be from the 90s. It's the yeah, I understand, but I'm telling you, this is the best one. All right, I'll find it for you, big dog. Yeah, there you go. That's the one. You watch it, it'll blow your fucking mind. Word, dog. What other documentaries do you like? Word, dog. Aren't we all? Do you like BitChute or Rumble? Word, dog. Do you like BitChute or Rumble more? That's valid. Hey, can you live stream? Can you live on? Can you live stream on BitChute now? I see someone's live streaming. The Ron Gibson channel. It's live streaming. So the last time I tried to live stream on BitChute, it was only open to like a handful of creators, not everybody. No, I know that. I know that. No, I could do that. I'm saying live stream though. Live streaming, right? Or yeah. No, YouTube you just have to phone verify and you can start live streaming. Have you seen Loose Change? Have you seen Loose Change Final Cut? That's the big one back in the day. That one was very controversial. Where, if you're into that kind of stuff, if you're into that kind of stuff, yo, dog, have you ever seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon? It's on YouTube. Yeah, dog. You want? Yeah, yeah, definitely. So there are two of them you want to watch. The filmmaker was on Joe Rogan. His name is Bart Sibrel. Okay, you want to watch a funny thing happen on the way to the moon, and then Astronauts Gone Wild. He made both of them, and he confronts all of the astronauts on the Apollo missions, and some of them punch him, some of them kick him, some of them say they're going to have him whacked by the CIA. It's wild. It, yeah. And YouTube put in a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. You also, it's how many? 53 minutes long. Exactly. And then you want to also watch Astronauts Gone Wild. It's like Girls Gone Wild, but Astronauts Gone Wild. So the, there are a bunch of them. Yeah, you're just at the tip of the iceberg, dog. Astronauts Gone Wild is fucking amazing. Word, dog. Like you can even see in the first 10 seconds of it, the filmmaker gets punched by Buzz Aldrin, supposedly the second man ever on the moon. He gets punched in the face. Multiple times. Um, Yeah, I don't know about the latter. I mean, I know about it, but I don't know. They'll make really good documentaries about it. Have you seen? It's called. There are two really good ones on Bohemian Grove. One is called Dark. It's it's called Dark Secrets inside Bohemian Grove. It's from 2000. It's an undercover investigation. You get to see leaked footage. That one's amazing. Have you ever seen it? And then and then um there's kind of like the opposite of that one. It's called. I don't even know if it's available anymore. That one's once you see that though, you see basically everything you need. Um, what other ones you want to watch? What else is interesting to you? Notice all of these documentaries were made like 20 years ago. That was like the golden age of documentaries. Documentaries today either either cost too much, or people don't want to put that much together, so they'll just make a short of it, and it's only like 14 minutes. I don't want fucking 14 minutes. I want you to go in depth. I want you to do interviews. I want you to be on site. Give me a 2 hour documentary. That's what I'm talking about. What is that one? Yeah, I know who that guy is. That's not even a documentary, in my opinion. I mean, I know you're saying that, and I know that's not your opinion either. But that to me is just like a snippet. I wanted a full length. Give me something that's over at least 45 minutes. Go in depth. I find a lot of the documentaries, or they're not even the documentaries, whatever, those 14-minute things, they're not even like new information. They're just clips of other documentaries. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I'll watch it with you right now. If you stream it, I'll watch it with you. All right. We'll do the screen share. I'll watch it with you. Dude, I'm live on 20 different streams right now, so I don't watch the streams. But what I do is every 12 hours I check them. So I probably saw what you said. Were you? You said it was the Twitch one. Were you adding me at Rabbi Rothschild 18? That was a different person then. Um, yeah, that's not really possible. 20 different accounts. If it were, I'd be doing it. YouTube. It's the one that archives things the longest. I find it interesting that Trump is making this big deal about he was going to come out of Alaska with a deal. They were going to meet for a long time, and then they left without a deal, and they didn't take questions. It seemed like a waste. I did not. I just checked. Yeah, just the latter. What is that? Yeah, what is that? I'll have to check that out.
They both came out in these short remarks suggesting that progress has been made. Vladimir using the word agreement, saying, I expect that today's agreement will be a good starting point. The president referencing the fact that they aren't quite yet prior that the President Trump was hoping for, but he kept on looking for this progress. Mr. Trump said before the meeting his goal was to get a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. The California Coastal Commission denied a request from Elon Musk's SpaceX to expand the number of launches from Vandenberg Space Force Base. The staff report suggested that going from 50 launches a year up to 95 would have a negative effect. The sonic booms and their impacts on California's people, wildlife, and property are extremely concerning. Commissioner Linda Escalante says the impacts that live around the Santa Barbara County line would be dire. And the negative impacts on public access, natural resources, and environmental health warrant our scrutiny. Staff has told the commission the vast majority of launches would support Musk's communication network, despite claims they would be operating as a federal contractor. The GOP, the Republicans, said the special election to redistrict congressional lines in California could cost taxpayers a minimum of $5 million. The Election Institute, a 2010 law that transferred redistricting power from politicians to a citizens' commission. The last special election in 2021 to recall Governor Gavin Newsom cost just slightly over $2 million. According to the GOP, the higher cost of the redistricting special election is attributed to inflation, increased postage, and a growing number of mail-in ballots needed for the state's expanding voter base. Kodiak, KFI News. $40 million to cover the costs LA has incurred from January's wildfires been accepted by the city council. The cost of the recovery is getting closer to the total amount of the $50 million loan.
No. His daughter did, but he has not. Just over $400,000. Another $31 million in funding requests still pending. The LAPD has been paying more than $14 million. Received $1 million for debris removal. Asked for $9 million. Michael Brooks, KFI News. Former President Obama says he supports the
that are both part of the district. He told them during a virtual meeting yesterday their actions were inspiring others.
Because of your actions, because of your work, what you see is California respond. You have set this mid-decade air this highly irregular.
Says Obama's endorsement is proof they have the support of Democrats at every level. Obama was joined by former Attorney General Eric Holder, who outlined plans to counter and drought and driven.
Word dog. But I mean, as he said, he would have the Middle East and Ukraine fixed in a day. And all he's done is had blowback. He's had down approval ratings. A lot of people don't like him, even in his base. It's not what he wanted. Word dog. Ghislaine Maxwell going from whatever maximum security to now she's on work release. It's like, come on. Texas. Yeah, but now she gets out like 8 hours a day. It's ridiculous. Yeah, they just announced that. They announced it a couple days ago. So basically, she made some kind of sweetheart deal where she said she never saw him do anything wrong, and then immediately she was put in like better conditions.
Towards Rialto Avenue. It's really tough in the Carmel Pass on that 15 northbound. Slowing down at the 210 freeway, lays all the way to the 138. Also looking down the southbound side of the 15 in Corona. This is loading up that Magnolia Avenue, heading towards Lyman Road and in Irvine. 5 northbound, pretty crowded right now, heading away from Jeffrey Road, and remains crowded all the way to Harper in Anaheim. Also tough across Mid-City, eastbound side of the 10, from just before the 405 as you roll towards the 5 in Boyle Heights. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Battlefield 6.
Summer road trips. Commercial free 24/7. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and find your next summer preset now.
145 over 92. 180 over 111 had heart attack and cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
The blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you stopped your treatment plan, restarted, or talked to your doctor about creating one that's better for you, start taking the right steps at managerbp.org.
Now, I'm trying to get better. Just roll it out.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association and the Medical Association of the Ad Council.
President Putin. So they came out a little later, and if you want to see them, they're all over the internet. And it's going to add 5 or 6 more Democratic seats in Congress. And one of the districts that they're looking at is in Northern California. Let's see here, district number 5. District number 5. And they're going to have a tough time with that. It's overwhelming Trump supporters up there, and they are not going to lay down and take it. They're not going to. There are a lot of farmers, a lot of conservatives, and that's going to be a fight up there. Another one is District 23. That's another one of Central California. It's another big Trump district, and they're not going to take that either. So this is the kind of crap that starts a lot of fights and a lot of anger, a lot of hostility, and they better do this right, or else they're going to get a tremendous fight on their hands. Oh, here's another one. District 40. Where that is, looks like, again, Central California. overwhelming Trump supporters, and they're going to flip that to a Democratic seat, and they're going to have a fight on their hands, a radical fight. So we'll see how it shakes down. But to fight off what Texas is doing, Governor Newsom wants to change the demographics and change the lines and for some counties in California. And if you go into areas that are really deep red and say, hey, we're going to change your congressman to a Democrat, you're going to have a radical battle on your hands. A fight, literally to start a civil war. So let's just all calm down and see what happens. But if they think that those big red Trump districts are just going to take it with switching to a Democrat, they don't know California, and they don't know that part of California. They are not going to take it. All right, Dine LA, 480 restaurants offering discounts. Everyone's looking for a great restaurant and a great discount. Let's find out how we can get both, because that's what people want. Just at the end of the day, they don't want to talk about Trump or Putin or gerrymandering. They just want a good meal at a good price.
Restaurants all over LA are at the top of their game Friday night for the first night of Dine LA.
They get a great deal, they get a great value. It's a great excuse to go out and have some fun.
Some expensive menu prices may normally drive customers away, but participating Dine LA restaurants are offering lunch and dinner menus starting at just $15 in hopes of getting people inside to try the food. Paul Carroll, who's part owner of Thai Show in Sherman Oaks, says a spread like this would usually cost you over $100, but during Dine LA, customers can get it for just $65.
Restaurants as well as some other businesses are definitely struggling, so this is a great time for us, right? It's a great time to just kind of give us a boost of sales during summer, get some new faces in the restaurant, so hopefully, we wow some people, we get some hugs, and they come back.
Between recent immigration enforcement, the writer's strike, the January fires, and just the summer lull, restaurant operators like Maggie Esmava from Florence Osteria in Beverly Grove tell us 2025 has been a bit of a tough year.
We've had the fires, we're having tariffs, we're having ice, anything you can think of is happening here.
Yeah, LA throws a whole lot of you. I will give her that. LA throws a ton of crap every single day.
Tell us 2025,
here's what just on the surface, what LA throws at
has been a bit of a tough year.
We've had the fires,
right? In January 7th.
We're having tariffs.
Yeah, tariffs, all right.
We're having ice. Anything you can think of is happening here.
The water outage, the fire, up in the Acton fire, and then before that, the Canyon fire. The water was out in the North Hills. The boil water borders for Malibu, parts of Malibu and parts of the North Valley.
Take it. I'm at the maximum amount of friend requests. You can only have 1,000 on Discord, but I'm always in here, man. If you ever need to speak with me, I appreciate it. If you ever need to, feel free to send me a message. My messages are open. I appreciate it. Dude, come back. Hold on. Before you go, when you want to watch those documentaries, if you're bored, come in here. I'll watch any one of those with you, and generally, and let me know what you think about them when you watch them. Okay? Especially the moon. That one's fucking wild. 24 hours a day, dog. Keith, excellent. Take care, big dog.
It's nice. And Joe's Pizza, I think there's 5 or 6 locations. I wish they'd have one, closer to Burbank or Greenberg. That'd be great. Maybe we find a really great pizza place. It is like finding it. You'll drive 20 miles to get a great pizza. What is out near you, pros, with pizza? What's in Claremont? What are you using it?
There is a place called that we recently discovered. It's in Upland called Fiesta Pizza, and it's like you would think it's like cheaper pizza, and financially it is, but it is like super good. Otherwise, we've got a round table.
cheese.
Wait, so your pizza is Domino's?
Yes. That's a little sticks.
Richie, please save her. Where do you go, Richie?
I love me some toppers.
So I got a toppers. Toppers is good.
Yeah. Toppers or round table.
My wife likes pork chops.
Family. What a life you got going. Hey, where we go for pizza? Well, we gotta go to my favorite place, Domino's, or your favorite place, Pizza Hut or something.
Chicken and
That's great.
Actually, Pizza Hut's
In many ways, St. Peter's doesn't look like your typical church. It was designed as a sculptural rock rising out of the bedrock of Manhattan. This space is from 1977. It bears the mark of our country and that time. Walking into a place of peacefulness and stillness. Minimalism allows us to enter that cultural openness. I think as you look around St. Peter's, you see all the vocabulary of modernism at its height.
Is that closer to the beach or to the freeway?
It's closer to the freeway. It's right on the Crown Valley.
Massimo is famous for doing these grids, everything very rigid, very cut up and perfect. And this was his genius. Everything is lined up perfectly. It's all modular. So no matter its administrative life in this changing city, they started doing this new rock and sweet.
I don't know why this is, and I don't know, maybe you have a different opinion, but I think in LA, the traffic is worse on weekends than it is during the week.
Absolutely. It does. It does. And if you want to head north or south, you kind of do it so early in the morning before the roads get crazy.
It does make it fun. You gotta leave at 4 a.m. to get where you're going, then you're exhausted by the time you get there. All right, we're
Dark outside.
That's right. Yeah, it's dark and it sucks. And, you just want to go to Sal's and do something. All right, we're live on KFI AM 244 now.
The Long Beach trapper 2 days behind a waterfall in Sequoia National Forest has been rescued by helicopter. He was found Tuesday using drones and infrared cameras. Attorney General Pam Bondi is pointing 33 governors, mayors, and county leaders to drop sanctuary policies or face prosecution. Sanctuary policy has been found to be in compliance with federal law. Let's get to a crash in Santa and
So this one's on the 55 freeway, and it's making its way along the southbound side just past 17th Street. The two right lanes are blocked. The drive is still moving away from Chapman Avenue. Also in Pomona, stalled out car on the 71 northbound past Mission Boulevard, plugging up the left lane. The drive still moving away from Gary Avenue. And let's head out to Pyramid Lake, see what's cooking on that 5. You don't have much lane restrictions because of the King Fire. North 5 from Vista Del Lago to Smoky Bear Road. 2 right lanes are off limits, and the drive, it's not too bad. I'm curious to know if those lanes are currently closed. If you see it, count 250, keyword KFI traffic, with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Rachel Martinez.
the free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 80s Rock Ride, featuring Van Halen, Billy Idol, Aerosmith, Def Leppard, and more for your summer road trips. Crank it up all summer. 80s Rock Ride, commercial-free 24/7. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and find your next summer preset now. Okay, Forest Elves, kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow, have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year?
Of course.
Catchy. I like it. River, how's the temperature? It's refreshing 52 degrees, man. I love it. Turtle, he's not here yet, man. He's late every morning. Okay. Squirrel, the forest has been preparing just for you. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Chloe and Wonderland. I don't know how many people you are one decision away from a different life. I know for that it was hard. So in this media, I'm willing to sacrifice anything
in order to put love in the center of my life. I feel it's like how drinking affected me. It breaks them so much more. Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests. And with your work, it wasn't nearly as bad as what I went through emotionally that I could see I had with my daughter. For real conversations, wrestle, like straight up crazy, drunk wrestle. October was it started. Was it helpful for people to come in when you were awake, like your ex-husband, and be like, usually with somebody better because people are broken down themselves. This is a window into my world and the stories that make it meaningful. Welcome to Chloe Wonderland. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
There are verities in this great land. The all but certain confidence that some places are safe from chaos, violence.
How in a million years would you think that you'd see your parents' house tipped off, the farm tipped off by the yellow tape?
It was a bad girl cracks, one of the worst I've ever seen. Careful what myths you choose to rely on. I'm Keith Morris, and this is Murder in the Moonlight, an all-new podcast from Dateline. You can listen to all episodes now, completely free.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Hello everyone, it's Billy Corgan here. Welcome to my new show, The Magnificent Others.
I can't be cool lady guy now, so I don't know how I can be a original lady anybody. So let's get real.
The Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to get fresh story, fresh perspectives. We want to understand the times when they're in the way to perspective.
Raised separately. It really looks more like a whaling call here. It's definitely very sad. You can't see on the left-hand side of this, but it's just basically a tiny alley beside the plaza leading up to the Western Wall.
Very curious. One of a kind.
Here,
Do I LOL?
sorry, this graph, you'll see the population increase. These are percentages, not absolute numbers, but you can see that the dominant populations that are coming to Israel.
Yeah, he just said he's coming down.
Are primarily Polish and German as well. Tiny number from Americans, particularly 30.
You get the right idea, bro. Lock into it.
You know, what's up, son?
This is a period where tensions go up. The British, who are still controlling Israel with the imprimatur of the League of Nations, this is the period of the British Mandate, they're trying to compete the Arab majority and the Jewish minority at the same time, promising different things to both populations at different times. The Balfour Declaration of 1917 promised something that Jews were overwhelmed with, that the United government in England would favor the establishment of a Jewish homeland in Palestine. Amazing, they're overwhelmed with it. At the same time, the Balfour Declaration goes on to say that provided it was prejudice, the situation of the non-Jewish people is currently living in. So managed to the white paper in the 1930s, but I'll get into the next week. What I can tell you, though, what's very important to realize, is that there are punctuations of extreme violence and rage, primarily among the Arabs directly against the Jews in certain points in this mandate period. There are some fascinating analyses of the economic roots of these things, like, for example, one of the criticisms of the issue, the Jewish settlement in Israel at this time, is that perhaps they're relying on too much Arab labor. This is especially kind of an argument put forth by the very socialist-oriented kibbutz groups, like the coalition political movement, that were saying that here, we're going to come to Israel, try and normalize our lives to farmers and soldiers and to lead a healthy life, not like that urban ghettoized life that in Warsaw, places like that. And what is it that as soon as we get here, we start hiring cheap Arab labor to pick the oranges in the fields? No, we should be hiring Jewish labor to pick the oranges in the fields, and that hopefully will draw more motivated, ideologically sensitive, trained Jews from Eastern Europe and so on. And so ironically, by refusing to hire Arab labor for internal ideological perspectives, that would anger the local Arab population and say, what are you talking about here? We're living together in this land. You have work to be done. We're happy to do. We want to get paid, and now you're taking away our jobs. There's a lot of economic turmoil going on. These terrible massacres in 1929, attacks on Run, Shiva, and so on. And Arabs are beginning to wake up to the idea that is quite contrary to Islamic theology, that wait a second, the Jews are not here to live peaceably as subjects of Islam. They're talking more and more about establishing a Jewish state. That is a problematic thing for Islamic theology, because Islam, and I can't speak with expertise about this in general, I'm primarily reading about this in primarily English language Jewish sources, so those of you who are on the internet who take issue with this, please do, and provide your comments in the comment section. But Islam divides the world into two types of places. There is Darul Islam, the land of Islam, and there is Darul Islam, the land of the source. Once you become Darul Islam, where once a state or a region becomes Muslim, you're not supposed to go back to being non-Muslim. And that is certainly true for regions like the Iberian Peninsula, where I hold that to this day there are Muslim countries that are uncomfortable with the fact that Spain is no longer a Muslim region. How much more so right there in the center of the Middle East, with Israel becoming a non-Muslim state? Wow, very insulting. So there's a lot of ideological resistance developing as well, even among these fairly illiterate agricultural populations, developing more reporters than now, last week we spent a lot of time talking about the Holocaust, so I won't go into it at all in detail here. Let's skip right past it and talk about the post-Holocaust things there. But the immigration problem that the early Zionists had, the concern that there would not be enough Jews actually in the land of Israel to run it, to populate it, to farm it, to keep it running, that was something that was sadly changed by the Holocaust, because you had hundreds of thousands of displaced Jews, among millions of displaced Jews in general, who were primarily settled in these temporary displaced person camps that dotted Germany and Italy in particular. And the Zionist movement was very active in recruiting Holocaust survivors and saying, what do you want to go back to Poland for? Your family is killed, villages are destroyed, nothing for you left to go. They found a very sympathetic audience. They said, why should we go back to those regions, those blood-soaked lands, so-called bloodlands, some of these Snyder's very deceptive work. Why should we go back there? So Zionist ideology, which was gaining popularity throughout the 20s and 30s anyways, was extremely popular in the displaced persons. And so there was a period known as the period of Greek escape, in which Zionists did everything they could to break the blockade against British mandated migration bans on Jews and allowing them to get into the land of Israel. England, not wanting to exacerbate the tensions between Arabs and Jews around Israel, and also dealing, by the way, with the tensions between Muslims and Hindus in India and Pakistan at exactly the same time. They're trying to actually keep Jews out of Israel after the Holocaust, which simply does not make sense within the context of what the world knew about the suffering of the Jews in the Holocaust. And there was kind of worldwide sentiment inside of the Arab world, right? But yes, let them go to Israel already. Why should we force them back to Poland? Any people deserve a land of their own. With Jews.
Police department right
Give
away.
you a slight tangent here.
And let
We
them handle it. So
have suffered
maybe the
this
situation
document that
exactly. They were
I
lucky, but
wrote
it was
about
not
recently.
turned out
Discovered
like
it in the Eagle Archives in New York City. It's actually a form document, a form letter that is written up in one of these displaced person camps, and it was designed for a husband to be formally agree with witnesses for a court that if his first wife who disappeared in the Holocaust, if his first wife were to reappear, then he would approach the Beit Din with his second wife and ask for an adjudication as to what would be the correct course of action. Now that in itself is a tragic kind of scenario. But the fact that it was so common that they had to produce a form letter is especially chilling. My God, so many people whose lives were disrupted, marriages torn asunder, parents, and children killed. This is a population that horribly through us, unlike anything else in history. And so there was a worldwide sentiment that really was in favor of allowing the Jews to return to Israel and establish a state. Here, for example, is a photograph of concentration camp survivors from Buchenwald actually landing in Israel in 1945. They would soon be arrested by the British and put in jail for illegal immigration. But clearly, it argues against human sensibilities. You just want them to be able to enter their land as much as possible. So the UN was a British and war officers were incidentally being increasingly besieged by Jewish activists who were trying to force them out and to open up the borders to settlement, and also to Arabs who were resenting, the incursion of Jews into the land of Israel. So the British mandate says, you know what, this is too much for us to handle. They gave the problem back to the League of Nations, or its successor organization, then called the United Nations. And they said, okay, you know what, hands off, we're just going to leave, which is exactly, by the way, what they did in India. And just like we'll have a war in the Middle East as a result of their abrupt departure, we'll also have a war in Southeast Asia as a result of their abrupt departure. And the UN came up with a plan in 1947 that essentially divided the land of Israel into 7 distinct areas. You can see on the left the 3 green areas joined by a tiny little waste connections with the Jewish populations. The Jewish population at the time was primarily settled on the coast around Tel Aviv and some in the Galil in the north, and not too much in the Arava, the southern desert region. And the other areas, which were populated by Jerusalem, which is heavily populated,
Don't touch me. No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're assaulting me. Damn, the fucking Modelo in his car. Fucking drunk in the car. He's drunk.
give it up to
Fucking
Jews.
fucking
So
over
in
here,
1947,
motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here, man.
what?
Hey, you just hit the fucking road, bro. Come on, hey, relax, bro. No, you drove it down. Get the fuck out. Hey. Oh, shit. What the fuck?
Arab nations surrounding the region, of course, there was no Palestinian surrounding population, the Egyptians, Syrians, to accept this plan. Simultaneous with this, there is a unfortunate perspective of the refugees, bolstering of the Jewish population in Israel, because many of the Arab nations in the region beginning to persecute and drive many of their populations out of their native lands where they have lived for a couple of centuries.
You just hit the car. Don't touch me. No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're assaulting me. Get the fucking Modelo in his car. Get the fuck out of the car. He's drunk.
And
Hey, you just hit the fucking road. Hey, relax. No, you. What's wrong with you? Oh, shit. Hey, watch out. What the fuck?
External state of Israel, but also that had to be ready for war. On the left, you see another version of the UN partition plan that I showed you earlier. And then in the center, you see some of the maps that indicate the invasion of the Arab regions, which initially had quite a successful push, particularly the Egyptians from the south. But after a tremendous amount of very brutal fighting, which at a high level of casualties, the Israelis, now Israelis, basically were able to push back the invaders and drain them from the So the map that you're looking at on the right is the armistice boundary that separated what was Israel proper from Gaza and the West Bank. These regions did somewhat other countries like this is what the Palestinians call the catastrophe. Because there's a huge amount of Palestinians, Arabs living in Israel from their ancestral homes to surrounding countries where they were set up in my head, I was not that as a point of political contention still exists to this day. There is perhaps the most important historiographic debate centered on this history of Israel is what motivated how we do when population to me, I'm like in my mind, like much of the early historians that I read when I was in my formative years as a historian, as a graduate student, they emphasize the Arab message to the local populations, saying that, seek safety, and we're going to rush in with our armies. We're going to drive the Jews into the sea, and then you will be able to reclaim your homes in security, and in fact, perhaps even enrich yourself with the spoils of war. That's, as it were, if I can use the term propaganda, that's kind of the traditional Israeli propaganda of why the Palestinian local populations left. It is a message that speaks to rather unsavory motivations of opportunism and cowardice, of hubris, and so on. The Palestinian narrative, which has been explored and maybe exploited by some historians like Tom Segev and others, emphasize a few really dark moments in Jewish history, such as the incident at Deir Yassin, where Arabs who were totally non-combatants were massacred by Israeli forces. I'm not going to get into the weeds here on the specifics. When you look at the historiography, they get down to the really harsh details of how was the warning portrayed to the villagers, if there was a warning, did the villagers, were they housing rebels, and all kinds of things like that we won't get into. But there's no question that there were a few moments of brutality in this war. No surprise, a war is a brutal thing. And many Palestinians felt that their lives were in danger from the Israeli advance. And they fled, seeking to protect their own families. And now they were truly stateless through no fault of their own. This is kind of like the Palestinian propaganda version of what happened. I know you're expecting me to give you some kind of definitive answer. I can't, but I can say that my guess is that there are elements of truth to both of those narratives, and that it'll probably be another generation or two before historians have some kind of calm and dispassionate way to break apart these arguments and to really get down to the bottom of things. What we do know for sure is there was a massive population of indigenous Palestinians from the land of Israel, and they are not allowed to return when hostilities cease. And here, as
I think almost 20 pounds. On from Full House is playing, I'm riding an exercise bike where it would say my name. Because that summer I had lost, like, I think almost 20 pounds. Or 15 to 20 pounds I had lost between the seasons. So I was feeling good, I was feeling better. So I went back and we have another meeting with 17 Magazine. And I'm like, this is going to be it. Now they're going to put me in the magazine because I've lost 20 pounds and I'm a little bit older. And we called and we're like, well, are they going to do it? And they went, yeah, they noticed that you looked better, but they still don't think you're the right fit for the magazine to put you in it. I mean, that shapes you. That shapes you. Things like that. But like, I'm 49 years old and I'm still talking about it because it hurt. It hurts so badly.
No one gives a shit, woman. Put her in 17 magazine now, you fucks.
Subjects of Israel for thousands of years. Now, if we move on to 1967, the incredible Six-Day War, where the Arab countries surrounding the land of Israel decided to attack en masse, Egypt and Syria in particular, and the United Nations totally failed to maintain their peacekeeping mission in the region, and Israel, faced with almost certain invasion with tanks mapping at the borders, decided to launch an extremely successful preemptive attack. And within 6 days, they were able to first claim air superiority, which was a huge advantage, and then actually not only successfully defend themselves, but execute an incredible military victory. One that, makes you think that miracles still happen in Israel, because they were really on the verge of being obliterated, and then they ended up expanding tremendously. So if you look on the left there, you'll see that the sort of deeper orange, the burnt orange, that would be the 1949 boundaries of Israel. And there are several regions in the kind of brighter orange that were conquered by Israel. In the north, the Golan Heights, very important strategic element because it offers a commanding view over Damascus. But if the Syrians were to control it, they have a commanding view over the Galilee. The so-called West Bank, which comprises in Hebrew, Shomron and Yehuda, and also the territory of East Jerusalem, which included the old city of Jerusalem and the Western Wall, very important for Jews. And then to the south, the Sinai Peninsula, including that small rump area called the Gaza Strip, which is heavily populated by Palestinians. Also shown on the right, as you can see, the Sinai Peninsula is the West Bank is dotted now. Here it is, since 1967, what is it, 50 odd years later, it's dotted with Israeli citizens. I remember correctly, about 650,000 Israeli Jews live in the West Bank, primarily.
Look at these moves, folks. Look at these moves.
But also kind of ideologically motivated, very highly Zionist territories that are kind of like set up as very so that's basically the incredible Six-Day War, which had huge territorial implications for the region. The Israelis decided to annex, permanently take over and claim Israeli territory, both East Jerusalem, symbolic
The Daily Dabber.
And also the Golan Heights,
Police say they later found the getaway car, a black Acura. No one inside. Now the suspect
white
is still on the loose.
nowadays,
Officials
we have
describe them as
technologies,
two love males, one armed with an AR-15 found
and then
in
there's
Seoul,
the other
others.
regions, specifically the West Bank, which is known for Yehuda and Shomron, Gaza, these areas were occupied or administered. The type of word you use to describe the Israeli presence there has ideological shadings. I'm not trying to create a particular opinion, but the people who live there, the indigenous Palestinians, were not given the same rights, freedom of movement, freedom of employment, and so on, or responsibilities for the Israeli army. That Israeli Jews or the 750,000 Israeli Arabs who had remained in Israel during the period that we saw as the Nakba and actually achieved Israeli citizenship as a result. So this is what, when critics refer to Israel as an apartheid state, it's not a very fair comment for a lot of reasons compared to South Africa, but this is where they get this idea that there are people living in Israel who were born in Israel and do not have the same rights as other people who are also born in Israel and are awaiting some kind of permanent solution. Now, the next major war is the Yom Kippur War, which fought in October of 1973. When the Egyptian leader, Anwar Sadat, invaded Israel, a surprise attack on Yom Kippur, and it was a bloody, awful war. Israel managed to fight the stalemate, but they endured tremendous losses. But with that win, Egypt was able to save enough face that Anwar Sadat was able to heroically be the first Muslim leader to officially pick up the phone and call the Prime Minister of Israel, which was at that time the rather pocket Nakabegan, and say, I believe it's time for us to make peace. And basically, under the leadership of Jimmy Carter, from the United States, they signed the first Israeli Arab peace. All of the other nations remained officially at war with Israel, although it was not a hot war for Muslims here. And in exchange for that agreement, shown here, the Egyptians received Sinai Peninsula back. Right? You can see here the second stage of which the return for peace. The Egyptians did not want the problematic Gaza Strip. And Anwar Sadat was then assassinated.
Which right now?
I gotta read you all the rules in court too. I think fucking it's here.
Yo, only Harv. How do you like me, baby?
Oh my fucking lord, here we go.
Yeah, baby. Zoot, you little bitch. How you living, pimp? Dog. Dog. Zoot. Zoot, can you hear me? Did you get a rubber band? Why not? Okay, that's cool. Are you ready to play? You know what game? Zoot, did you? What'd you say, pimp? Zoot, what did you say, pimp? Dog, no one can hear you. What did you say? Okay, what? What did you find? What's the what? Doug, how about you check the fucking invitations and you know? Dog. Check your invitations. G. Dude, what the fuck are you doing? No. Oh, like a rubber glove? That's perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Just tie it into a circle and put it on your wrist. Word, dog. How about you check your invitations? Did you tie it into a circle and put it on your wrist? Zoot. 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 Oh, if you fuck.
Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple Play interface was built for simple navigation to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access CarPlay is available in your vehicle. iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio. There's a place to share the joy of your team winning it all, and a place to share a laugh about skiing and taking a fall. There's a place to share photos of pets, or singing in the choir, or the time you ate a pepper and your mouth was on fire. But we could all be better at sharing how we're feeling inside. 76% of employees struggle with at least one issue that affects mental health. When you share, you're not alone. Ask about your
Zoot.
emotional health benefits. Visit heart.org/sharing.
Zoot. Zoot. You disconnected. Did you tie a knot on your wrist? Let me see it.
I'm Francesca Streets, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny,
Yo,
and
pimp.
horrible stories about how travel
Dude, I don't know. Just put your wrist in the air like that.
keeps spanning friendship and ultimately change your life forever.
That's perfect, Zoot.
Join us wherever you get us.
Yeah. Do you have tattoos? Do you have tattoos? Oh, okay. So every time you have a tick, okay, every time you have a tick, you're just gonna flick your wrist, okay? All right. Fuck no. No, I think you look like dog shit. Okay, but it's true. Are you gonna win? All right, we'll go.
It's rough out there. We're just trying to lighten it up a little. Listen on America's #1 podcast, iHeart.
I don't know about that, son. Are you gonna go?
I'm Seth Curry. Go after the Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast. Yo, TE.
I mean, are you going? Close and reopen.
Join the discussion with seven special guests who will bring greatest of their
I mean, what do you want me to do? Close and reopen.
clutch shooter, lock down defense, and one-on-one. Listen to go. Greatest of
No, it wasn't. It fucked me.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore. September 1979. Virginia's top prison band.
Just to make it even, Zoot. Just to make it even, I'll take one round. I'll take this off so that it's even. Yes, you did. No, you didn't. You chose it. Dog, you have the electric guy and the Zoot. Are we in the same game? No, you did choose the electric guy. You have the electric guy. We'll tie it back on. Tie it back on.
They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming it. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Check it out. Listen on America's #1 podcast network.
Zoot, are you aware it's your turn and you have 15 seconds?
On the next edition of Later with Bo Kelly, I'll be joined on the show by the star of both the 2002 animated and the 2005 Lilo and Stitch.
It could have been worse. You can do it with fewer berries. Word, dog. What'd you say, pimp? That's okay. So flick your wrist. All right. Well, it takes like 10 seconds to tie something. So go put the thing back on. I'll wait. Okay, I'll take a lot of time. So you have like a minute to do this. Yo, pimp. Yes. Word, dog. Did you tie it? Zoot. Zoot. Good. That's fine. No, not on your fingers, dog. Put it on your wrist. The game is not over, son. For sure. Is the thing tied on your wrist?
But some of the women I went to school with, they all look great. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they did it, but they all kept it together. The guys all look like hell. And the women all kept it together. So it's nice to see that. It's nice to see friends that I made in 7th grade and that I haven't seen. Movies that I haven't seen some of them since, high school. Or first year of college. No one wants to. Robin Toski, Chris Arnold.
The valley is so small.
Yeah. It was cool. We always rode the bus together. I remember, I remember Rob Matovsky stopped. They would like some stupid information. Or she get off she lived on Zelda and Ventura, and they would get off in like wide open Ventura. But everybody stopped. The public transportation. And wouldn't live. It was just, even though I was working cars and I didn't see, it was a much smaller community. There was a lot more freedom back then. Kids could ride their bikes in 3rd grade all around the valley. Parents about in 3rd grade.
Is it tied on your wrist? Zoot.
That's right, exactly. Everybody, all the people who donated to the GoFundMe for Step Bush, have an update on him. I take a week off to go spend time with Step Bush. I felt like he sort of, let it out and it didn't drop properly. I'm going to spend a week in the hospital with him. And just sit with them and hold his. So I'll be back at week after. All right, we're live. Right here at 5 p.m.
Maybe.
Nice display at Mark Bronner Live. The detainment of a suspected illegal immigrant in Little Tokyo has been criticized at LA City Hall. City Councilwoman Isabel neighborhood says a strawberry salesman was taken away by federal agents in Nisei.
Little Tokyo is sacred ground. It has withstood force.
Whatever you want to do, baby.
Where that man was taken was outside the Japanese American National former internment site.
The immigration raid happened outside the Japanese American National Museum where rally and press conference. Toronto says the action was a provocative one against Newsom. During the Trump administration to throw him behind bars. Newsom says in Los Angeles have
not yet.
stop being a tough guy and win something in a mugshot.
He says the raids are not focused on criminals.
Stop.
He made the comments after a press conference in LA on his redistricting efforts.
This is reckless. It is
Agents nabbed one man who was reportedly setting up a Jason Campadoni, KFI News, and who ran from a Home Depot store in Monrovia during an ice car on the 210 freeway. Pablo Alvarado, National Day Labor Organizing Network, yesterday should have been protected.
The defense of democracy starts by defending the most vulnerable, by protecting the most. I think that many of America.
Martin Calderon says day laborers need to be treated like people. The Department of Homeland Security. The LA City Council has approved the report detailing nearly $40 million in
You're done.
recovery funds. The report presented by the city administrator's office shows the cost of the recovery is getting closer to the 50. The city council approved in January. Million in funding requests is pending. The LAPD has paid more than $14 million in the fire department, more than $15 million. Public Works has received $1 million for debris removal, even though it's asked for $9 million.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in an atmosphere.
Why not?
President Vladimir Putin and President Trump have wrapped up a face-to-face meeting in Alaska. Leaders spoke about the ongoing Russian war against Ukraine. An interpreter said the meeting was productive.
Sooner or later, we have to end the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, the personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue.
Trump said before the meeting his goal was to get a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. He agreed with Putin that progress had been made, but neither president took questions from reporters about what was discussed. And former President Obama has had a virtual meeting with Texas House Democrats who left the state to prevent a vote on new congressional voting districts. He told lawmakers yesterday their actions were inspiring others, including California. Obama said they can't let a systematic assault on democracy just happen. Texas Representative Gene Wu said Obama's endorsement was proof that they have the support of Democrats at every level. Some flat weather from KFI, clouds and fog later with lows in the low 60s. Partly cloudy tomorrow with highs around 80, mid-80s in the valleys, 90 in the IB and AV and ID. AV and ID are two separate places. Low 70s at the beaches. And it's going to be about like that Sunday as well. Right now it's 69 in Steel Beach, 71 in Fullerton, 78 in Mountain.
Flick yourself.
Financial report Dow closed up 35 today. S&P 500 down 19. NASDAQ down 88. And we got a motorcycle wreck on the Alto.
It's found just before Riverside. It has the carport and left blocked down, causing a heavy ride from Sierra. As you make your way on the 91.
Okay, well, this game doesn't have a time limit, so go fix it. Not to my knowledge.
Just before 4th Street, there's a trouble there that's stuck in the right lane, slowing you down from Main Street. Pasadena 210 eastbound right at Orange Grove. Right there, that's blocking the left lane. You're seeing delays from about Lincoln. And as you travel on the 710 southbound in East LA, just before Whittier Boulevard, a crash there has blocked that slow.
I mean, why? How are you so shitty? How are you so shitty at tying something? Yeah.
With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno. Our iHeart like Capital One is back in Vegas. Follow our arena streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the chance to win your way there. Escape to poolside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, earn up non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Creator of the Brand Sessions.
Now, vaccine, I know you all mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation.
All right, go.
Sorry, you lost your curiosity.
So you're like, you need to focus on one thing. Stop playing the game. Tie this fucking thing on your wrist. Reinforce it. You're a big boy. I don't understand why this is so difficult. So don't talk. Just tie.
Too many to drive. What if you've had just one too many to drive? Estimate just a few. Bus driving is drunk. Public service announcement brought to you by
Dude,
the U.S. Department
you don't have a Rolex. Dude, just tie the fucking thing on your wrist.
Hi, this is John Lennon. A John Lennon box set containing more than 100 tracks throughout this fall. One day, late former Beatles' birthday. Howard Hero features this one-to-one concerts at Madison Square Garden, which were Lennon's final and only live concerts after the Beatles broke up. The box set also includes the 1975 album Sometime in New York City, as well as Lennon tracks with Yoko Ono and the Plastic Ono Band. This October 9th would have been John's 85th birthday. Howard Hero was set to be released on October 10th. I'm Tammy Trujillo. Meantime, the New York Mets are celebrating 60 years since the famous Beatles concert at the old Shea Stadium. More than 55,000 fans packed Shea Stadium that night back in 1965, making history as the first rock band to fill a major stadium. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
From work, maybe you're already home and getting ready to go out for the evening. Set your weekend off. That's all right. We have a show which is special to you. Here's what I mean. We're going to tell you about the Blue Note Jazz Club, which is going to land in Hollywood, which is going to bring a new era of LA jazz. That might be something to consider in the future. Also, we're going to have two urban girls, the website blog creator, Melissa. They do outstanding investigative reporting locally, and they have turned into a national force. So we're going to talk about all things two urban girls in just a moment. And also, actress Tia
Is it tied?
Join us tonight and talk to us about Lilo and Stitch release coming up on Disney Plus.
So you need a rubber band.
That cult classic is going to be sponsored by Malibu Draft House. Malibu Draft House.
What's your idea?
You can face your fears with Malibu.
Okay. That works. Yep.
That's right. This August and September, Alamo Draft House DTLA, the exclusive theatrical debut of the entire A Nightmare on Elm Street 7-film collection, remastered and stunning 4K. And this is ahead of its 4K Ultra HD box set release on September 30th. The theatrical screenings begin on August 29th. With A Nightmare on Elm Street and Freddy's Alamo Run won't stop until Wes Craven's New Nightmare, which screens on September 20th. Tickets are now on sale and will sell out fast. I'm talking about A Nightmare on Elm Street, August 29th. A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge on the 5th. Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors, also on 9/5. A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master on the 12th. A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child on the 12th. Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare on the 19th. And Wes Craven's New Nightmare on September 20th. We'll have all that information for you throughout the show tonight. As Alamo Draft House has kindly sponsored the show tonight, we have the Ronner Report with Mark Ronner. And we reviewed a little bit of it, but I know he has plenty more to say about Alien Earth. Is actually, no, Mo, we're going to switch gears. What? And you're going to really enjoy this. You have something else that you'll be reviewing. Oh, finger on the pulse, Mo. You want to be surprised, or you want me to tell you now? She's no. You want the surprise. You want this surprise. I want the surprise. Finger on the pulse. Finger on the pulse. Well, the repetition makes it sound filthy. It sounds like E.T. Okay. Yeah. So, no Reese's Pieces for you. None with that long ass finger. There's no theme for the game tonight. They never be co-classic. There's no theme, but there's some real easy ones, and there's some damn near impossible ones. I don't know if Mark is going to get them all. Sometimes I don't. How many do you think you get on occasionally? I'd say I usually get 70, 75%. Yeah, okay. 7, 8. That sounds about right. But some of your,
Yo, pimp.
honestly, let's just call it. You have kind of offbeat tape.
No, because it's gonna look stupid. You're not Michael Jackson. Just tie 2 gloves together. Okay, Zoot. Then here's what you do. Do you know the part of the glove where there's the wrist elastic? Just cut that off and wear it like a bracelet. So go do it. Motherfucker.
Circumstances. No, I gotta pay attention for this. It'll be the first time, I'm sure. And Twana Sharp, it's good to see you as well. Fine show you put together this evening. And what's this about Playboy's moving their global headquarters out of California? I didn't know they were still in business. I didn't either, but that still should be because of all the time we spent at the Playboy Mansion. That is true. That's why we got to share some about all the time that we spent looking at Playboy. No. Damn the magazine. I'm talking about the Grotto, man. Oh, Grotto. Yeah, we have to tell the stories about the Grotto. Yes. I'll tell you the story of hanging out with Hugh Hefner, the Los Angeles Lakers, Paula Abdul, Whitney Houston, Bobby Brown, and there were other people. I'm trying to think who was there. But it was at the Playboy Mansion, and the Grotto was popping. It was just for an album release party that we were sponsoring at Warner Brothers Records. I tell you, if I died tomorrow, and I don't want to, let's be clear, I'm not trying to jinx myself. I can't say I've lived and I have some stories that I get to take with me. Yeah. While I'm in line, waiting to get through Heaven's Gate, I'll be sharing some stories. I mean, it was like about this other time. We'll talk a little bit of jazz. Coming to California in just a moment. KBI 8640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app and social media now. Mark Runner has news. Here's the latest from the KFI 24-hour news. Firefighters continue making progress against 2 wildfires. King Fires now 75% contained and 591 acres. The Hawk Fires 481 acres and 7% contained. President Trump calling some
Excellent.
productive and adds that no deal was made. And expected to take first place again at the weekend box office.
That's okay. That's okay. It just needs to be a reminder. And whenever you have a tick, you just snap it. That's okay. You just have to do it, and it'll be like annoying that you have to do it all the time, and then it should stop you.
Approaching Weird Canyon, that's going to stay slow until you get past Gypsy Canyon Road. And the 101 southbound in Hollywood, stop and go traffic. Stay slow from there until
About
the 110. With Southern California,
5 times every 10 minutes. It's a lot. Yes, it is. It causes you to just randomly say the N word and that you're gay and how much is in your crypto wallet. It's like all stuff that you don't want to necessarily share with just random strangers. And if they don't know that you have Tourette's, they're going to think you're weird. Do it. What'd you say? Yeah, I'll tell them. It's more than you should. That's a good question. If you, I mean, you'd have a good excuse. I think it probably would just get censored. I think you'd get censored. So, like, they wouldn't let you be on live TV.
In the forest, we built it different. The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have.
There's something in you that you just hold on. There's something inside of you. Just calm the fuck down. When I'm talking, you need to listen. You're already thinking about the next thing you want to say. Just calm down. There's something inside of you that when there's complete silence, it's bothersome to you and you have to break it up. This is the longest I've ever heard you not talk, I think, in our entire friendship. Which is good. It's okay to just be quiet and to play the game. I mean, I like talking with you, but I know, like, in terms. Right, because if you did, I mean, didn't kids make fun of you because of your Tourette's? Didn't kids make fun of you because of your Tourette's? What do you think brought it about?
Everything was a very arduous chess game. And many others. We still aren't
entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our chance to tell their side.
You had an injury at age 13? What happened?
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, here we are on the cusp of a new chapter between the United States and Russia. What are the That's coming up Monday at 9.
I mean, did he cause head trauma? Yeah, you would remember, though.
We're live on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and the iHeartRadio app. For those who may not know or remember, I'm a kid who grew up with music everywhere. My mother, still with us, was a vocal music instructor. My father passed on. He was an instrumental music teacher. He taught band at elementary, middle school, and high school level. Both my parents are musicians. Beyond teaching, they did some back in the day. My father played with various folks when he was as young as 15 years old, playing jazz, sax, and doing some things with Lionel Hampton and others over the years. I say all that to say that music, especially jazz, has had a huge impact on my life. The different eras of jazz, from traditional jazz, bebop, jazz fusion of the 1980s, and more contemporary jazz. Love it all. But if you love jazz, you know that LA historically has not had a singular preeminent jazz venue. Now there's some nice
Good move, too.
venues that they also have some jazz. Like if you went to Herb Alpert's from Ronald Grill, that is a good location and a good venue for music in general. And they have a lot of jazz there, but as far as preeminent venues, I don't think we've really had that one. If you go to Washington, D.C., they have Blues Alley. If you go to New York, you obviously have the Blue Note, the legendary Blue Note. So when I saw the news that they finally opened a Blue Note here in Los Angeles, as a matter of fact, it was yesterday, was the official grand opening. They have Robert Glasper, who's going to be performing tonight. I was overjoyed because LA has needed this, and I'm just digging through the calendar for the next few months to see what I'm going to see. And it's close enough where, and no disrespect to Herb Alpert's Ronald Grill, but that's like kind of up in the hills. It's difficult to get to, and it's difficult to get away from. It has limited parking. So hopefully this, being in Hollywood, it will have ample parking. I've been to the Blue Note in New York just once, and that was when I was working for the Grammys, and that was a good, I don't know, almost 30 years ago at this point. So it's nice to have something to look forward to. As far as music venues, I'm at the age where I'm not going to big venues. I refuse to. I'm not dealing with all that extra stuff. But if you have a nice, intimate venue, this is more like maybe a 300-person max venue where you can be up close and see actors. For grown who want to go and see the show where you don't have to be standing room only. Yeah, Catalina Jazz Grill. I've been there maybe 10, 15 times. That's a nice venue. I think it's one of those small size. That's very small.
Good one.
Yeah.
Consistency.
Catalina Jazz Grill, because you're like right up in their face. You get to hear everything. It's almost like they're performing in your living room.
Like the right wall? You know, I've never thought of it. I don't know. But maybe.
All sorts of performances, and it wasn't limited to just jazz. Whereas the Blue Note is synonymous.
Yeah, I guess to some extent.
I hope that they don't dilute it.
No. I mostly thought about what life would be like in like non-westernized countries, like China or Africa or Russia. Why not Australia? Because I think Australia would be very similar to growing up in California. Yeah, but it's nice all the time. It's warm. There's a lot of sunshine. It's mostly like English speaking. Okay. Does everyone in Australia accept my invite when I send it? Are you gonna go? Okay, are you gonna go?
It's already in motion because I put it out there in the universe. It's already in motion. All right, listen, that would be a perfect fit. And yes, we just need to go ahead and make that relationship happen. Yeah. Mark, are you a jazz fan by chance? Yeah. I know you're a music fan, but I know genre specific. Yeah, I like jazz. I had kind of a father figure teach me jazz at a really young age, and I dig it. Now, I have to ask Robin. Is anyone in your friend group a jazz fan, or has your
That was good, Zoo.
left jazz behind but don't even acknowledge it? I think your generation left behind. That's what I'm talking about.
Is what?
I mean, it was an honest answer, but it was a disappointing and depressing one. If we took enough time
Okay.
to show you where all your favorite music came from and the jazz samples that they use, generation would have a greater appreciation because it doesn't seem like
Do you have a lot of homeless people in Australia?
composition, not so much. Not so much. And yes, I'm being elitist. Yes, I know I sell, but I also sell right. And I'll let her have it. Oh, you agree? Yeah, for once. Yeah, okay. By the founder, creator, and editor of Two Urban Girls, it is a fantastic site. They've broken national, but now they branched out southern national. Now, twoUrbanGirls.com. Urban. It's later with Bo Kelly. KFIX, the iHeartRadio app, and social media. He files suits of its own over the Eden fire in Altadena in January. Edison's damage for which it are responsible. Names of the agencies have spending at least one of those agencies. KFI's Jim Group reports LA County has been critical of delayed alert notices in West Altadena. SCE hasn't admitted any liability for the fire. Activists in Little Tokyo have criticized the federal immigration action outside Governor Newsom's event in the neighborhood. A strawberry salesman suspected of being an illegal immigrant was detained. American National on LA to Reno with
Zoot. Sit, slap yourself.
How can school children be protected from having their parents snatched off the street or even themselves be arrested?
Good job, dude. I know. That's okay. You're doing good in basketball.
President Trump says the summit with Russian President Putin has not produced a deal.
You're doing well in basketball.
But he claimed it was productive.
I believe we had a very good point.
Okay. It happens.
Most of that, I would say.
Two leaders met in Alaska. Trump said he hoped to get a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Putin says an agreement was reached but did not elaborate. And the FBI and FAA.
Cool. Are you gonna get chlamydia? I thought all koalas are like a huge proportion of them have chlamydia.
Charges will be referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Colorado. Southland weather from KFI. Clouds and fog later, lows in the low 60s. Cloudy tomorrow with highs around 80, mid-80s in the valley, 90 in the AP and 90 and low 70s in the beaches. Not much change from that on Sunday. Right now, it is.
All right.
Ride from the 57, and as you travel southbound, that same Commerce on the 5, actually it's looking like northbound right at Washington Boulevard. It crashed there, blocking the left lane, causing a busy ride from about Lakewood Boulevard. It's good news on the
Slap yourself, Zoot.
heading southbound just after White Ring Road. A wreck there has been cleared from lanes. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, Moreno.
No shit.
Where was Bridget? Whose husband won't be home for months. His daughter is due any day. And yours.
Do you like New Zealand?
Connection. A bit of magic. Are you with them?
Yeah. How far a flight is it?
I don't just wear the shirt. I live it. Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council. Free iHeartRadio app. Music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350. And Lisa Sky, hey, you love working with people. I want to do something that really like my life. Community. She was excited about her new job. Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest network."
Slightly.
From Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called. I remember thinking about it.
It's very similar.
Why is this a better idea for millennials than working at home?
You can or you cannot. Okay. Yeah, but there are some words that you can tell.
Startup. There's a lot of talk about culture, spiritual awakening, powerful, and quite frankly, it just all sounded, just say now, it was just too good to be true. One of my colleagues turned to me and said, "Oh, my physical." David Brown, the host of Business Wars. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcast.
You still might win, dude. Yeah, because I'm about to help you.
We're live everywhere on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and the iHeart. In 2011, Girls began solely as an Inglewood, California-based blog, gained national recognition as a credible, reliable convention and reputable news publishing sites across the country. Today, local, regional, state, and national news to an international audience. And joining me right now on the line is the founder and editor of Urban Girls, Melissa just like Madonna, just like Cher. It's just Melissa. Melissa, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well. I have read two of the girls.
Maybe you might win. Okay, now you can't win. You could maybe draw somehow. I don't know how, but maybe.
Okay, it was in 2011. I was in parental leadership. I was in Inglewood Unified School District at the time when it was just Henry was the superintendent, and we were in meetings with him, saying the potential, inevitable receipt of district was heading in.
Do you what?
And I was looking into our local newspaper.
You need to get a rubber band.
They weren't writing about it, and the Sentinel, they didn't write about it, but they were helping to push bonds that were coming up on the
Okay.
I saw there was a void in covering something that's huge as the district being taken. We're getting ready.
Are you sure, son?
Bonds to fix your school, so we won't have control over that money.
Right. Let's see.
So I started the blog to be an alternative to reporting on those types of issues.
I don't know, maybe look just in the progression of bringing two NFL franchises here, first the Rams, then the Chargers, and moving to an area which is just right next to Inglewood. I became much more involved in what was happening in my community around me. And I've had plenty to say about the growth and expansion of Inglewood. But if I were to leave it to you, how would you characterize the change in the topography and the demography of that city?
I would say it's a multi-layered perspective. When you've been here, a lifelong resident, we like to see the new things coming in. What we don't like is not having a voice in how the city is growing. So I think that has been the biggest gripe within the and when you look at the impact it's having on us, that's why we're not.
Dude, you just won.
Because we might not have approved it if we knew the full picture.
Speaking of input, I've seen some of your stories recently on the price of parking. I'm talking about resident parking and also parking when it comes to attending events right next to SoFi or right next to Intuit. Talk to me about the citywide permit parking program and how it's led to parking prices being as high as $300 for some events.
So what we see is permit parking isn't something that is totally new in Inglewood. When the forum was up and running and you had the Lakers, there was a permit parking program adjacent to the forum on the west side of Prairie. So those residents over there between Manchester and Century, they've always had a permit parking program because of the activity at the forum. The difference was at the time you still had the racetrack open. So that was your overflow parking at the time. So it didn't really impact the residents too much because they had another alternative for the attendees to go over at Hospital Park.
Dude, slap yourself.
People parking in the neighborhood probably to avoid parking, but it wasn't as costly as what we see today. So fast forward so by stadium opening, the forum opening, I think you might recall when they started to dismantle Hollywood Park. Yes. It became big news when the overflow parking became over at the Ewood Park Cemetery. The news covered the fact that cars were being parked over there, and they were like, well, it's after hours, no big deal. But it was a big deal because it's the cemetery and people's final resting place. We never, in my opinion, we're not adequately equipped to accommodate 70,000, 80,000 seats in because when you're bringing cars in, where are they parked? You literally drop the stadium in the middle of the city they deal with it. So they came up with this permanent parking program that charges the residents to park in front of our home. They put up the signage that says, you only have 2 hours to permit. They said, well, the trade-off is
Yeah, probably. Or that one movie, Queen Petunia of the Universe or whatever. It's like about drag queens in the desert. Priscilla, Queen of the Desert.
That leads to more parking in the neighborhood, and we don't understand why there's no enforcement.
I know just living 1 street over from Inglewood that the traffic is unbearable most times of the year. If I try to go over to the Hollywood Park retail district,
Dude, slap yourself.
Is difficult. Drive through it is almost impossible. The Clippers have a game, or now Sunday, if the Rams or Chargers have a game. I say all that to say, I know the economic impact can't be argued as far as the money being brought in. I know it can't be argued that there was a degree of gentrification because of these projects being brought in. James Butt been revered and reviled as mayor of Inglewood. He's up for re-election next year. What is the temperature surrounding James Butt, and also the civil judgments against him and so forth?
Well, in the last election, I think we noticed that his popularity dropped tremendously. His first re-election, he won with 83% of the vote. Last election in 2020, he was down to 55%. He almost was forced into a runoff. And was almost forced into a runoff by a candidate that wasn't as well funded as the candidate who ran against him in 2018.
No, you didn't.
We have James Butt. We see the economic impact. They could be.
No.
We're seeing so many legal fees connected to things that derive from them. Traffic accidents.
No.
With the former assistant. Those things are bad. When we look at
No.
the numbers, we see, okay, you have the stadium open and doing that.
No.
Tax capped at $15 million.
That looks. No.
In terms of law enforcement, code enforcement, parking control, we pay 100% of those costs, but we're not getting 100% back from those venues. And extend outside law enforcement contracts
I don't know, Pimp.
to cover some of those events. When we look at the parking, numbers don't add up when you start looking at the details of the budget. What I think is the most disappointing from my perspective that it was sold to us that there was going to be so much money coming in that we were going to start to. Is traffic.
You have a different invitation for a different game. Yes, sir. Are you gonna go?
And you and I both know him, and have both known him for many years. He shouted you out many times on his show and in his reporting. So I know that he respects what you do. We were having a play talking about
I don't know.
where he may end up because he hasn't made a public announcement. And I okay. Want to as to where he's going to end up because
you're up, Pimp.
In insight as to where he might end
But you're up.
play the back when we come back. It's Lake with Will Kelly, KFI 8640, live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Now we're Mark Bronner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. There's the latest on Riverside. Same 47-year-old Jason
Perhaps.
to the hospital in scrubs and a surgical mask, stealing more than $100,000 worth of surgical equipment and skin grafts in June and July. The Trump administration's reversed course and agreed to leave the Washington, D.C. police chief in control of the department after a court hearing. The district
Too old for it.
D.C. officials sued to block President Trump's takeover of the police.
Weird dog.
Streaming today on Amazon Prime, Apple TV, and other platforms.
Good job, Zoot.
Version made over $580 million at the box office. SoCal weather, clouds and fog later, lows in the low 60s. Partly cloudy, highs from lower 70s.
No.
And from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, seeing more of the pump of Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Gonna crash on the fine.
You would have been made fun of if you brought a Game Boy to school. You would have just been like, go outside and do something. Like, not that Game Boys aren't okay, but it's like we were like the Game Boy. I had a Game Boy. I would have never taken it to school. Here's the thing. It wasn't allowed in school when I was a little kid. And then when they started making them like the Game Boy Color and all of that, we had outgrown that. Oh, dude, you got a big one. Yeah, you did. But no, you'll get it back. The water thing's fucked me.
Unrivaled and college basketball. We've got some analysis, inside stories,
All right, let's see what you do with it, son. You don't know it helps or hurts you because the water tiles get shuffled. What up? How are you?
It's a sport for people who don't
All right, so
consider themselves as listeners.
there are a lot of purple tiles.
It's just regular people laughing about sports, not scream. I mean, scream, but it's going to be not something serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. It's just making sense. You guys kind of get the vibe. It is days. If you're feeling froggy, go ahead and click that follow button. It's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was
Stop yourself, Zoot.
I get a notification to do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal. It's going to be
Yep.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Listen now.
Okay,
We're
pimp.
Caitlin and Tyler Volterra, and we've got a new podcast, Kate and Ty Break It Down.
Aaron, trauma, and figuring out who we are in this next phase of life. Marriage isn't always easy, but it's worth it when you put in the work. And then there's just figuring out how to survive being 30-something parents without losing your mind.
So follow, rate, and review Kate and Ty Break It Down wherever you listen to podcasts.
You're up, pimp.
Listen on America's
Zoot, slap yourself.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. The free iHeart app. Explore podcasts. To surface in Central Mississippi.
orange color back up of you. It's called gassy clay. If there's one thing, it's wreaking havoc on anything buried in it. It's the strangest, most destructive. You never get what you expect. No. Over the years, and destroyed a lot of Mississippi secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them. On the site.
Because I'm amazing.
And then once they realized, okay, wait a minute, 2,000, wait a minute, 7,000.
And all this begs the question, do you lose track of 7,000 graves?
No.
In Mississippi, keeping secrets is as old as the soil itself. But can the truth really be uncovered? The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that. I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Yes. Listen on America's #1 podcast.
Zoot.
Listen now.
That was a good move.
Princess of South Beach comes the setup. The new romantic
That's okay.
The setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple. The thing is,
Thanks, baby.
every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea and like so fast. So that I opened
No, I'm not.
Meet Juan, the lonely museum curator. His true love, art.
Oh no, I didn't see. I had two moves.
When the perfect man walks into his life,
I guess I'm saying that I'm
he actually is.
Water tile, son. Water tile, son. Zoot, slap yourself.
When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true? Your job. Listen to The Setup. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI 640. Reality Talk. Coming show Monday after 1 o'clock. The Trump meeting in Alaska is over. I guess we're all still here. We'll assume we're all still here Monday. We'll talk about what the way forward is on John Cobell Show Monday after 1 o'clock.
You're up, pimp.
KFI 640 is labeled Mo Kelly. We're live on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, iHeartRadio app.
Elastic, Zoot. Zoot, slap yourself. Slap yourself. All right, you'll get over it.
Has known Alex for many years. You and I have known Alex for many years, and he had his last day at Fox 11 today, and I think it caught a lot of people by surprise because it seemed like
Zoot, slap your. Okay. Okay, yeah, I understand it was not.
But it seemed like he was going in a certain direction. You and I had this interplay on Instagram about where he might be going, and neither of us have talked to him, so we're just speculating and offering conjecture out loud. I'll let you go first. Where do you think Alex Michelson is going to end up?
I believe he's running communications for our
What? You really think so? Give me some reason behind it.
That was a very good report. Governor, he's been embedded with him a few times on occasion around the state, talking to people, grasp on the issues in the state. He understands the cost, the high cost of fight with the administration.
No.
He's a good analyst, reporting on the issues, staying out of an opinion space, but keeping it very professional. insightful and interesting.
Oh, big time.
Potentially prepares to run for president, and I just think that overall he's a really good guy, and it wouldn't be a bad place for him.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I don't think that he would go working in an overtly political capacity. And this is something I've never had a personal political conversation with Alex. That's something we've always kept separate. But I got the impression he prided himself on having a system in this neutral space of being able to report and give information without being perceived necessarily one side of the aisle or the other. I have my personal idea where his politics are, and I'm not going to speculate on that publicly. My suspicion is like a slight contradiction.
Zoot, slap yourself. Zoot, slap yourself.
I know that the New York Post is getting started on your post out here. And I was
You need to work on, before you say something, having the entire sentence completed before you say it in your head. You'll get through this. Dog, you're doing really well. Sounds cool, man.
Is a little edgy. It's a little.
I'm beating you. I have both of my guys upgraded. You have your red guy with 3. Both my guys have 0. Yeah, that was good, dude.
Interviewing and maybe, doing a little bit more in the political realm or political beliefs are.
Can we set, I might have time, but we set offline that a friendly wager here. We don't want to be close. One of us could be right. Either of us could be right.
Word, dog.
I've spoken to Alex or anyone in his immediate circle. If one of us is right, and the other person is paying for dinner.
I would love that way.
All right.
Yes, you do.
Where is he going to end up taking me since you're going to lose?
Where am I going to take you since I'm going to lose?
Yes.
I want to just cancel it.
Oh. All right.
Let's see it, pimp. Yeah, I could. I made a mistake. I got distracted, son. Yes, you did. And you got an extra 3? You got an extra 3? You got 3 red ones?
They didn't have a warrant. They couldn't even produce, and it wasn't go after the first. This either staged during press conference on redistricting.
Dorado was joined by representatives from both Tokyo organizations. They say the arrest outside the because that site was where many Japanese Americans were taken before being sent to
I think you're done. I think there's no way for you to win. Maybe. If you move the blue and the red one and something crazy happens, yeah, that's like your only chance. Oh, man, you came really close. Do the red on the red. There you go. Oh, no way. Oh, you get another chance? Oh, you came really close to winning. Let's see what you could do. I don't know, like the purple on the yellow? This game is over, son. How'd you like that, baby? I had 4 of them. All right, Zoot. Go enjoy your day. Keep the elastic on your arm. Whenever you have a tick, flick it or think about it or just flick your hand and just work on your... You don't think you do, but I bet you do. Oh, that's got to be a tough life. You are absolutely obsessed with Genghis Khan. I know.
Russian leader Vladimir Putin is a man who's been charged with war crimes. His troops have been accused by the United Nations of others of raping people,
YouTube,
murdering people, of occupying territory, of pillaging, of stealing property.
Ukraine was not included in the summit and is expected to be asked to give up land as part of ending Russia's war. Southland weather from KFI. Clouds and fog tonight, lows in the lower 60s. Partly cloudy tomorrow with highs around 80, mid-80s in the valleys, 90 in the AP and IE and low 70s.
Yo.
I think the future of movies is the $200 million budget is gone.
Well, yeah, no, I understand because it makes too much money. Yeah.
No, I'm saying the budget.
That's heading southbound just before Roscoe Boulevard and as the car for you to the left lane's blocked, so you'll see traffic stacking.
I think the future of movies is the $200 million budget is gone.
Well, yeah, no, I understand because it makes too much money. Yeah.
No, I'm saying the budget is like
I know. Well,
now
it's going to be $10.
Yeah.
iPhones are going to be 14 cents. We're going to have a basic universal income. You guys are out of your element.
What are you talking about?
Friends that laugh, friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Ooh, yeah. 'Cause I can show you to use the love. Just rebrand it enough. It's stronger, better, bigger power, 'cause it is the golden hour. It's the golden hour.
I'm so tired right now. Why? What happened? I just, I don't know, man.
From what? Doing nothing?
This guy. I do nothing. I was on 9.
Well, I'm saying, like, Brian was tired yesterday. I go, really? From what?
Well, he travels a lot. He does a lot of shows. I was in Miami doing shows, and now I'm with the kids, and I wake up and I'm here. You know what I mean? I've got a lot of shit to do.
But dude, I had a doctor's appointment. Wolf had a doctor's appointment this morning.
Correct.
You know, so we had to get here like 8:30 a.m. You know, and then this was crazy. I had to do an update of my car. You know, so I'm sitting in the parking lot and I go, you know what? Let me just update it while we go into this doctor's appointment. It almost had to drive me here.
You've already done this before.
I know, but it was like, I thought, it usually takes like 20 minutes. We had an hour.
You should have known.
The shit just barely finished. So, you know.
Hey, what are those,
Kevin, what are those on your feet? Yeah, I've seen them, dude. And I saw them on a guy's feet. And I go, those are unreal. And I took a picture because I wanted to get them. And then Kevin has them. And now,
not too late.
Now I'm fully paid.
Let me see for the camera. Kev, hold
those are
that big
so
old foot up
awesome.
to the camera.
Yeah, those are so
Let me see
awesome.
them. I'll tell you if they're cool.
He's gonna show them. Okay, you gotta relax. He's taking them off. But I'm so pissed. These are so.
You're jealous?
On feet, they're better, obviously. But like, these are just. What are those?
Oh, those are the JC Walkers, Jesus Christ Walkers.
No. These are so.
Are they have an ear bubble in the back?
They're not new, yeah. Because I looked them up and I thought that they were. God,
you can't wear those out like doing stuff.
Well, yeah, it's kind of a weird wear because like it's like if you actually find yourself having to do anything, you go, oh shit, I wore these. You know, if you're just chilling here,
I'm not even trying to hate. I saw 3 kids on Love on the Spectrum with those.
All I'm saying is this: if you're wearing those and you go to any public restroom, you're gonna know about the splash zone.
Well, yeah, but that's not the splash zone. But that has any shoe like that, you'll see that. You'll get that. Any.
No, I know, but I don't think men realize when you're at a urinal how much pee gets on your feet.
I 100% realize that. And I think about it all the time I go to the urinal.
Yeah, I had sandals on one time, and I was like, oh my God. Like, I tried to, you know how a 6-year-old, like, pees, and they almost put their dick on the...
Yeah. I was like, I get it now. How are we... I literally think, like, how are we all still alive? It's disgusting.
Yeah, and then now, then you look at your shoes,
it's just me.
And you're like, oh, this is just a disgusting mess over here. This is a petri dish of
It's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting.
Hey, Chris, does Calvin start school this week?
Sure does.
School's cool? Or like,
he's in pre-K or kindergarten?
How is it?
The boys had their first day today. Well, it's like their admission where we go meet all the teachers. Right. They see their desk and shit. But school starts tomorrow.
Are they going to a similar school like they were at, like a private school type thing?
Hell no. They're going to a public school 5 minutes from the house. They can walk there with their homies.
That'd be good.
Yeah, it's great, man.
That's great. Yeah.
They had a cop. They had a cop on staff there.
Okay, cop.
Just looked at him.
You don't have
hopefully he's about that life. Don't run if shit pops off. Don't run.
This is what I was thinking about. Imagine if your dad could like beat everybody's ass, like legit. You know what I mean? It's like Brendan's your dad is like your dad is He-Man. You know what I mean? Like there's got to be a little bit of you're walking to school like all right, you know. You know what I mean? Okay, your dad's gonna come. Okay, your dad's gonna come. Hold on a second. Hey, Dad, your dad's coming.
You're talking about for bullying, you're saying?
Yeah, just all of that. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if they give like
except for the fact that
sort of confidence that you're walking to school.
Yeah, but you're not taking into account that Brendan's kids, are also tough.
That's what I'm saying, though.
They don't need Brendan.
No, dude, but this is my whole point. It's like
you never know, man.
Obviously.
That's the family business.
But yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they might get into a thing, and then the other parents and stuff will come out, and they'll be like, the other dad's gonna come. What, this kid? And then he walks in with his fucking cauliflower ears, and they're gonna be like, so like, let's talk. What did my kid do? Let's talk about it.
Right. Let's figure this out.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, so that's why you feel confident of like, send him to public school. It's cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Especially out here, it's a little different than LA. Like LA, we had no choice. Like our public school.
Yeah. The public school there
was atrocious.
I was fearing that.
Yeah, it's the opposite here.
I figured the bullying in Texas would be at a whole other level.
You want to be because I don't know.
The teacher around when he goes,
sports is the equalizer.
There's no days here.
Sports is the equalizer, though.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I tell T and Bossy, I'm like, sports is the equalizer.
Do they want to play
once recess starts? That's where you flex.
Do they want to play football or basketball or anything else?
No, that football. I'm the coach for the football team. It starts. We've been having practices.
No. But wait. I forget how young they really are.
Yeah.
In my mind, when I see pictures of like Tiger and Boston, I think they're like in high school. You know what I mean? But I realize
they're 4.
Yeah. I'm like, he's gonna make the team. It's like, man, I can't wait to. Man, this is like
it's the bad. I can't wait for you
right there. He's already like.
It's awesome.
People already be like, I think this guy can do it. That's just gonna be a thing.
It's awesome, dude.
I'll tell you the thing they don't.
I don't want to play sports anymore, Dad. I want to dance.
Oh yeah.
What would you say?
Get out there, dude.
Like just change your last name and move out. Change your last name and move out. I don't care.
Yeah. Dad, I'm putting down the bat
until you see him.
And I want to dance.
Until you see him. Yeah, move out until you see him eat, dude.
Yeah.
That's true. If he just has talent.
Yeah.
Ooh, I gotta find this.
No, what they don't tell what they don't tell you about baseball though, because Tiger's at the level where he's getting the cool bats. Now these bats, Eric, let me prepare you, bud. These bats are between $400 and $600.
Oh, that's actually crazy.
And they need one every season. They break them. But now Bosty, he made the 8-year-old team. He's 5. He made the 8U team. Now Bosty needs a big boy bat. So I went to Dick's Sporting Goods and had to get 2 bats, and your boy dropped about $900 fucking dollars. That's what they don't tell you.
Oh, of course.
That is wild.
I gotta get this link.
What a racket. What a racket.
Oh, and Chris, you know how like shoes, how you and I are like, if a new shoe comes out and they're like super exclusive.
Yeah. Oh.
They do that with bats.
Right. Wow. So you're on
like they'll be like
StockX looking for us.
It's like here's the summer drop, and it's only available for this week. And it's $600.
What is it like?
And there's
Easton
limited
and
200 of them.
Easton and Roller, or like, are there new companies? Like, this is why I'm talking about the companies when I was a kid. But it's like
there's like Easton still popping.
There are okay.
Like, hey, go to whoever's using a computer. Go to like Hypefire,
Marucci,
like all those, like the
Rawlings.
Marucci's good.
I wonder.
Easton's crushing it with the kids, and they're crazy colors. They're like pink.
I see this right now. Yeah.
Wow. Fucking yellow.
Now, is there like a sports track? What I mean by that is like, so you see your kid, he's a phenomenal athlete. Wow. Is there a moment in your head where you're just like, okay, and people outside forces are like, I've seen kids like this, they go pro or they this, and now you're on this track where it's like, okay, so now it becomes about training and we have to hire this guy, we got to buy this equipment. It's like, are you already in that? Is it your mind already?
Yeah, maybe. He's talking about it right now. He's going to have a $400 mess.
But there's camps.
No, this is common. This is common practice, Chris. No, I hear you. And there's some dads I've seen do that. I think that's a mistake. I think you still got to let them be kids until they get to high school. Because then they'll get burnt out. But I'll tell you what, Bosty and T had a rude awakening yesterday because we're playing football. We're at football practice, and this black kid showed up, and his dad played in the NFL. His brother plays Division I college football, and his other brother's the #1 recruit in Texas.
Wow.
This dude came out, he's Tiger size, but he's black. Tiger learned a few things.
Wow, that's cool.
When black.
He came home, where are we black?
Oh, Tiger's trying to play defense on him, like press him. I'm like, buddy, you gotta back up. You're white and slow. You have got to back up.
Right. He's got a little run across the border in him, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Oh no, he has that Ninja Warrior.
Yeah, he's getting across the currents.
Yeah.
He got a little bit of that in him. You know what I mean?
But black dudes have that fast twist muscle shit. You know what I mean?
For no reason.
Like you saw how Kevin threw that fucking sandal over. Quick as shit.
Boston plays defense like this. I have a buddy of mine. His kid's a quarterback, and his kid is like pretty good. But it was like a thing where you get in this mode of like he's going to all these camps, and then it's like it's all about transferring schools all the time.
Yeah.
You just get into that where like, well, you can be a starting quarterback at this other high school, so we gotta move.
No.
It's like that sounds crazy to me, but I guess
that starts happening. I go to my kids. I go, hey, start dancing. Be a dancer.
This is whatever this is terrible. Is this like dude? Was this made in hitting in Taiwan?
Eric, it depends how old they are too. Like dads do that at 9. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I know you see it though. You can see that little league. They call it little league dads. It's because it happens there. But baseball's different because, you know, you can get baseball's the only thing that's similar to like that European sports where this is all they do for their whole life. You know what I mean? Like baseball, like, you know, they got like the minor leagues, the minor leagues, and they got all this, you know what I mean? Then you're just playing baseball for 20 years before you even, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Did you see Jurassic World Rebirth?
No, I want to watch it. Let me wait, before you go, we're going to talk about it. I had two choices. It was see Formula One or Jurassic Park, and the times were off, and I saw Formula One. And I'm so glad I did. I love Formula One.
Yeah, smart.
That was a great movie. Like, it was a solid movie, man.
I would. Also, Brad Pitt's highest grossing movie ever.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Isn't that crazy to think?
It's his highest grossing movie
you
ever.
know what? Brad Pitt makes certain choices, man. He never he had an article. He was talking about these Marvel movies are ruining young actors. Superhero movies are superhero movies are ruining. So he's never gonna make that choice. But this is like Tom Cruise could have been in this movie.
But wait, it would have
been the same kind of thing.
But what I want to know
is Top Gun, but cars.
Yeah.
But how do they say it's a top grossing movie? Because wasn't it on Apple TV?
No. It was an Apple produced movie, but it was in
you're sure.
Okay.
You're sure.
Yeah. Got it. So I'm done.
So it's like Superman, Fantastic Four, Jurassic Park, and Formula One are the highest grossing movies of the year so far.
I mean, Formula One seems like it would be better than Jurassic World.
Yeah. Well, here's my thing. How many? Like I had a clip about this. How many fucking islands?
Well, they go back to the same one. You want to ask me if I saw it?
It's the same island.
Did you see it? It's 20 years, man. There's always some secret island that they had the dangerous
I happened to see it last night.
I heard the movie's atrocious, Chris. I heard it's
awful. The same island. It's been 20 years. They've come to
because it's the dinosaurs took it over. Okay, it's the vegetation is gone crazy, and there are mutated mutant dinosaurs. Okay, you ever heard of a fucking? Oh yeah, I know you know what a T-Rex is. Hey, meet the D-Rex.
Oh my God,
the D-Rex is
my D-Rex right
now. No, the D-Rex is
because my dick Rex.
No, it looks.
Clip it.
You don't want that. No.
I want to clip my D-Rex.
D-Rex is it's the Jurassic World Rebirth. First of all, Jurassic World Rebirth is bad. Okay, it's bad.
Oh, is it?
I know. But but
is it Fast and the Furious bad?
No, it's not that bad.
Oh, okay.
No, it's just what's watchable? I mean, like, is Fast and Furious watchable or no?
On a plane, it's great.
So it's like.
Wait, Eric, I'm surprised. Have you guys seen that new Ice Cube movie? That's like the lowest rated movie of all time.
I want to watch it just for this reason.
I figure
it's right up your guys' alley.
I have a hot take on this Ice Cube movie. I didn't see it yet, but I know it's got 0%. Everybody's. I think that we need to forgive this movie a little bit, and here's why: because it's obviously a movie they made in COVID. It's obviously that. And they just got released because it's a shared screen movie about World War. It's bad. It's gonna be bad. It's meant to be bad. It's just a COVID movie that they tried to make because they were gonna be like, oh, this was COVID, so we made this movie for you.
All right, here's why I say we forgive the movie.
Yeah.
It's War of the Worlds.
Yeah, the War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise was good.
No. But my point is, it's still a sort of an actiony sci-fi.
Yeah.
If you put Ice Cube in, like, say, like they're gonna remake A Few Good Men, then I'm like, what are we doing?
Yeah, okay, sure.
You know what I mean? He's not a thespian in that way. You know what I mean? So, but
I think they were reading the script on the computer
while they were filming.
Yeah, why wouldn't they? Because he's just like, it was you the whole time. And like, why wouldn't you be like? You'd be reading.
You saw it?
No, I saw the part. I saw there's a funny meme. It was like when someone asked Ice Cube, what letter comes after T? And he goes, it was you! It's you!
I don't know, man. You know.
Yeah, I mean, dude, obviously that movie's gonna be bad. What I don't like about Rotten Tomatoes is it's never good on rating things because the people who either really like it or really hate it are the ones that are going to jump. Nobody's going in there giving it discern. Maybe critics are, but like, dude, if I say this movie sucks, let me go on Rotten Tomatoes see it. Oh, this movie sucks. I'm rating it. Nobody's like, that's pretty good. Let's go to Rotten Tomato and give it a fair score. Nobody's doing that. So if you're either going to get 0 to 10%, or it's going to be that stupid Marvel movie that everyone, the Asian one, the 10 Rings, because all the Asians are like, finally, and it's got 99%, and you watch the movie, you're like, this is dog shit. Yeah, because it's like needed help.
No doubt. Let's take a little break, kids, from the golden hour and chatting with the boys, because UFC 319 is here, and it is live from Chicago, the Windy City. You have one of the greatest middleweight title fights ever. Hamzat, DDP, it's all going down this Saturday, and you need to get in on all the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting part of the UFC. If you're new to DraftKings, check this out. New customers who bet 5 will get 200 bonus bets instantly. Don't miss out on all the UFC 319 action. Download DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code GOLDEN, that's code GOLDEN for new customers, to get 200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms on responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
So how was Jurassic World? Jurassic World, first of all.
All right, yeah, hello, hey, it's 2000. No, it's not. It's 2025. This is now Jurassic World.
By the way,
Yeah.
you mean it's not 1990?
Yeah, Jurassic Galaxy. Well, 1994. 1990. It came out in 1994. Okay, we're not talking about when the book came out, but yes, 1994 was when it came out original.
No, but it's not. It is. Look up when the first Jurassic Park came out.
Go ahead.
1993.
So fuck you. Okay, so I was more right.
Yeah, Chris is right on this.
Right, I would win.
Both wrong.
Yeah. No, it was in the theaters in 1994.
Chris is closer.
It was for sure in the theaters in 1994. It was for sure. And the novel came out in 1990. Oh, I was right, too.
Boom.
Hey, all I said was Jurassic Park came out in 1990.
You know what I am?
I'm really right.
I'm the K-Rex, and that stands for knowledge, dude. I know about these Rexes.
Yeah, but does your D
No. Check that out. I'm going to delete it from the episode. But I think that, okay, Jurassic Park, well, obviously the first one, it was really great. I loved the first one.
I saw it at the Hollywood Bowl this week with the symphony.
Oh, really?
It was incredible.
I saw that movie 9 times. I went to see that movie 9 times because every time that dinosaur came on the screen, I was like,
yeah, it was pretty good.
What?
They did a whole new thing when they did that.
Yeah,
you go.
That was the first time you saw something.
Did you know
realistic?
Yeah, true. They were going to do it a certain way, and then this guy was like, there's a
Industrial Light and Sound.
Yeah, but he was like, I can do it better, and they were like, no. And then he was like, he did it anyway. He showed them.
Hey, you want me to shit all over your guys' love for Jurassic Park? You know velociraptors in real life are the size of chickens?
I know.
The guy who did
They're not scary in any facet.
Well, no, they'll rip you apart. But what?
The guy who did that, the animation, cracked it open, is Harlan Williams.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, we talked about that.
There she is.
Oh, that's right.
Hold on. Now, I don't. That was great. Jurassic World Rebirth is bad, but
you're still talking about that.
But Jurassic World Rebirth. Why are everything from the title on is bad? Rebirth, it means nothing.
It's kind of like you have this great universe. And this is the thought process.
It really is good.
You have this wonderful universe of what's going on, and they go, well, we can't just leave it.
Yeah. And I get
let's make another one. But it's like, my thing is this. There can't be another island where they had the dangerous dinosaurs that they couldn't bring to the amusement park.
Yeah.
It's almost 40 years.
This guy keeps talking about how there's other islands. It's the same island.
not the same
and I'm
island.
upset.
It's the same guy. There's one fucking island, Eric.
No, there is. No, there's more than one. But on this one, they go back to the original island.
Hey, when they start Jurassic World Rebirth, before the movie plays, it should say, "How bored are you?" Question mark.
Yeah,
and play the movie.
Yeah, it should say.
All right, can I give a hot take now?
Did you see F1
It should
yet?
say, "Nothing else to do, huh?"
This is my hot take for both of you guys. My question.
It's a big franchise.
This is my question for both of you guys. Brendan, you watch movies. Everybody in the house, let's watch movies. Now, when you saw Jurassic Park the first time, and then we've had CGI now for 30 years, and every time there's CGI, we've been told that this is a team of people working on animation, and it takes months and maybe a year to do this.
Yeah.
Now that we know a 10-year-old could go make a real dinosaur come across the screen, and now that the AI can make it like this, I think that we're now going to appreciate acting more now.
Well,
because we couldn't agree more.
Because it's not
People want
impressive.
authentic. They want it authentic. Yep.
And another take. It's going to be people are going to say this was made with no AI. Like that's going to be a label on movies now. So you go, oh, okay, cool.
I understand, and there will be a market for that, but I disagree. I think what's going to happen is the biggest movies are going to become AI movies. They're going to not have actors in it, or they're going to take the likeness of somebody. If the person's not going to work on it, it's going to be Hugh Jackman. In 105 years, Hugh Jackman's going to be in the movie because he's dead and they're just using his likeness, right? And I think that they're going to create, not only that, they're going to go beyond that and create fake movie stars that don't exist, and people are going to idolize them and become fans of them. And
I think two things can be true.
Disagree with me, and let me just throw a wrench into your system here. And because if you're even slightly disagreeing with me, I have a counterpoint. Japanese people.
Okay, that's it.
Yep. And Jen laughed.
No, I think that two things can be true at the same time. I think that will happen because it's already happening with music. There's a Spotify group that's not real. That it's the top of the charts. It's not real. It's not real people. Okay. But what I am saying is that the art of movie making. I think that when people go to the movies now, because people are already like, there's too much CGI.
No. Yeah, I agree.
CGI in this.
I agree.
What I'm saying is, now that we know that the CGI is like effortless, I think we're going to start to like hone in on the performance.
I agree with you. Yeah. But I think the money maker and the business will be taken over by fakeness and AI. I don't think Chris Pratt will be more popular than.
No. Here's what I'm saying now.
A fake Japanese.
I think the future of movies is the $200 million budget is gone.
Well, yeah. No, I understand because it makes too much money. Yeah.
No. I'm saying the budget.
I know. Well,
now
it's going to be $10.
Yeah.
iPhones are going to be 14 cents. We're going to have a basic universal income. You guys are out of your element, too.
What are you talking about?
There's going to be no jobs, bro. The only job is going to be magician. Because everyone knows that, how does that human do that? That's such an illusion. Nobody gives a fuck if AI can do an illusion because it all is an illusion. But if a human can do it, they'll be like, let's go pay see this magician. That's crazy. We know it's fake, but he's still tricking us. That's going to be the only job. Doctors, plumbers, it's all gone. It's all gone. The only thing that's going to matter are magicians and people on Twitch because it's a personality-driven service. Nobody is going to matter. There's going to be a universal basic income. iPhones are going to be 14 cents. Nobody's going to be making them. You're just going to be sitting, chilling. We're going to be with our VR helmets on, just getting sucked off by who's a beautiful dead movie star.
Helen Mirren.
Well, she's alive. Get her what she's Go back, dude. You want to talk about Gwyneth Paltrow? When she's making the goop candles? No! Bro, when she's in Shakespeare in Love!
Yeah.
Dude, know what? I'll be right with you, dude. You know what? I won't be with you. I quit my job.
I don't even think it's going to be that.
I'm getting sucked off by Gwyneth Paltrow in Shakespeare in Love, dude. And Ben Affleck is watching. He was in the movie.
You ever see those cheers?
I don't give a fuck.
You ever see those cheers where you sit like this? You sit like this and your monitor is like this. It's going to be that kind of thing. You just get in, it's like, you know, and then it's like, and I think it's going to be like no, because all the apparatus has to be right there. You sit in it naked.
I think you're out of your element.
What?
I think you're out of
tube
your element.
goes in your butthole. You know what I mean?
Well, there you now we're talking. But I think I just. How about this, dude? I think we're already maybe in it. I don't know if the real world exists anymore. We might be in a simulation.
Oh God, the worst take ever.
The worst take. Now, okay, that's fine, and I understand. And yes, I'm open to whatever. But check this out, dude. That's us.
Look up sex robots. I want to see how they're progressing.
Okay, let me try to explain this because I tried to explain
this. That's you and Eric.
I tried to explain this to Denny the other day. That's that. By the way, that's me and my wife in love right there.
You married a Christian, yeah? Because you could, in the future, you could just be black whenever you want. You just gotta get a thing. It's kind of like a filter, a life filter.
But let me tell you something, though. Okay, look at time. All right, look at time as a.
Here we go, everybody.
As an infinite. Right, time keeps going. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you believe in this bullshit, but you don't believe in ghosts. Okay, keep going.
No, I'm not saying I don't. I'm not saying I believe in this. I'm not saying I believe in this. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
And I'm not saying I don't believe in ghosts. I'm saying possession. What's up? You don't believe in that? Possess me. Yeah. Oh, you're not? Okay, I don't believe in that. Yeah. Possess me, and we'll talk.
Or just move this. Move that.
I don't know if ghosts can do that, though. But I'm saying, what I'm saying is, time keeps going. All right, so. If you take
you're out of your element, dude.
Human cooking, no hints. If you take a point where you would say, okay, it's this time. If you just say it's this time, all right, chances are. Let me think about this one.
Have we lost all listeners by now or no?
What? Insert an ad right here, please. And then come back from the ad, and Chris goes, and that's why time doesn't exist.
Yes. Chris is explaining the movie
Just do it like that,
Exception.
please.
You're explaining the movie Exception.
So, Exception. So, it would be that, but it couldn't be because of this.
Leonardo DiCaprio in Exception.
We thought we knew it the whole time. There was something we weren't thinking about. If we only thought about that one goddamn thing. Wait, but hold on. You know what? I don't want to fucking talk.
What are you saying about time?
Thank God.
Can you come back from our ad, please? You know what? I don't want to talk about this. There we go.
It's like, dude.
Okay, turn to the mic. I don't know what you're doing right now.
It's like this, dude. Okay. Take the Industrial Revolution, right? Like take when they made the internet.
You're so out of your element.
Take when they made the internet. Take when they created cars, right?
Okay. Pick one.
There's much. Okay, pick cars.
It's 7.
Pick cars. Okay. Time. Okay. We've had more time, right? Without cars than we have with cars.
Yes.
I mean, just way more.
Yeah. I get it.
As time progresses, the time where we don't have cars gets less and less and less and less. Until eventually, that time we don't have cars is 0.0001%.
Yeah.
Okay. Same with AI. Okay. The time we have AI even shorter than the time we have in cars. Okay. Now think about as time keeps going and going and going and going. On a scale, if you were to pick a time to be, period, you would probably pick a time where we would be in a simulation in AI because it had to have existed more than it hasn't because time keeps going. So there is a better chance that we are in that time, percentage-wise, than we are in the time without AI. Because of how, if all of time is this table, bro, you know, this is the time, and you.
What's in Chris's coffee?
Yes. So, and I'm not saying that that's how it is.
No,
I'm not.
No, you're right, dude. Spot on.
Well, you're saying look.
I'm saying like the chances are almost nil that we are not in a simulation. If you think about it in that way. Whoa.
Hey, guys. We're getting close. No, there's just something about the face.
USB powered vaginal heating wand. That's nice.
Now it sounds.
It comes with a non-staining blanket.
What? No, is that what it says? Oh. That's hilarious.
Non-staining blanket.
Yeah. That's
You're saving this great technology for the sex robot.
Which it comes in. Look at the shipping case value. That's hilarious.
Wow.
That shipping case alone is $800 value.
Yeah, because that's what you do. That's what you pay your wife while you're fucking the sex robot.
Let me see the options.
I really want to go.
You're like, man, get in here.
Send her back.
Yeah, you said. She's like, where am I going?
You get a rebate if they return a wife.
You're with your wife, and you're like, oh shit, look at it. That's cool. We got that thing. It's so hot, right? Wow, look at that. What should we put in that box? I'll be back.
That'd be the commercial. Yeah, and send your wife back.
Nick, does it say how much it weighs?
Better not be more than 105.
Whoa, look at those options.
Wait. Go down, Nick. Go down, Nick. Look at the advanced skeletal with shrugged shoulders.
Up. No, right there. Right there, bro. Come on.
That one right there. Look at that. The one, the fixed one looks like,
what's up with shrugged shoulders? Advanced skeleton.
Look. Advanced sexual positions.
You want her to be like, you want to have sex? Maybe.
Yeah. I saw a guy talking about like the
go up. I want to see the legs. What is this like that you could pick different body types?
You're not gonna put a good booty on it. Nick, go down and look at this white girl. Go up. The booty dick. The ass dick.
You're saying up and down.
Yeah.
No.
Down is up.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Yeah, that ass is terrible.
I would send that back. Hey,
y'all are crazy.
Can you put an ass on it?
Y'all are crazy, bro.
This is the whitest you've ever
Chris
been.
is like, can I get a flatter ass? Is there an option for a flatter ass?
Who in the room thinks that's a nice ass?
No.
I think the picture, honestly, is not doing it justice because that is not the top of her ass.
Agreed.
The top of her ass is actually here. It's actually.
Agreed. Nick, good eye.
So it's
Nick, good eye, Nick. This is just a terrible song.
She's leaning over too far.
It's just like, oopsie, it's falling off.
Hey,
you're kidding.
Oh, I want to throw it. I almost threw it.
I like the kick. No, go up.
That's what it should have been.
Go up. Now look at her, bro.
Can you create a flatter one?
Look. She looks. Hey, dude. Hey, Eric. Hey, she looks fine. Hey,
you know, if you're with a girl like that, you're not looking at her face anyway. So it's like the fact that it looks weird like that.
Like, yeah, no, that's
you know what's great about this? Because the AI is going to be in there. So this is great. So you could, this is how you want your AI to look. So you could just be like, hey, I'm looking at new cars. Can you, tell me the best cost-efficient, most fuel-efficient way? And then,
So wait,
while you're,
which body type would you go for? Because this will zoom in. Go
great.
Different ones.
167.
Yeah, I know you would. And I would.
The question is, which one would you pick?
I know which one I would pick, but
Chris is his supermodel.
I know which one I'd pick. I know all these.
Which one? Can I guess?
You can guess if you want.
166
supermodel.
supermodel.
What's the 169?
Chris is 166 supermodel.
I'm saying 169.
Okay, let me see what 169 is. Okay, and then go down. No, the one I would pick is 158.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that European slope? What with the European slope? You know what I mean? With the European slope.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's a little thick.
160 plump looks weird. 160 plump looks like out of shape.
Yeah, you pick that shit, you fucking asshole. Yeah. You would pick it. Look at you, pick the 167. You guys are all over that 167. Look at that. She didn't even look like a real human.
I am.
You know says big ass.
Oh wow, it does.
That's why I picked it, for God's sake.
Just for shit.
That's weird. Yeah, I would not pick that.
Should we just order one of these for the studio just for
Just
sweetie, it's research.
purely for hospitality.
It's for golden hour, and I get
welcome to golden hour if you want to fuck it. It's
and I get to go first, so it's all good. I won't get what Nick has.
hilarious. Like that's how you would get it. That's how people are gonna get diseases now. Letting your friends fuck
Sweetie,
you.
we have to get tested. Nick has herpes.
Wow, that needs to be unpacked. That whole story needs to be like.
No, but you can't. But
can they walk? Like this is what I don't like about this.
Not yet,
okay?
but they will, bro.
No, but this is my point, though. It's like if you have to do all that setup. So this is what you have to do, actually.
Why?
Chris. This is what you have to do. You gotta get your doll. You gotta take it out. You gotta get it dressed or whatever, clean it up. Then I have to set it up on the wall. Okay,
take care of a sick person.
I have to put the leg up on the wall, and then I have to walk out of the room and come back in and go, "Oh, what's up, girl? When you just waiting for me like this?
Yeah, I know.
Like I can't do all that.
No,
it just takes away from it.
Yeah, it does. But why don't they make a zombie movie where the thing is they just fuck everyone and not kill? That would be crazy, right? If they made, where's the zombie movie?
This isn't real, right?
That's not real.
Okay, because that girl.
That's all.
Because that's how you want
the whole thing is. I know.
Yeah, that's how you want to do it.
Also, that would be our first. Yeah. No, but why don't they make a zombie movie where the fucking
they don't eat you. They just go dig.
It's like
they go whole. They
don't sexual assault. It's like
whole.
But they don't get.
Whole.
And they run and they just fuck you, and like the dudes are like, oh my god, dude, come on, we don't want to get fucked. We need milk, but we don't want to get fucked. Yeah. We need to go get supplies. But dude, walk backwards.
No, you know what I mean? Then you're gonna be like, whoa,
right. How about I want to see that movie with Pedro Pascal? That'd be fucking awesome, bro. I want to be in it.
They're gonna put you in that.
Okay, what's up? That's why
they're gonna CGI you in it.
This is the bounce back, dude.
The Chris D'Elia bounce back. That'll be your function.
And you know what? The like when a human does wrong with the society, you put a clamp in that opens his mouth and you send it out.
Oh God. And then your asshole is also clean and open.
Just running a train on it.
This is a terrible movie.
I mean, it's bad also getting eaten.
Let's make the AI make that movie.
That's what I'm saying, dude. But fucking get Hugh Jackman's likeness.
You know what I mean? I'll open up my,
what would you call it? You know?
I don't know.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator. I will have my vengeance. Good Burger.
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop. The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo. And Julie and Julia.
Pull out the cheese.
All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
What's this?
Cristiano Ronaldo got an egg for his wife's graduation.
Oh my God, look at that.
Isn't it like $30 million?
Nah, there's a tracking device in there.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
But it's just so he knows when she's not walking in.
What do you mean?
Because he's gonna not tracking her. He's not tracking her to see where she is.
Dude. When you give your chick a ring like that, she's already there. Right. She's opening the door for the mistress.
Look how stupid this is.
It's like this. Oh, hey, Tatiana.
Look how stupid this is.
He's in the other room.
YouTube commented congratulations on their Instagram.
Oh, I know. Cringy.
So famous. There's a certain amount of money that is like.
She said yes, like there was ever any doubt.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
So he was single until now?
I think there's $400,000.
That shit looks like this.
No, they have six kids together.
I mean,
there's no way that's 400,000, Nick. Who told you that?
It's gotta be more than
I heard 400,000 euros.
That's dollars. It has to be.
No, look it up, big dog. That's way more than that.
You don't know. That could be like a I don't know.
The percentage of us being in the simulation of the time where simulation existed would be.
You just figured it out?
Never mind. 2 to 5.
Yeah. 2 to 5 million?
Yeah, and I'm sure they're clear. There's no clouds in my stones.
$5 million ring.
He bought a lab-made diamond.
Yeah.
Saved $3 million.
Yeah. No. This one. This one. With this ring. You get pictures of the kids that that dug it up. You know what I mean? It's just, you know what I mean? That's
not one dime.
I'll tell you what's alarming is their arms are the same size.
Well, yeah, because he's thin as fuck. Because he was always running around.
Hey, he plays soccer, dude.
But that's not one diamond, is it? Wow. No.
Yeah, dude.
I think there's 2
Oh,
diamonds.
no, I thought it was pieces together. I didn't know.
No, it's one diamond. It's one diamond. That's what's so shocking.
But
what's shocking is you already know.
He went cheap.
Why do you know?
He went cheap on the. It's like a rope tying it, like a little string.
Oh wait, hold on. Why does Brendan already know about this ring? When did?
Because I got my ear to the ground. I got my ear to the ground.
You're digging another man's butt, bro.
Miss Aquarius.
No, I'm kidding. So you're not. You're heterosexual.
This guy's like
no. My wife told me this.
Oh,
I don't give a flying fuck.
The loophole. I should have known.
Yeah, well, I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I'm not even being a hater. I think he's gay. Okay.
I mean, he is. Come on. You don't fuck. This guy's fucking guys.
Yes, ma'am. You have an invitation. How was your day? Lovely. How was your physical therapist? I know they were in an accident. Okay. Do you have it on Monday?
Local police and the federal government would investigate and, by their account, find dozens of victims. Epstein would become
Great spare.
predators. A man faced prison, but served just 13 months in his own wing of the county jail. Why would you cut this deal with Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein's abuse would span years and cross state lines.
New York, Palm Beach, New Mexico, Paris, Virgin Islands, and each one of those residences is an alleged crime scene.
I'm ABC's Mark Remillard, and with a team of journalists from the ABC News Investigative Unit, we've traveled around the country to Jeff horrifying abuse to hear from the girls.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
Jeffrey Epstein. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
3 spares in a row.
Lemons is expected to take first place once again at the weekend box office.
The Zach Cregger-directed thriller is looking to make between $20 to $22 million in its second outing. The action film Nobody 2 will come out Friday.
You did. That was great. You're welcome. Okay, this is like an impossible shot.
to help Priscilla to leverage her name for profits, but then she suddenly cut ties with them. They alleged fraud and breach of contract, seeking more than $50 million. Attorney for Elvis Presley's former wife calls the claims fabricated.
What a strike.
John Lennon box set containing more than 100 tracks to outlet.
You're welcome. Miss Aquarius takes the lead. What a comeback. Get it. Okay. Miss. No doubt, Miss Aquarius. No doubt. I'm going to get this now. Oh, no, not.
History as the first rock band to fill a major stadium. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
Records, milestones, firsts, last, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio?
There you go.
Fellow sports fans, it's Andy West.
That's 7.
Back on this day in sports history, August 5th. Today in 1993,
Get it.
future Hall of Famer Nolan Ryan wins the 324th and last 7-year career. Rangers beat Cleveland 6-4. Today in 2004, the U.S. men's basketball team loses 92-73 to Puerto Rico, the third Olympic defeat for the Americans and first since adding pros. American teams had been 24-0 since the professional Olympic era began with the 1992 Dream Team. The U.S. Olympic team's record was 109-2 entering the game. And today in 2012,
Get it.
Felix Hernandez pitches the Seattle Mariners' first perfect game in baseball history.
No doubt. This is a tough one. Yes, ma'am.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts.
Get it.
A few miles from the last spires in Midtown Atlanta lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became activists from all over the country. I found a struggle worth fighting.
Not good.
Gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive police training facility named Cops. There, in the forest, they built a different the forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other. Until one day, everything shatters. Approximately 9 law enforcement was moved in various sectors of the property.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I am talking about.
From Wondery, Inside Media, Tenderfoot TV, this is when we came to the forest. We got about 150 to 200 protesters that are registered officers now.
2 in a row.
I'm Matthew Sherry. Follow We Came to the Forest.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
AM 640.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
AM 640. It's late, but Instagram, Facebook, and the iHeartRadio app. We're opening up the phone lines right now for Name That Movie called Classic. There's no theme, but there are some difficult movies. No theme, but difficult movies. We are playing for Alamo Draft House passes, and you better be ready.
800-520-1KFI, 800-520-1534. For those who want to play a game that movie called Classic, if you played recently, especially if you want Alamo Draft House passes, cinema passes, do not call 1KFI.
Okie doke, Miss Squares. Take care.
My ass off because it's that allergy season for me. So, it's the truth. And that's why I turn off the camera. Stop sneezing. Stay in that room. Don't come in contact with any of the rest of us. Allergies is not a
I'm sorry. Need something to straighten you up? Okay. All right. Whatever that means. Look. I got fucking paid. Let's fucking go. That's what I mean.
I didn't know that Playboy as an entity was still in business. I didn't know what they were doing. I knew that there was no more magazines. So as far as I was concerned, there was no more Playboy. I don't know if there was even a Playboy channel anymore. I remember in the early 1970s at the Playboy nightclubs, and that was a big thing in the early 1970s. The magazine obviously was big in the 80s and 90s, but since then it's been just nothing. But Playboy, its corporate headquarters, quote, plan on building a content team in Miami. Moving the magazine as we've relaunched the magazine and the Playmate franchise, basing all of that in Miami. And then we have a massive licensing business on a global basis. We plan on building a significant licensing team in Miami as well. And there's some other reasons they said because of California being anti-business and Florida being pro-business, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. I don't think it's going to make a whole lot of difference because Playboy wasn't generating any business. Because I would know if they weren't, because I used to support them. I think in the era where anybody can have access to their darkest fantasies at the touch of a button on their computer, airbrush nudes was a staple, not a big seller. We talk about businesses which should have seen the future. I don't want to say coming, but the future that was approaching. Playboy is another one of those companies. Like, couldn't you see where all this is going? I mean, couldn't you see just in your own marketplace the use of pornographic materials or videos? They should have been way ahead. Well, the thing was, and I'm not blowing smoke here, they packaged it all in a really high prestige magazine with great journalism and great fiction and great interviews, but people just wanted to look at it. I know, and they used other fake justifications. My favorite thing about Playboy was the Playboy Mansion. And I can say this with great confidence and very little regret. Some great times I had at the Playboy Mansion. And you would go get working in the music industry, someone was always having some sort of event at the Playboy Mansion. And each time you go there, you would see Hugh Hefner with women all around. The Playboys were walking all around the grounds, wearing just about nothing. The grotto is real. If you hear about the grotto and stuff going on in the grotto, it is real. You see the regulars, you see like Robert Culp, Jimmy Kahn, all those guys who used to hang out there. I saw the generation after that. The best time I had at the Playboy Mansion, and there's a picture I have from that night. It was an album release party for an artist. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about that. The album bombed. But it was a big deal at the time. And this is, I want to say around 2000 or so. It was Whitney Houston was there. Bobby Brown, during the height of their whatever it was, they were both high and drunk, running around. Whitney was stoned out of her mind, singing gospel songs to nobody in particular. It's one of the things. Whitney and her drug problem was an open secret. That's why people don't understand. Like, everyone knew, everyone just enabled it. Paula Abdul was there. Downtown Julie Brown, Carmen Electra, and I spent most of the night trying to hit on Carmen Electra, no lie. And she listened to me. She heard me out, and I think she realized I was not one of the big ballers. We got a picture up right now on the YouTube channel. I was talking to Carmen Electra, and Downtown Julie Brown came up. I said, I gotta get a picture of this, and I was so close. I really thought I could have
closed the deal. You stated your case, though. Oh, no. And then she realized, like, okay, you're not on the level of the Lakers or Bobby Brown, you know, the real stars. I was just someone who worked at Warner Brothers Records, and that. And she said, okay, I'm moving on. But, I was shooting my shot. And, look, to my dying day, I'll say I had an opportunity. You made your argument before the court. Yes, and I to my dying day, I think I had, let me say, happy belated birthday to Halle Berry, who turned 59 yesterday. And I think that I had a chance with Halle Berry for a moment, but I didn't try to find out because at the time she was married to one of my friends. Was an artist on Warner Brothers Records. So what you're saying, it was generous of you to back off? Yes, it was. I was doing a friend thing. Put that picture back up. That was taken. The photo with me and Halle was taken at her house in her kitchen when she lived in the Hollywood Hills. Look how she has her arm draped around. She was feeling it. I can tell. I had some drinks. She had some drinks. Maybe under different circumstances. Met at a different time. Then she got married again. And then again. And then again. And then I got married. We just never connected at the same time. Just life was not meant to be for us. Two ships passing in the night, man. I got stories, Mark. Oh, I got some stories. Some good ones, too. And when I left that night, she kissed me on the lips. I don't think so. No, that's 100% true. Did you film this? Are there photos of this? Well, there's the photo of the night I didn't film the kiss. Okay, well, in that case, it does not exist. I don't care if the whole, you got to do it for the brand. You don't have yourself, dude, it happened. No, it happened. It happened. Describe it then. Okay, that's enough. That's gross. Okay, let's call it 800-520-1KID. 800-520-1534. Look at that handsome mother father with his arm draped around Carmen Electra and downtown Julie Brown at the same time at the Playboy Mansion. Hugh Hefner wasn't too far from us. That is the smile of a photo bomber who knows he's about to get tossed. But I can die tomorrow knowing that I got to put my arm around Carmen Electra and downtown Julie Brown. Whatever happened in downtown? I honestly don't know. She couldn't, kind of drunk off the face of the earth. She walking around saying, wubba, wubba, wubba. Everybody put her accent was very prominent. Okay? Yeah. Cool people. I got stories, Mark, a bunch of them. Did you know I interviewed Hef? No, I don't know if you told me or not, but I'm not surprised. I think we can go toe-to-toe on it. Okay. All right. Well, maybe a few other body parts. No. KFIM 640 live everywhere now. iHeartRadio app.
KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, or stimulating talk.
The opposition puts a price tag on Newsom's gerrymandering gambit. I'm Mark Bronner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The GOP says the special election district congressional lines in California could cost taxpayers a minimum $235 million.
The election aims to change a 2010 law that transferred redistricting power from politicians to a citizens' commission. The last special election in 2021 to recall Governor Gavin Newsom cost just slightly over $2 million. According to the GOP, the higher cost of the redistricting special election is attributed to inflation, increased postage, and a growing number of mail-in ballots needed for the state's expanding voter base. Dina Kodiak, KFI News.
A man accused of throwing chunks of concrete at federal agents in Paramount has denied doing it.
On Thursday, Compton resident Elpidio Reyna pleaded not guilty to 4 felony counts of assault on a federal officer. His before September the 30th in Los Angeles. Court, Reyna allegedly felt in passing government vehicles with concrete during the immigration enforcement operation in June. One federal officer was injured. Reyna was on the wanted list before he was arrested in Mexico on July. KFI News.
Families at an elementary have questions and concerns after they witnessed immigration agents detain them. Schools say the arrest happened around 3 yesterday afternoon while the parent was waiting to pick up their child. Superintendent Dr. Fabi Bagula says this was a tough way to end the first week of school.
Places for children to be in, we want to make their friends and be excited about coming back to school. That's what we can continue to assure our partners.
The district says extra resources will be available. A new homeless service Skid Row in downtown LA.
The Skid Row Care Campus provides a wide range of services for homeless individuals and families. The center, located on South Crocker Street downtown, provides access to showers and bathrooms, case management, healthcare, and harm reduction supplies, and more. This is a direct result of the county to address challenges Skid Row residents thriving community. Jim Root, KFI News.
President Trump and Russian President Putin finished their closed-door meeting in Alaska. ABC's Mary Bruce reports that after the 3-hour summit, there are still many questions about what was discussed.
They both came out in these short remarks suggesting that progress has been made. Vladimir Putin using the word agreement, saying, I expect that today's agreement will be a good starting point. The president referencing the fact that they aren't quite there, which hinted at the point that they didn't get, it appears, the full ceasefire that President Trump was hoping for, but he kept alluding to this progress.
Before the meeting, President Trump said his goal was to get a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, which he also campaigned on. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has not been invited to attend that summit in Alaska. ABC's Ian Pannell reports it's business as usual on the front lines of the war in that country.
Our team here in Ukraine are reporting that on the front lines right now, while we're talking, the fighting is still going on. Russian troops are trying to take more territory. There is no indication whatsoever on the ground that anything has changed.
He says air raid sirens have gone off all day in the capital of Kyiv and in other parts of Ukraine. Self-flat weather from KFI. Clouds and fog later with lows in the low 60s. Partly cloudy tomorrow with highs around 80. Mid-80s in the valleys, 90 in the AV and IE. That's the second time I've done that. I'll get it right. Low 70s at the beaches, and it's going to look about the same Sunday. Right now it's 66 in Orange, 66 in Villa Park, 67 in Sherman Oaks, 69 in Compton, and we're heading to a crash on the 60 in Moreno Valley.
That's heading eastbound just after Frederick Street. It's involving a motorcycle. You'll see the two left lanes blocked off, causing a heavy ride from the 215. And if you're on the 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills, there's some slowing as you come into Weir Canyon. That state slopes it just after Gibson Canyon Road. Making your way northbound on the 110 in South LA, that's just before Century Boulevard. We got a stall stuck in the right lane, causing some traffic backed up from about the 105. Traveling on the 10 eastbound in Mid-City, some slowing as you approach La Brea. Your drive stays busy from there as you head towards downtown LA. Things start to clear up right up at 110. And as you travel on the 101 southbound in Hollywood, stop-and-go traffic builds up just after Western, and it stays busy until you make your way past the 110. Things are looking up for you now if you're on the 5. That's southbound in Glendale right at Western. An earlier crash has been cleared from the 3 right lanes. Your drive is recovering from all of that. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Follow Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. In your gear, keep up with the beat. Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Energy consumption is a primary contributor to a changing climate, producing around 27% of greenhouse gases in the United States. Save money and energy at home by turning off your computer completely before you go to bed. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
The New York Times headline caught my eye. We read as follows: the psychedelic revolution is coming. Psychiatry may never be the same. Psychedelics are everywhere. Could psychedelics soon be the new Prozac? Investors want the most important idea of the year because people believe in psychedelics.
Depression, anxiety,
Taking a disparate specialist claims to us feel is medicine that can make us all better. But there's a dark side. So, really, what is this?
Right. I just want people to see what I see.
Which is
I see
cover-ups, and I see the possibility that a lot of people get hurt and get really deeply hurt.
I'm Io Delivery, and this is Cover Story from New York Magazine. Season 1, Power Trip.
Power is seductive, and we are humans, and humans like being seduced. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
The Timber Alamo Drafthouse Cinema DTLA has the exclusive theatrical debut of the entire A Nightmare on Elm Street 7 film collection remastered in stunning 4K. The theatrical screenings begin on August 29th with A Nightmare on Elm Street, and it proceeds all the way through September 20th with Wes Craven's new Nightmare. So, players tonight will be playing for Alamo Drafthouse Cinema passes. Let's get to the phones. Let's start with Brian and Irvine. Brian, thank you for holding on tonight. How are you, sir?
What is up, Mo? What is up, Chihuahua?
Your Honor. I like Brian already. Hang up the phone promptly. Hang it up. Brian, you know how...
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
The bumper music you played for out of the last break during the movie called Classic, hey, have you heard? That one? Is that like your guys' take on the Fish and Save Pittsburgh theme song?
Yes, it is. Eric Lusardo. Yes. The story behind it is the first week we played in that movie called Classic. It's one of the first movies put in there, and someone chose it, and the whole studio ganged up on me and said that the Fish that Saved Pittsburgh, they'd never heard of it. It wasn't a cult classic. It shouldn't be in there. And then it got to be such a joke that Eric Lusardo took the hit from the movie, because there's a hit soundtrack, and fashioned it into a bumper. You are correct.
Oh man, they had that set shot guy that shot Granny style. That movie was fun.
Thank you. Look, they don't know what they're missing out on. All right, so I need a number from you between 1 and 10.
My daughter's lucky number 4.
Here comes number 4.
You guys kick ass. You're double out of guns or intensity in 10 cities, live at Buddha time. If you guys got a break, you could really make it.
Yeah, and if a frog had wings, it wouldn't bump his ass when he hopped.
Interesting. Where did you learn English?
College. And the Police Academy movies.
Cassandra. I've got something I want to say to you.
Careful! It's amazing. You learn how to say the pretty in Cantonese. Dito kailan sa'yo? Son, maybe Korean day Hi, Wayne.
Hello, Stacy.
Okay, now, quickly now. Ryan and Irvine, do you recognize that movie?
Party on Mo, Party on Chihuahua, Wayne's World.
Is it? Yes, it is. How soon did you realize it?
Immediately.
Okay. That I thought was going to be one of the easy ones, since we had Tia Carrere on earlier in the show. They put it at the front of people's minds.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, she was on at 8 o'clock. But it'll be available on the podcast.
I will watch.
Brian, thanks so much for calling in. I want you to have a safe weekend, and we'll probably do this again sometime in the future.
You guys are awesome. Hey, Mo, you got to get a hold of Romy, man. He changed his license plate to Angel Boy instead of Dodger Boy.
I saw that. Yeah, Jim Romy. Yeah, the Angels came. I should say Dodgers went to the Angels, and they got mopped, swept by the Angels, so he changed the license plate on his Benz.
That ain't right.
Gotta run, Brian.
Thank you so much. You have a good night.
We'll have more just moments later with Mo Kelly. Gotta go sneeze. More KFI 640 everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. Now over to my mom, KFI 25 Newsroom. Here's the latest. A federal judge in LA has ruled to deny the Trump administration's request and end a policy in place for nearly 3 decades meant to protect immigrant children in federal custody. AT&T is agreed to pay $177 million to settle claims over 2 data breaches last year. Eligible customers can get up to $7,500 through the Kroll Settlement Administration website. Claims are due by November 18th. And today, August 15th, is somehow National Lemon Meringue Pie Day. Are those the best throwing pies, though? You decide. We got codes on the 5. Cascade.
That's heading south now from Hasley Canyon to Magic Mountain Parkway. The 2 right lanes are called out for road work that's scheduled until 8 in the morning. And some good news on the 110 northbound in South LA, right at Century. Looks like a stall has been moved out of the right lane. Traffic has recovered there. And if you're making your way on the 60 eastbound in Moreno Valley, just after Frederick Street, looks like a motorcycle wreck still has the 2 left lanes blocked off. The drive is jammed up from the 215. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, Pedro Moreno.
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls had photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast from me, Dana Schwartz, the host of Film Report, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Hoax, and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires in downtown Atlanta lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country. I found a struggle worth fighting for. Gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive police training facility, nicknamed Cops. There, in the forest, they built a different the forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other. Until one day, everything shatters.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving through various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip unload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondery, Camsat Media, to Airfoot TV, this is when we came to the forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters that live in the office now.
I'm Matthew Sheehan. Follow We Came to the Forest. They were so dedicated to that forest.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
In the history of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from assured. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished. This is over. Not only is not going to work, we got to get rid of those guys. It's a fact.
Leave the gun, take the cannoli. My co-host Mark Seal and I strip back the varnish of movie history and talk to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind the Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features new and archival interviews with Francis Ford Coppola, Robert Evans, Godfather, James Caan, to me, what's coming next? Since that's what I got to force you up and drive around a lot. Al Ruddy, I said I got a call from these Italian guys. It was the movie makes them a lot of trouble. Talia Shire,
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
and many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI KM 640, more stimulating talk.
Coming
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, here we are on the cusp of a new chapter between the United States and Russia. What are the repercussions for geopolitics?
That's coming up Monday at 9.
It's late with Will Kelly. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Let's continue to name that movie called Classic and go to the phones. Rick in Camarillo. Rick, how are you this evening?
Hi, we're good.
Uh-oh, you said we're, so who's helping you out? Who's playing the game?
Oh, that's Georgette here.
So it's Rick and Georgette from Camarillo. Welcome, Georgette.
Yeah.
Have you played the game with us before?
I have not, but we listen all the time.
So you can choose any number except number 4 between 1 and 10.
Oh, 4 was my number. Let's see. My one daughter is 7. My other 2 will do 5.
All right, here is number 5. How many times? That's what I said. I remember hearing myself saying, out of town. You know what? You don't pay off with you. You pay to leave. What you pay out of town shoes to do. You pay him to get the hell back out of town. That's why I asked him for out of town shoes. What I get? In town shoes. Someone decided to hire in town shoes. You know what else I got for my money? In town police. In town trouble. Who's going to get in the ring with me on this? You hungry? You must be hungry, right? I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. Dog's gonna eat, right?
All right, Rick.
Oh, man.
Thank you, sir.
No idea.
That's okay. It was directed by John Singleton. It stars Mark Wahlberg, Tyrese Gibson, Andre 3000, and Garrett Hedlund. And they all play siblings.
Oh, yeah, it's one of her movies. 4 brothers.
4 brothers it is. Well done, sir. Yeah. And the voice you heard in that is Trutel Ejiofor, before he went on to...
Oh, all right. It's been a while. I've been that a while.
Yeah. It's a good movie. I just happened to run across it again last week, over the weekend. And, yeah, it still holds up. It's unfortunate there probably will never be a sequel because John Singleton has passed, and I haven't heard any real appetite for it. So, but I would love to see a sequel.
I want to give a shout out to my daughter Carly, my other daughter Mabel. Also, great sleep right now, but
But there's the podcast. You'll be able to play it back to them on the podcast.
Yep. We listen every Friday, but that's nice.
If I could just get you to listen Monday through Thursday as well, we'd be getting somewhere.
Oh, of course. Love you guys.
Rick, thank you so much.
All right, bud. Have a good night.
You too. We have a couple of lines open just if you want to join the show. 800-520-1K5. 800-520-1534. Let's continue with Aaron in Valencia. Aaron, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Will Kelly, Koala, and God bless the Cushman family.
No shout out for Mark.
Of course.
That's okay. I just wonder.
Sounds like Mark Thompson, so I don't know.
Mark, Roderick, do you want to defend yourself, Mark? No, that's a great compliment. Thompson has the voice of God. Oh, there's more than one Mark Thompson, too.
Yeah, seriously, their voices seem very similar to me, so.
I'll take it. All righty. Aaron, You know how we play the game, so I just need a number from you. You cannot choose 4 or 5.
I will take lucky number 7, please.
Okay. We'll see how lucky it is. Mark. I should say Mark Warner Thompson. Okay, be ready.
Hey, as you don't believe my church. The church of divine economic scripture. Yeah, that's right. I don't believe in it. And you don't believe in God. Not your God. God doing all right, Bob? Yeah. Why don't you climb on board and believe in me? And for a fool, I'll put you near the doctor. Because it's better to have money than not to need it. Than to need it not. And there's a good place in this world for money. Yes, I know where it is. It's right here in my pocket. You're talking just like a pimp. You know what? These are great. He must be leading a bunch of fools. Disrespect woman he don't even know. Also, sister, some of the finest woman I ever want to meet. He don't know nothing about it. That's right. If I were to see me, I'd be kicking in your life.
Aaron and Valencia. Do you need a hint?
Is it any movie by any chance?
No, it is not.
Oh, I am done, guys.
Okay, it is a movie by someone that Eddie looked up to. It starred Richard Pryor, George Carlin, Franklin Ajayi. It was a mixture of some of the biggest comedians at the time. Mark Ronner talks to you know which one this is. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, here's a hint for all involved.
Oh, car wash.
Yes! Yes, someone's been paying attention. Well, Aaron,
in high school, we went and saw that over and over and over again.
I'm surprised that I thought when I put Richard Pryor's voice into it, it would have given it away immediately. And
no, unfortunately not.
Well, you handled it well. It was just one. It was like a half of a hint. You came immediately through.
I should have got it because you guys were doing the clap from that movie a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
Yes. Some of these some people might get.
And it gets funnier every single time. And I thought people would have known. I thought people just would have assumed that Car Wash would have been in the movies this week because we keep making references to it, but no one. Yeah. But you won. Aaron won.
All right, thank you so much, you guys. Have a great weekend, and my best weekend is appreciated to family and friends.
Absolutely. I'm quite sure he's listening right now, or if not, we'll pass him along to him.
Thank you so much.
It's led with Mo Kelly. More of your calls, more clips, and more of your chances to win passes to Alamo Drafthouse Cinema for their exclusive theatrical debut of A Night There on Elm Street, the 7th film collection. KFI 640, down at Mark Runner, KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom is now facing a formal complaint after holding a press conference about his redistricting efforts. Republican Assembly member Kate Sanchez from Murrieta filed a complaint with the Fair Political Practices Commission. Missing word, she claims Newsom violated state campaign laws, calling the so-called redistricting press conference a rally paid for with taxpayer dollars. Sanchez says it's a simple case of betrayal of the public trust and the governor's misusing public resources for personal political gain. A large branch fell and killed an 8-year-old boy in Calabasas, reportedly from a tree then known being in bad shape.
The Orange County Register reports an employee with the tree care company warned the oak tree was decaying one day before the branch fell. It happened during a summer camp at King Gillette Ranch Park on July 9th. The boy who was under the tree died and several other people were injured. They include an 11-year-old girl who suffered a broken leg, a 5-year-old boy who suffered lacerations to the head, and a 73-year-old man who suffered a concussion. King Gillette Ranch is managed by the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
You're way too beautiful, girl.
And rapper and singer Sean Kingston's been sentenced to 3.5 years in federal prison, convicted in March on wire fraud and conspiracy charges. His attorney had asked for house arrest. Kingston's mom was also convicted on the same charges and was sentenced to 5 years in prison last month. Prosecutors say Kingston used his celebrity status to receive more than $1 million worth of luxury goods and didn't pay for them. Southland weather from KFI, clouds and fog later, lows in the low 60s. Partly cloudy tomorrow. We'll have highs around 80, mid 80s in the valleys, 90 in the AV and IE, and low 70s at the beaches. Pretty much the same on Sunday. Right now it's 68 in Burbank, 66 in Orange, and we've got cones on the 15 in Lake Elsinore.
That's heading northbound from Lake Street to just before Indian Truck Trail. You'll see the 2 right lanes coned off for road work scheduled until 5 in the morning. And as you make your way through Moreno Valley, 60 eastbound just after Frederick Street, still got a wreck involving a motorcycle that has the 2 left lanes blocked off. Your drive is stacked up from about the 215. And as you make your way on the 5 southbound in Commerce, seeing some patchy slowing as you come up to Washington Boulevard. It'll be slow in pockets until you get to the 605. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
In 1920, a magazine article announced something incredible. 2 young girls photographed real fairies. That article was written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who invented Sherlock Holmes. How did he fall for that? Hoax is a new podcast from me, Dana Schwartz, the host of Noble One, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode will explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Hoax, and listen now.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to put it back on your list. Innovative things are happening in teaching today, and you can be a part of it.
Make more. Teach. Visit teach.org. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Your party soon disappears. Everybody's a suspect.
At public university in the middle of California, so frustrating that it can't get resolved.
We can't think of a safer location. However, it's just like any location. There are 1 or 2 people that can destroy someone's life.
I want you to tell me everything that your son has told you about the night this occurred. When they were supposed to go to night. Is your son accused of murdering this girl? Is he testimony? He's never talked to you about this girl murdering? No, I'm not specifically concerning the accused. That's what the television says.
Your own backyard. The disappearance of Kristen Smart.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
When was the last time you took a chance?
I was traveling, and a cute girl sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
From Tenderfoot TV in Atlanta, I'm Kate Lindsay.
And I'm Maggie Freeling.
This is Up and Vanished Weekly.
From the team that brought you Up and Vanished comes an all-new podcast that brings you a weekly dose of true crime cases. Join me as I talk through cases with special guests and true crime experts.
There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they've got.
It's got to be DNA. Yeah. Tune in as Kate Lindsay lays out the crime in true Up and Vanished style.
A late night knock at the door, a missing car, and a mysterious shadowy figure caught on camera.
Up and Vanished Weekly is available now. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
here on KFI with another preseason clash, this time taking on the LA Rams at SoFi tomorrow. Catch the play-by-play action right here, pregame starting at 3 p.m. on KFI AM 640.
Hold up with Los Angeles Chargers football on KFI.
No more rehearsing and losing apart. We know everyone what heart. This is it. In the heights. No more heights will be. On with the show. This is it.
KFI AM 640's late with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. We continue to play Name That Movie called Classic for Alamo Drafthouse Cinema DTLA passes for the theatrical debut of A Nightmare on Elm Street that's promoted from August through September. And we're going to go back to the phones. So we have the lines. We have one line open. So give us a call at 800-520-1KFI, 800-520-1534. We have one more line open. Let's go to Fernando in Lancaster. Fernando, how you doing, sir?
I'm good, Bill. How about you?
I'm having a really bad sneezing fit. My allergies are killing me, but other than that, I'm good.
Don't come to me, hello, baby. Always best me. Colin's always keeping up.
Yeah, dust. Like if I clean the house and I'm sweeping, that'll get me going. And obviously, pollen is usually though in like the April months or October, not in August. Just having a bad day in that regard, but hopefully I'll survive. You can choose, Fernando, any number 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, or 10.
Let's go with number 9.
Here is number 9, and let's see if Mark can recognize this as well.
I'm working long hours now. 6 in the afternoon to 6 in the morning, sometimes even 8 in the morning. 6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week. It's a long hustle, but it keeps me real busy. I can take in $350 a week, sometimes even more, like off the meter. Oh yeah, we'll sleep out at night. Forrest Gump, buggers, queens, fairies, dopers, junkies. Sick, venal. Someday I want to wake up and wash all the scum off the streets. I go all over. I take people to the Bronx, Brooklyn, I take them to Harlem. I don't care. Don't make no difference to me. It does to some won't even take them. Don't make no difference to me.
Fernando in Lancaster, this is a classic movie, not to be confused with a cult classic. Do you know what it is?
I do. And the scared with it for a little bit. I was like, oh my God. And then I got the boy. And then I got his occupation as a taxi driver.
Taxi driver. And not only is it a fantastic movie, its cast is legendary. Robert De Niro, Jodie Foster, Sybil Shepherd, Albert Brooks. This is one movie. It's a classic, but I'm surprised that they haven't tried to do a remake and update it. I don't want to, but I am surprised. Obscene. Also, you got that great Bernard Herrmann soundtrack score. Yes, all of that. But Fernando, you didn't even play Taxi Driver. Right? Why don't you try harder next time?
I haven't seen the whole thing. I've seen clips. I've seen parts of the movie. I haven't actually sat down and watched the whole thing. But his voice, as soon as he starts talking, you're like, hold on. All right, I know you good. And I pinpointed it to that.
Well, you're pretty good because I don't think I would have been able to identify the movie from that scene if I had not seen the movie.
I was afraid of what you were going to let play.
Oh no! I was very, very particular about scouring different scenes that were airable, or I didn't do too much work in the editing.
Oh yeah.
And when this show first started, you sent me a shirt, and it made me look like that sausage. Did Chihuahua ever show you that picture I emailed
sent you whatever we had because I think all of them were mediums, and so our healthier folks. Well, we should be doing a T-shirt run hopefully before Halloween for the Halloween soiree. So keep your ears open for that.
You got it.
Fernando, thanks for calling in. Thanks for being such a great contestant. Have a great weekend.
Love your show. Love you guys.
Be well, Fernando. And let's get in one more before we go to break. Let's talk to Cassidy in San Diego. Cassidy, good evening.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm fantastic, Mo. How are you?
I'm just sneezing my head off right now. But other than that, I'm great.
I know. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It happens every like 6 months or so. But I will survive. You can choose numbers 1, 2, and 3, 6, 8, or 10.
We're gonna go with 10.
Here we go.
How about food?
I haven't eaten in a little, 4 hours. Which one eats is cut that? Because I used to call for the lips. Like you said, I don't have much. I just we can start with that wee orchard you got over there. All right, all in there. We can talk. Nice rod, isn't that? I like that rod. It's nice soft. There's some great harm on here now, don't What's your
Not for sale.
Cassidy in San Diego. Do you have any idea, or do you need some help?
I chose so poorly. I have no clue.
Okay,
I need some help.
All right, here are your hints. It's one of the worst movies ever made. It was god awful. And it stars Kevin Costner. That might give it away.
Water World?
Yes!
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not. That's the answer. Oh my goodness. Is that fair, Mark? Is it one of the worst movies ever made? I gotta admit, I've never suffered through water. Oh, you're not missing a damn thing. I have no intention of doing it either. In fact, I was going to name that movie called Classic, the worst of edition, and Waterworld was going to be one of them, but I can find 10 others that are just as horrible. I mean, even at the time when we saw the trailers, it was an obvious. I mean, who, and they spent a lot of money, and it wasn't like it was a bad cast, it was just bad everywhere else. You had Kevin Costner, Dennis Hopper, James Horn.
Oh, what is this bullshit?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so happy. And I want to tell your previous guest, hey, I got a Halloween.
Decided that the moment was right to duck Eastwood. He was worried that if he didn't make a deal with Arafat, and Arafat was weaker, then he would have to contend with all kinds of other movements, such as Hamas and so on. So under the leadership of President Clinton, they signed the Oslo Accords. And this was kind of like a big step forward in what the Israelis and the Americans called the roadmap to the two-state solution. And it was supposed to be kind of like a creation of both a safe Israeli state, a Israeli state with secure borders, and an incipient Palestinian state that, with acts of confidence, would eventually become a full-fledged state. That was the idea. It has not worked, but Rabin, for his efforts, was also assassinated.
I got it. W mod, thank you. I went just getting it out before it started.
Powers of statehood, like a technical level, but they were ultimately supervised by
God damn, it's every night with that motherfucker.
majority somehow of people were not willing to give up the
like a robot
terror
again.
organization. And it's
You did for a second. What did you say?
You sound like a robot again.
depending on which leader was in power, continues to build
You broke up again, okay?
in the West Bank, which Palestinians saw as obstacles to an eventual land-based peace, and so it ended in a stalemate. Here's a picture of Gaza in 2005, a rather different movement happened. Gaza was incredibly crowded, small but very successful Jewish population living with a tremendous amount of security, like forced security by the Israeli Defense Forces within an overwhelmingly Arab population. But by the initial decades of the 21st century, Ariel Sharon, who was the prime minister at the time, felt that it was not practical to try and support this small Jewish population, this Israeli population within the Gaza Strip, and he was worried about the changing demographics, which indicated a much higher birth rate among Palestinians than Jews. And so he argued, and the polls just slightly supported, the slight majority of Israelis supported this, that it was time for Jews to simply leave Gaza, the so-called disengage, and essentially leave it to its own devices. So that's ultimately what happened. It was a tremendously heart-wrenching moment in Israeli history. There was huge protests against it. Populations like more secular Jews in Tel Aviv and in Haifa were very much in favor of it. But religious Jews tend to be oppositional to it, in particular, well, the details. But ultimately, they did disengage, but it has not solved the solution to Gaza. Still a tremendous amount of terror emanating from Gaza. A lot of rocket attacks in surrounding areas. This causes the Israelis to increase their blockade of Gaza and to lock it down and make sure they're not getting material, weapons, and so on. And it remains a hot spot in the region with no easy solutions in sight. So that's basically our status quo today. Now, to move to the current moment, I may take a couple of minutes over, sorry, but we do not have any great progress in the region, and the two-state solution, by and large, does not seem to be working. But the latest iteration of this under President Trump, led by his son-in-law Jared Kushner, is this so-called vision for peace. We don't know exactly what will happen with this model, but it has, in my humble opinion, it seems very much like if you were to ask Israelis who are still in favor of the two-state solution, what would be your best deal? This would be it. In other words, it essentially favors the Jewish perspective of what a two-state solution would look like, without really consulting too many of the Palestinians who obviously rejected it. But there is certainly support in some regions of the Arab world for it. Many of the Arab countries surrounding Israel, who have now made peace with Israel, are fed up with the ongoing conflict and would like to put it to rest. So this map includes in the green areas regions given to a kind of a stronger Palestinian authority, crisscrossed by Israeli access roads, still supervised by Israel, and military control of certain regions of Israel. Some expansion of those regions in the south to the south of the Gaza Strip for industrial development, and some rather ingenious tunnel that connects Gaza to the West Bank. But at this moment, as I'm speaking, in 2020, it doesn't look like it's really going anywhere. But this is the current plan on the table from the current administration.
My brother, what are you waiting for?
What's he talking about?
Ain't no damn way. You get the fuck out of here, buddy. It's Rabbi. He's in the fucking Discord.
Well, yeah, because that's not his bot account. That's just his regular account.
But it also is very much influenced by Western law, specifically the value of
Alright, well, he's fucking banned from the server now.
It's
very difficult to see both of those things.
Well, I was on fun. He was over there, Rabbi Rothschild, just chilling in my damn Discord. Just in my waiting room, like, what the fuck, brother? What are you?
Both lines of this crisis. The first is that the idea that I mentioned earlier.
My name is Captain Jiggy. I find it crazy this motherfucker's on the
boundaries of Israel not have the same rights. There are three main categories. There are.
We just played yesterday. You get the fuck out of here, buddy.
I was supposed to have a conversation with him on stream one time.
Dude, this update hadn't came out late today. We just played yesterday.
And then you have the monetary area, which primarily living in the West. We do not have the same rights to movement and employment.
They just had an update for me, but my computer's on all day, so. I mean, mine's on all day too. My shit's supposed to update automatically. I don't know.
I don't know.
None of mine update automatically. I don't know why.
Then you have a very important interview.
Windows. I'm only on 52% download.
And the Haredim, the extreme religious, it's called Haredim, those who tremble at the will of God. And there are a lot of really important flashpoints in there. Like here, you can see in the sign, it says in English, stop the oppression of the religious minority in Israel. And they're referring to the ultra-Orthodox Jews as ironic. And in English, it's violating
Watch, I'm gonna get it. You bought it now too.
So there are certain things like, for example, there's had a long time in standing, for the most part, not all of them, but had a long standing opposition serving in the IDF, which is a national burden that present. Why should it be that the youth of the Haredim are not exposed to the effort and difficulty and danger?
Just finish the labs, let's go. Labs.
Let's say the army is overwhelmed with secular.
How do you even get in here?
Values in so many ways that you can possibly
like coughing, choking, make me fucking ban people. You're so sweet. Watch, I'm gonna get it. You bought it now too.
More religious, less bus services and movie theaters and beaches open on Sabbath and things like that. Or the who want to say, hey, we're a secular state.
I don't know why it's a habit. I feel like I have to drink something, even if it's Wasser. Thank you, dude. I appreciate the hell out of you. I'm sorry for inducing nightmares. I hope you have fun sleeping tonight. Don't think about SpongeBob SquareNuts. But yeah, I'm gonna hop off here. I'm so tired. I've been filming and on all day. So, man, I might stream tomorrow. I don't know. That depends. If Megan's playing Tarkov, if Alex is playing whatever the fuck, Battlefield, or whatever fucking shit she does. But anyways, love you guys endlessly. Thank you for being here, and until next time, I love you so much.
Feel that they suffer a tremendous amount of racism in Israel, and there's reason for that argument as well. So there's a lot of internal struggles between the equitable treatment of all populations in society that speak to this central divide. And Israel
really need you out to drop those emotes.
All the time.
Drop those emotes. Ready? Let's go.
Let us conclude. I apologize once again for taking a little bit long, but maybe we can say, top it up to the previous meetings, the fact that it's just really just
taking your barbs away. I'm sorry, I ripped you guys so close, sir.
Similar story. It thrives and it lives the trees. It's one of the most dynamic places really on the face of the earth. Samuel Howman, very important American sociologist, argued in one of his books that, given the current realities of Jewish life in America in particular, and the diaspora writ large, it could be that the only future for Jews is really in Israel. And that's certainly something that there's a lot of thought for those of us who are living in the diaspora. Thank you very much for your attention and your continued engagement with this lecture. I hope you all stay safe during this COVID-19. Next week, we will conclude this series by looking at the 21st century. We'll go back to Samuel Howman's work.
All right, Joe, what you got over there?
Try to understand what
the Restream. Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. I really do appreciate you, Joe.
Thank you very much.
We're just vibing, bro.
Really coming out of his job, John. Wait.
Let me see. Let me see. What you order?
You want to kill your own son? I'm scared, Dad.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Today is the final class in our series on Jewish history, and I'm really grateful that so many of you are here to listen on this. My goal for tonight was to try and focus on, 20th century developments. The majority of the talk was going to be about what has happened to American Jewry in the 21st century, and that's what we'll focus on tonight, a little bit more detail perhaps than I originally intended. And then I was going to look a little bit at Europe, a little bit at Eastern Europe, and finally at Israel, which we talked about a little bit last week. So in reality, what we'll do tonight is we'll focus more closely on America, because that is where we currently have the largest proportion of real Jewry. Not a very significant majority. There's actually quite a few Jews living now in Israel, and significant populations in Europe, even after the Holocaust. But that's really where most of my scholarly energy is going to go in the 21st century. One last word of caution, in that I'm a historian, not a political scientist, and not a prophet. So I tend to get weaker as a scholar when I look at what's going to happen or what happened just recently, because historians like to have a lot of time to think about things in the past, so contemplate them, kind of like digest them. So most of the 21st century material we haven't had a chance to digest properly. Okay, so most of the data that we're going to speak about today comes from a very important survey that was conducted by a Pew Research Institute called The Portrait of Jewish Americans, and it was conducted at the beginning of the second decade of the 20th century. And it gives us, as the title implies, a very detailed portrait of what was going on with American Jewry. Who were they? What are they like? What do they break down? And it's an incredibly detailed survey of what it looks like, a cross-section of American Jewry as a whole. And it has a little bit of frightening information, and in fact, the American Jewish community has reacted to it, but has not really found solutions to some of the problems that are uncovered by the Pew Research Report. In many ways, the Pew Research Report confirmed a lot of earlier research that had been questioned. There were a lot of questions about earlier surveys that were done in the Jewish community, thinking that perhaps the method of surveying individuals was inappropriate, it was not accurate, it was reflective of the American Jewish situation. The Pew report of 2013 really put all those concerns to rest and said, no, this is definitely the trend that American Jews have been following. However, even though a lot of those trends are essentially, to put in a word, self-destructive, that these trends are pushing the Jews towards assimilation at an incredibly rapid rate, we have this saying in the Talmud, Ein Mazal Yisrael, which means there is no predestined future for the Jewish people. Meaning
their kismet, their fate, their destiny change at a moment's notice with the right kind of attitudinal shift, behavioral shift. Everything seems like to go out the window. That's part of the reality of Jewish history, and it's very true. You see, for example, just look at the 20th century, which we left last week. We have clearly the worst massacre in Jewish history, the worst genocide, arguably, I think pretty fairly, in world history, with the Holocaust, and then 3 short years later, Jews established their state Israel, the first time in 19 years, a feat that has not been repeated by any other nation ever. The only thing comes close, perhaps, the rebirth of Poland after about 200 odd years, not even 200, more like 150 years of disobedience. So the pendulum of Jewish history swings with tremendous rapidity, and we see phenomenal change in a very short period of time. So even though a lot of the picture in this particular research is dark, it's not necessarily fine. So let's have a look at some of the research that was discovered in this Pew study. And a little bit here we go. I originally delivered a lecture for a conference on biotechnology. Okay, here is one of the figures that the Pew study confirmed. American Jews are getting less religious, less likely to be religious every successive generation. Looking at this chart here, you see that the greatest generation, right? These are essentially the Jews who participated in World War II. They are about 93% by religion in 2013. If you meet one of those great generation Jews and you ask them, what's your religion? They will say, I'm Jewish. Only 7% will say no. The silent generation that follows them is my father's generation, who grew up as a child in depression, just a little too young to participate in World War II. Not a much of a change. 86%, slight change. The boomers, I myself am a late boomer. I was born at the very end of the boomer period. 81%. So a significant step down. By the time you get to millennials, a millennial was born to Jewish parents after 1980. There's only 68% likely to declare themselves Jewish by religion. Significant decline overall. And by the way, the numbers from 2020 are very similar. A recent study of people with religion. This is actually this week. It appeared in the New York Times, I believe, on Friday. They conducted a survey asking, how has the COVID-19 crisis affected your faith? Has it made you more religious, less religious, right? So a lot of the numbers are like in the 20s and 30s, but when it comes to Jews, only 7% of Jews say it's made them more religious, which is exactly the same number as non-believers. So if you write this, you're probably the same people. But 7% of Jews, only 7%, the smallest number by far, are willing to state that the current crisis has made them more religious. So Jews in America tend to be departing from traditional religion in a very significant way. We will see there's some qualifiers to that. If we jump ahead over here, this is one of the most significant factors related to the decline in Jewish affiliation over the last century. You can see that marriages that took place before 1970, only about 17% of them involved non-Jewish couples. Still a very significant number. If you go back to pre-war Germany, usually hovering around 30% or so. So you can see that marriages occurring in every year thereafter, there's a significant increase in the prevalence of intermarriage. So the marriage that involves a Jew is more likely than not to involve a Jew. And that's a trend that apparently has continued right up till our present time. The reason why the Pew study was so significant is because the study that was conducted at the turn of the 21st century indicated that a slight majority of Jews, 55% of Jews, were marrying non-Jews, and that was considered scandalous, like more than half. But in fact, it is a verifiable fact that we can see very clearly. This is the trend of American Jewry, and there's a lot of consequences of it. As we see, for example, when we look at children. Children is a widely cited statistic. Only about 1/4 of children raised in the home of one non-Jewish parent. By the way, all these figures about marrying non-Jews do not include people who convert any of the denominations. These surveys are conducted basically asking the person, "Are you Jewish?" And they would say yes or no. And they would say, "Were you born Jewish?" And they would say yes or no. They might ask more questions. But in terms of the intermarriage question, if both partners say they are Jewish, then that's all that the survey is getting. In terms of Jewish law, halacha, obviously there's a much more significant debate, particularly with regard to children. If the mother was converted, because traditional Orthodox Judaism is matrilineal, the form movement adopted a patrilineal formula in 1983 with a different definition, which follows through the father. But I'm getting off this. Perhaps this is a phenomenon related to the greater acceptance of intermarriage, particularly in the conservative form of Reconstructionist communities. But it remains to be seen exactly how this will play out long term over Jewish demographics as a whole. In terms of fertility, this is related very much to the question of intermarriage, because obviously if Jews have more children, they have a better chance of surviving in terms of demographics to another generation. And one of the worrisome aspects of Jewish survival in America in particular is that American Jews are remarkably infertile in comparison to non-Jews. Looking at the general Jewish population, U.S. population, it's 2.2 children per female, whereas the net Jewish number is below that, 1.9. You have to have 2 for replacement, right? To keep the population, you have to have at least 2 children, and obviously 3 would grow the population theoretically. Now, and that is related very much to religion. Jews who declare themselves Jewish by religion are a slightly higher number, 2.1 children, whereas Jews who claim to have
I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I'm not even being a Jew. I thought he was gay. Okay.
I mean, he is. We had you don't fuck. This guy's fucking guy. Cristiano Ronaldo. And here's how I know. I would if I was up there. If I was him, bro, I'm gonna be fucking dudes. There's nothing else to do at that point.
Yeah, done it all.
You're in Euro's level. I mean, I might not be. I wouldn't be a bottom, but bro, yeah, you tried it once. I'm on a yacht. He's at a party with the eyes wide shut. I'm on a ding, 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 ding.
This is funny. This is funny.
I did see this.
First call, first female umpire in history.
Just set that back.
Ow!
History in the making.
Straight.
It was so far outside.
I mean, look, it happens, but that's bad. They're talking about getting rid of the umpires, though. Yeah.
No, they're not. No, they're not gonna let them.
I know, because they're so.
Historic call that they're putting that ball in the MLB.
Yeah.
Or in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
You're crazy if that batter didn't walk away and say something fucking super sexist when he got back to the dugout.
I want to ask you guys. I want to ask you guys a married dad question. Did your wife, when the kids were young, did they ever talk to you through the kids? Meaning, like, they got the kid and they'll be like, Daddy needs to, take the trash out right now. You know what I mean? You ever do that? We don't do that. I would lose my mind. Oh my God. And she would lose her mind if I did. Rachel does that sometimes. Yeah, but she's doing it tongue in cheek, joking. No. And he's also young enough. I always go, I hear you. But we have some friends come over. They have a kid that's like a month and a half older than, they go, here, give mom this note. Yeah. And I just saw how they interacted with each other, and I was just like, oh man, I I don't do that. That's a recipe for disaster.
Have you ever been over a friend's house and you can tell they're not doing well? Like, I was over at a neighbor's house, and she's like, oh, I'll just drive them. And he goes, no, I got it. Like, you want me to stay and make the chicken dinner? She goes, just trying to help.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I'll see myself out.
That's, yeah. You know what it is? Okay, here's how you know a couple has problems. Because what are you going to allow to be shown in front of someone, okay? So, like, if you're having an issue, you might be like, oh, man, there's a level. But if your level in front of people, it's like, what? Then you know when no one's around. Crazy.
It's bad. It's Diddy. It's Diddy vibes. Yeah.
It was funny because I was washing my hands, so we have those step stools, so Wolf stands on the step stool, and I go, wash your hands together, and the other kid didn't want to wash his hands at all, and then the mom goes, I think Daddy needs to start washing hands with you, so you can. And I'm like, I couldn't do that. I would get so much heat for that, though. If I did that, I'd be in a doghouse for 2 years.
No, never.
I like seeing other kids though, like around Wolf's age, so I could it's so weird that the grass is always greener, because like Wolf's like very athletic in compared to this other kid. Like Wolf's running around and he can throw the ball.
Yeah, nothing better. You know, but then in your head, Eric, you go, fuck yeah.
They were running, but then this other kid just talking more than Wolf. Yeah. Lily comes on, the kid's like, Bowie! Yeah. Calvin is, and Wolf doesn't do that. He's like Brainiac. Wolf is just, I don't know, Thor, I'm not a Thor, but Wolf goes like, when he does sign language, so like when he doesn't want to hear, when he's all done, he goes, this is all done. So he doesn't say it necessarily.
Yeah, he learned that from a baby though. But he did that when he was a baby, right, Eric?
No, he learned it from watching Miss Rachel and
Miss Rachel.
My Rachel shows, she does that stuff. How old is Wolf now? 18 months. We had his 18-month,
17.
The other day, Billy, I get a FaceTime from my wife. It's Billy. He says, hi, Dada. He's 2.5. I'm like, when did this start happening? Hi, Dada. Wolf locks me out of my phone for 10 minutes. Well, that's my favorite thing.
Yeah, fucking with a keypad.
No, this is what I don't like. Okay, I come in the room, and Rachel's like, well, you better put Daddy's wallet away. Credit cards everywhere. Oh, yeah. I say that to my wife. But you better put my wallet away. I think, you didn't see that? Why are you letting this happen? And I go, okay, you watch when he gets into your shit. What up?
Eric, have you had it yet where your kid's playing and you can tell the kid's a problem? Like he's a bad kid? Have you ran into that yet?
No, but I have ran into a lot. I have. Wolf's got a lot of sass.
Yeah.
He's doing this now where you go, like giving me an attitude. I go, hey, you got to come over here. And he goes, just wait, bro. It's so I'm like, what?
It's a little personality.
Yeah, he's got it.
But it's weird. Like when I was just in San Antonio with T and Boss, and we were like playing football, and there's a ton of kids. There's like 2 kids who were terrible athletes and just bad kids, like really bad.
Right.
And at first I was gonna step in and be like, don't play with them, but I was like, let them figure it out. T came over. He's like, Dad, I'll just wait. Like that kid sucked at football. I was like, does he seem like a good kid? He's like, no. I was like, yeah.
I do think that the temperament, of like whatever the relationship is between them, I do see how that has an effect. Like Rachel's very much like the mom and dad effect. Yeah, let's breathe, and like she's very like she's very measured with him and with Kristen. And so I might be like a reaction. So I've noticed it. Like if I just go, because sometimes I'm just like, I'd be like, man, what? And then I see him, and I look at his face, and I go, I can't do that. So I just go, now you have a lot of like, they're telling you to stop fucking, you just have to find different, but what I'm saying though is if you see a couple that's having issues, and you see the kid is like acting a certain way, you go,
you also don't want to be a helicopter parent either. Like when I see bad kids, my instinct is like, T, come here, keep you and your brother away from them. But I want them to figure it out. Like I'm not always going to be there. Right. So it's tough to be like, fuck.
I know.
Figure it out, dude.
Like the other day,
Billy was doing something to Calvin, and it was like annoying. And Calvin just goes like that. Billy falls down, and he goes, and Calvin looks at me like, "Am I in trouble?" And I'm like, I said to him, I was like, "That's how he's gonna learn, bro. You gotta handle it, you know? Yeah, like it's just like dogs. You gotta get the alphas, gotta establish themselves. You know what I mean? So, you know, Billy is just, I mean, Calvin's very thoughtful, and Billy's just smart. I mean, I was gonna say, I feel like Billy's gonna be like the big little brother. Yeah. Well, they're the same size already. Yeah, so the same weight. Yeah, so that's not gonna last for very long. You know? No, but I mean, like, you know, Calvin just it's gonna be like Chris Rock and Tony Rock. Yeah, no.
But Eric, don't you want more than one kiddo? Aren't you going to have another? We're gonna, you know.
Hell yeah.
Well, fuck with that sex robot and do the real thing, big dog.
Well, you get the sex robot to pamper you. My D-Rex is you get the sex robot for the fluffing, and then you know, at the end you pull out your jizz in your wife. While she's in the coffin. Cut a hole in the body.
Move your pussy up, I can't.
No, it's yeah, you know, I think that it's really, I got home yesterday from Miami, and I saw my kids, and they were, dude, it's so cool to see how excited they get. Like when you come home, like we're still young, but once it turns into, you can see them say like, oh, Dad's back. He's actually back. He was gone, and now he's back. That shit is. Do you FaceTime all the time? All the time. Yeah. You know,
well, nothing's worse when they get old enough. Nothing's worse when they get old enough than they start having their own friends. Like every Saturday, Sunday, I go to a car show. And then this Sunday, I told Team Boss, like, yo, you guys ready to go to the car show? And they're like, we're going over our buddy's house. We could be there at 9.
Like Brendan in his car.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like yeah.
I work by myself.
It's about, it's funny with all this shit. Yeah, God, that's funny, huh? He's going to keep having more kids. Wolf will grab the phone and just run. So all I see is him. And he's like, with the phone. He loves that red button.
Chris, are you a Miami guy? Chris, you dig Miami?
I'll tell you what. It's fun to visit, but no, I'm not a Miami guy. I didn't even stay. I stayed in off of Miami, but
Brickell?
No, well, the club is in Doral, and bro, have you done the Miami Improv? Which one? The new one. It's like 5 years old. Oh no, I haven't done that, bro. I did the other one. I do the other one, like the one that's in. Which one? Dania? Yeah. They don't call it Dania anymore. They call it Fort Lauderdale. Yeah. As they should. The Miami one is good. Bro, I was like, oh, this is going to be rough. Miami, sometimes you're going to want to do other shit. Man, it was awesome. That club is awesome. Shout out to Melissa and Justin who run that club, but man, it is awesome. Miami. I was like, when am I coming back? I mean, yeah. That's it, right? Yeah, that's it. They all look the same. Yeah, it looks like
that's Chris on stage. That's cool.
That's AI. Yeah, well, whatever. That's what it looks like. Yeah, but that's not real audience. No, I think it's just what do you call it? The filter. Was Kevin there? Is Kevin with that white girl? Yeah. There I am. Anyway, it was fantastic, dude. I love it. But it was like raining for fucking 20 minutes so hard, and then Miami's crazy. Like it rains for 20 minutes very hard, and then it's hot, and then no, this is Miami, Florida.
Oh, Chris, was everyone late? Everyone in Miami comes late.
Yep.
Was everyone late?
Yep.
Oh, I've done everything super late over there.
Go to Sam Tripoli's what he posted about. I reposted on my story, but what's her name? The actress. Comedian, the fat, Amy Schumer.
Redhead?
No, Amy Schumer.
What happened to Amy Schumer? She's still alive?
Yeah, she just she had some kind of big surgery or something. She just came out with this.
Because the moms are the ones handling shit and communicating. Like, imagine if your dad 1 year was in charge of planning your birthday party. I wouldn't have had. No, okay? And I think this is, and men are in charge of the world. The world.
It is a blessing for you to be able to stay home and plan a birthday party. You know how easy, you know how lucky it is that you can be a stay-home mom and plan a birthday party while your husband has some job where he can get wrecked and he prays that an AI or some Indian doesn't come on an H-1B visa and fucking takes his job? You don't think I could plan a fucking party? I can't, because I'm working all the time.
The guy is so funny.
Amy Schumer just kind of went away, huh? She just kind of ate her feelings and then she disappeared.
Just like
she just might not call her daddy.
Right, yeah, no, because she has a thing out now, right? Like some show or something. I don't even know.
Another movie that's gonna bomb. She's such a fucking lame ass. She used to be a beast. She used to be great.
At what? Stand up? Oh yeah, I guess on the roast and stuff.
No, when she on the roast she was good, and then on what is it, Kevin? The fucking the big LA morning show. Rogan was on there. Ari, all the boys.
Oh, I don't know about it. But I don't know. I mean, it's just like, stop saying this. The women hating men era, dude. It's like, bro. It's like, whatever. It's like, what are we talking about? Like, dude, all right, you know.
Well, that's because Amy doesn't date a real dude.
No, I know.
Like, if my wife would have podcast and talk like that, what? He's gonna come home, he's like, you're so right, sweetie. You want me to make you some fucking tortillas or whatever the fuck he does? He's a chef. He's some cut. Some soft cut.
Oh, I don't know who she's married to, but you know.
He's super soft. Look him up. He's soft. That's what she has to date. That's what she has to wait on
sometimes, but it's just like, whatever she's selling is just, it's bullshit. That's what is she saying? And I get it. They might have just been talking, and this is one of the problems with podcasting. It's just like, you know, it's like, it's just like, you know, they cut that together, and it's just like, all right, I'm sure they call her daddy. Like, they call her daddy woman. What's her name, Alex? She was like, it's terrifying men around the world. But that's something that somebody might just say offshoot, you know. But this is what Amy Schumer's always saying. Yeah, it's like,
no, when she was coming up, she wasn't like this. Remember, she got to start talking about sucking dick and being a slut and doing all this slutty shit. And then now all of a sudden she's like,
it's like, what are you for real?
Now all of a sudden she's in her ivory tower. No,
it's like she's
one of those about Callan, going bad on Callan.
These female comics, it's like some of them, you know, they were, a guy's girl, and then they turned into, hey, women's rights, and now they're right wing. It's like, bro, you're nobody. No, well, you're just.
No, they go where you go.
Yeah, exactly. You just want to make money. You want to be liked. That's not what. Fuck all that shit. You're not. I'm so. It's like you're not. To me, it's like they say comedians need to have a point of view. What's it matter if it keeps changing? I understand people grow and grow out of certain things, but like, bro, if you're just gonna go with whatever's fashionable, go. You're not. Steve Byrne is going in on Howard Stern a lot. Really? Yeah.
Is he? I love
Instagram and stuff because he's like he's talking about how Howard Stern went full lefty. Because he would have got canceled.
Same with Jimmy Kimmel.
But they said that's not why they didn't get canceled. They didn't get canceled because it's like it just happens to whoever it happens to. But they're if you go that far over to that side, you're a pussy. You're a weak pussy. You know, I understand it. You know, it's fashionable right now. I guess I don't know to be like, yeah, you know, fucking. A little bit more right wing, but it's just like, dude, those people who were being in 2020 to, or I guess before that, to 2024 woke, and you guys are
You're horrible. Like we're gonna look back. We're looking. We already.
But they're all fucked, Chris. They're all fucked. They're like, most of them are losing their jobs and they can't make a living.
Right.
They made a deal with the devil. Now they don't have a fan base.
It's just like
they're all soft, anyways.
Yeah, I don't soft is rubbing me the wrong way, but yeah, I understand.
Why soft? That's what they are.
I get it because it implies that. I guess to me it implies that men are these hard, non-feeling types, and that you know, I understand what you're saying. That word.
Yeah,
even I understand what you're saying.
I hear you.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I don't like when people talk about fascism.
Yeah.
And you're rich. Now you get to say whatever you want. Fascism's never touched you. Like, I've been to other countries where I did a tour in the Middle East where they tell you straight up, you may not talk about religion, politics, and you certainly can't talk about the leader of the country. Like, there's other places where fascism actually exists.
Right, you don't. Yeah, like
you're gonna get jailed or like to call. It just
you can't. To say like that's what I'm saying. Like you can't just say Trump is a fascist. To say like he's like no, you don't go to jail if you say something bad about him. You have maybe companies will be like, oh, I don't know if I want to fuck with that person. That's just how the world works.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with fucking fascism.
Fascism.
Yeah.
Like shut up. This is great.
Steve Burns' tweet was great. He's 100% spot on with that.
Well, sure, yeah. It's like, and the other thing, but you know, you could argue people grow, people change. Okay, I understand, but usually by the way, they usually change the other way. When you grow up, you become more right wing, not fucking. But yeah, these guys are all scared shitless, and I don't know. I don't know Howard Stern. I don't know him enough. I don't know his stuff enough, but I know obviously he had the Man Show where you jiggle your titties. You know,
he did come from a different era.
I know, but so by the way, if that's okay, if you come from a different era and we're gonna forgive that, then okay. But we're not obviously at that point.
Well, money becomes a thing, man.
Yeah.
You know, Cream.
I hate headlines like this. Was Howard Stern reportedly can't stand fellow SiriusXM who's saying this?
And why do we need to know it?
Yeah, that for sure. But then also, somebody said this. Somebody said this. So that doesn't mean anything.
This is on whoever this is that wrote this article.
Yeah, no, I know. They're just whoever wrote
Audrey Rock.
It's obviously it's put out by
It's working though. They want clicks and we're covering it.
It's PR by Sirius. They're like, make him look bitter, like prop her up. She's their new star.
But people don't realize that. And they go.
But I also believe that he probably hates her because he's like the most bitter person in the world. And,
well, I don't know. Yeah,
he hates competition, and she's a crush on her.
But you're 72.
Yeah, you had your time. There was a time when he was the biggest thing ever.
That's so weird. That's so weird. It's so weird when that happens.
Lucas was coming to Texas.
It was FM Rogan. Oh, you know, Brendan, I'm actually going to be in Austin on Sunday. Is it Sunday? Yeah, Sunday. I'll be in Salt Lake.
For how long?
Just Sunday. I leave the next day. I kind of come home Monday.
What are you doing here?
I'm because Matt's shooting his special in Austin, so I'm gonna.
Oh yeah.
When? In September. Cool. So I'm going to do a tech scout at the theater.
All right.
You know what bothers me is that some people think Matt Rife is a crowd work comic, and I get he puts those clips out, but he has material.
Yeah, he has an hour of material.
So it's like it's so annoying. But I guess I get. It's so annoying when people say he doesn't have material. That bothers the shit out of me.
Yeah, well, it bothers me to the point.
Yeah, but those aren't fans. Because if you go to a show, you would know it's a full hour.
Yeah, it's just crazy. All right. So tonight, this comes out this Thursday. Well, you guys missed me at the stand, but tomorrow I'm going to be at the Room 808 in DC. Room 808 in DC is a small little club that it will sell out, so you got to get your tickets if you want to come see me. Let's go. Room 808. And go to ChrisDale.com.
What's up, guys? I'm giving away the Ultimate Ram TRX with over 15,000.
I think the future of movies is the $200 million budget is gone.
Well, yeah, no, I understand because it makes too much money. Yeah.
No, I'm saying the budget. It's like
I know. Well,
now
it's going to be $10.
Yeah.
iPhones are going to be 14 cents. We're going to have a basic universal income. You guys are out of your element.
What are you talking about?
Friends that laugh, friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Ooh, yeah. So show you use the love, just rebrand it enough. It's stronger, better, bigger power, cause it is the golden hour. It's the golden hour.
I'm so tired right now. Why? What happened? I just had a
Hey,
man.
from what? Doing nothing?
This guy. Doing nothing. I was on 9.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, Brian was tired yesterday. I go, really? From what?
Well, he travels a lot. He does a lot of shows. And I was in Miami doing shows, and now I'm with the kids, and I wake up and I'm here. You know what I mean? I've got a lot of shit to do.
But dude, I had a doctor's appointment. Wolf had a doctor's appointment this morning. You know, so we had to get there like 8:30 a.m. You know, and then this is crazy. I had to do an update of my car. You know, so I'm sitting in the parking lot and I go, you know what? Let me just update it while we go into this doctor's appointment. It almost had to drive me here.
You've already done this before.
I know, but it was like, I thought it usually takes like 2 minutes. We had an hour.
You should have known.
Shit just barely finished. So, you know.
Hey, what are those, Kevin, what are those on your feet? Yeah, I've seen them do it, and I saw them on a guy's feet, and I go, those are unreal. And I took a picture because I wanted to get them, and then Kevin has them, and now I'm fully paid.
Let me see for the camera.
Those are so
awesome.
Yeah, those are so
Let me see
awesome.
them. I'll tell you if they're cool.
He's gonna show them. Okay, you gotta relax. He's taking them off. But I'm so. These are so. On feet, they're better, obviously. But like, these are just. What are those?
Oh, those are the JC Walkers, Jesus Christ Walkers.
No. These are so.
Are they have an air bubble in the back?
They're not new, yeah, because I looked them up and I thought that they were
You can't wear those out like doing stuff.
Well, yeah, it's kind of a weird wear because like it's like if you actually find yourself having to do anything, you go, oh shit, I wore these. You know, if you're just chilling here,
I'm not even trying to hate. I saw 3 kids I love on the spectrum with those.
All I'm saying is this. If you're wearing those and you go to any public restroom, you're going to know about the splash zone.
Well, yeah, but that's not the splash zone. But that has any shoe like that, you'll see that. You'll get that. Any.
No, I know, but I don't think men realize when you're at a urinal how much pee gets on your feet.
I 100% realize that. And I think about it all the time. I go to the urinal.
Yeah, and I had sandals on one time, and I was like, oh my God. Like, I tried to, you know how a 6-year-old, like, pees, they almost put their dick on the... I was like, oh, I hate it now.
How are we... I literally think, like, how are we all still alive?
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, and then now, then you look at your shoes, which is and you're like, oh, this is just a disgusting mess over here. This is a petri dish.
It's disgusting.
Welcome.
It's disgusting.
Hey, Chris. Is Calvin
What's up, Pam? It's a woman. No, she's a real person. She's a real person. They are server movement muted. Oh,
sometimes they just start yelling and they can't control it. They have some issues. And when they do that, it can either annoy or scare off other people. So I just server mute them for a little while and they calm down. How was your day, Crime 69? What'd you do? Tell me all about it. Okay. Do you do any sports? Do you do any sports gambling? Okay. Yeah, so he just stole. I mean, come on, you got to be smarter than that, man.
From coast to coast. This is Coast to Coast AM.
Okay. How much did he loan you?
Over this was born apocalypse. Never played this. Interdimensional. Yes. She reviewed photos in a secure facility.
All right, well, why don't you contact him via Instagram and be like, hey, dude, where's that money?
Describe objects to find physics on our universe. Fatima. Held an air. And we were told we didn't have. Visitors. Other realities. Jump into belief with George Norrie. He's the sharpest minds out there. You up at night with old. So it's a wild ride. .com start unraveling. That's called To the Other Side, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
All right, that's cool. So there. Are you gonna play Battlefield today?
Your behalf, guaranteed or your money back. Plus all life backed by the $1 million protection. Identity theft. Information, but you can help protect it with life. Go to lifelock.com. Code off. Real estate. I'm researcher. I help you live it. You builds wealth without sacrificing your time, sanity, or freedom. That's why more Americans are choosing gold. Gold doesn't demand your attention. It doesn't crash overnight. And it doesn't care who's trending on Twitter. Noble Gold Investments has helped thousands of investors just like you. People who want both profit and peace of mind. Secure their future with real physical gold. There's a reason smart investors are going back to basics. Choosing the only asset trusted by civilizations for over 5,000 years. Gold offers.
Do you feel as if the cooling pad is really going to be the complete issue, or you'll need to do something else? Yeah. There you know how many days until Grand Theft Auto 6? Fuck yeah, 283 days, 1 hour, 17 minutes, 55 seconds. Did you take the test? To what account? Oh no, that's not the one that you should send it in. No big deal. Just one moment. I mean, okay, so they just didn't respond. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the best one, or the best way to find out is, I mean, let me just ask a little bit about your background. Do you have a degree in anything? Okay, that's all right. No big deal. Okay, so you want to work remotely. You don't want to work with your hands anymore. Is that correct? Okay, so certainly, are you a member of the subreddit Remote Jobs? All right, well, that's the first thing I do is join that subreddit, and then they have like a bunch of people who post things in there every day of different opportunities to be able to work remotely. Secondly, do you have a LinkedIn? Okay, so I'd create myself a link. I'd create myself a ZipRecruiter profile. I'd create myself a Monster profile. I'd create myself a career builder profile. I'd create myself an Indeed profile, and I would start applying for remote jobs. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of positions where you don't need. They're looking for like entry level people. A lot of times, what they'll do is they'll have like customer service. They'll send you a phone, and then you just answer calls all day. Do you have a Reddit account? Yeah, I mean that's fine. So let's look. I'll look at it with you. Um, yeah, remote jobs has 300,000 people. Remote work has 200. They're both really big. So both of them, and then you would go through. Okay, yeah, I saw this guy. So I scraped 220,000 remote jobs. Um, this guy who did this, he basically like built a bot to just scrape all the information on him. I would check through that. 5 work from home jobs in the USA. Position commerce assistant, part time, location United States. Pay range $19. Apply here. I would just apply there. Take your time. Take your time. So I would read it. Essentially. I don't. I don't know about that. I mean, just read it. What does it say? I think he. I think he. I think he made it. Yeah. So there. So there are 220,000 jobs there. One of which I'm sure for which you qualify. Perfect. It depends what position you're in. If I were you, I would just go for a job. I wouldn't worry too much about pay. And then I'd get a better job and a better job and a better job. And just keep getting better jobs until you're comfortable. All right. Well, you need money to be able to do that.
On the beach with Ray Manzarek, who's the keyboardist for the Doors. Did Manzarek appreciate or meet Jim Morrison at that same level, the same, was he as well read? Did he have the same interests, let's say, in the occult that Jim Morrison had?
Yeah, Raymond Derrick was every bit as open-minded their spiritual support. And actually, he put more of myself Morrison told him that he was going to move to New York. Actually, made Raymond Derrick mad. He really loved he responded to everything that they were learning about his life. Raymond Derrick was getting it's still marking time as Jim was getting faster. I have to say that in the film, it has some dropping out. Did it? He actually did get depression. So they met on the beach that 2 months later, and Raymond Derrick's like, I thought you went to New York, but no, I stayed here instead. Raymond Derrick noticed a dramatic change in his physical appearance. Like, he should completely change. Like the chubby Jamar Studio was gone. There was the short hair that parents like they crew cuts all the time, all that gone. And he was Raymond Derrick was amazing. And he sang him Woodline Tribe. And he thought that was a fantastic song, and he really felt that Jim Morrison had it to be a really rock star. And if it wasn't for Raymond Derrick, that would have Raymond Derrick was the big key for helping Jim Morrison come to the world. The beat poet Michael McClure, he was great that Jim Morrison met him. When the Doors in London, Michael McClure discovered Jim Morrison's poetry. Was very, very helpful to Jim Morrison's poetry helped publish. So we got to Venice Beach for. Sorry, I just want to get back to Venice Beach. We're approaching the top of the hour. Maybe we'll have to leave this till after the break. But a place in Venice Beach called Olivia. Up there, Jim, having a rock star twist. Why don't we just tease that as we head into the break? What was Olivia's place? That was a soul food restaurant that Jim Morrison loved to go to. By really luckily Olivia, like Jim, and you could just get hot food there very cheap. Didn't have any money, and you would stay there for long hours. Writing songs, writing poetry, writing observations. Really opened up your mind. Is that where the song Soul Kitchen came from? Yes, that's Soul Kitchen. It's based on Olivia's place. There's a film with Chris Christopherson and Gene Hackman. I forget the name of the film. It came out in 1971, and you can actually see Olivia's place in the film. Oh, okay. Listen, I'll gotta take a time out. We're heading into the top of the hour, so let's move into the break with the Doors once again and Touch Me. This is inspired by a blackjack term, and the track's lush orchestration clashed with Morrison's raw edge. It was recorded in a boozy haze. It's the band's slickest hit yet, and Jim's voice dripping with defiance. Touch Me, the Doors, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Why? All right, good. You're good at that, aren't you? You're really good at procrastinating. You're really good at procrastinating. You're really good at procrastinating. I know. Okay.
Your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consult. 800 Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Visit Kizimap Riza, a phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis. Treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin in 4 months.
Or if you are an adult, Skyrizi helps you move with less swelling.
I've played Fortnite, Call of Duty, maybe online, or like mobile. What else? Grand Theft Auto, not really a first-person shooter, but it can be. It's probably my favorite. Counter-Strike. And then like old school stuff, like GoldenEye and stuff.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Follow our arena streaming live only on Hulu. Weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in you?
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighbor appears out of nowhere. All my dreams come true.
Let's not forget that David Bloom was a professional con artist, so you didn't stand a chance.
But I figured this grifter out before he start recording every lie.
We're selling it at 26.25 next Monday. And then 10 days later, you'll have a wire transfer again.
Getting a con artist to pay for their crimes isn't easy. But I'm not going to stop until I bring this con man to justice. I'm Caroline DeMore. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts.
There are verities in this great land. The all but certain confidence that some places are safe from chaos, violence.
Never in a million years would you think that you'd see your parents' house taped off, the farm taped off by that yellow tape.
It was a very brutal crime scene, one of the worst I've ever seen. Careful what myths you choose to rely on. I'm Keith Morris, and this is Murder in the Moonlight, an all-new podcast from Dateline. You can listen to all episodes now, completely free.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Hello everyone, it's Billy Corgan here, and welcome to my new show, The Magnificent Others.
I can't be a lady guy now, so I don't know how I can be the original lady anybody. So let's get real.
The Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore with great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives, we want to understand the times from their individuated perspectives.
It's the most creative, magical thing I've ever felt. Element of fans. More shows. Now we're on the Today Show. We got these big moments.
You're definitely cracking the zeitgeist.
Right, but am I going to get away with it? Join me on The Magnificent Others. Be very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast for you.
Lisa Sky Hay loved.
I want to do something that really
What's wrong, Ken?
I love creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her new job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning.
let's create the largest networking community on the planet.
Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called WeWork.
I remember thinking about to be on a ride.
Why is this a better idea for millennials than working at home or finding an office?
We like to say this is for the new generation. It's not limited by age or gender.
He said that they were elevating the consciousness of people on the planet.
It was a billion-dollar idea.
Vancouver's giant WeWork is amongst the most valuable startups in the world.
Downtown Vancouver.
WeWork here in Shenzhen. Could I have one with you?
From Wondering, the makers of Dr. Death and Business Owners, comes a new series, We Crashed.
And quite frankly, it just all sounded, as you say now,
It was just too good to be true.
Oh, my physical.
I'm David Brown, the host of Business Wars. We Crashed.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
If you've been impacted by the Southern California wildfires this year, you don't have to recover alone. Join us for the Ashes to Answers, a wildfire expert panel event, August 21st and 23rd at the Westin Pasadena. The event is free and hosted by the Rise Relief Project. We support those impacted by the wildfires with supplies, resources, and emotional care. Just about insurance and your real estate options. Learn how to. And if you qualify for a wildfire class,
It sounds like who is snoring?
in times of crisis, you need more than hope. Is California relief intervention?
What are you talking about? I gotcha. Okay.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hear that? That's Mike sleeping soundly on a Sunday. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took Sequel Ultra to fall asleep fast and stay asleep longer, meaning a deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and conquer Mondays.
Let's do this Monday.
Sequel Ultra, not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use it directly out of reach of children.
KFI, AM 640. This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norrie, welcome back. The Doors, Roadhouse Blues, Morrison's love for dive bars fuel this gritty anthem.
featuring John Sebastian of beloved Spoonful fame on uncredited harmonica. A self-styled cryptozoologist claims he's found the ultimate prize, a dead Bigfoot, and will debut it at the New York State Fair later this month. Charles Snake Stewart says he's discovered a remarkably intact body in the Adirondacks last October, hailing it as one of the most monumental discoveries in history. Instead of presenting it to scientists, Stewart's charging $9.31 a ticket to see the alleged Sasquatch in a fairground sideshow with photos already posted online. Experts aren't impressed. Veteran Bigfoot hunter Steve Coles calls it a hoax, and VFRO founder Matt Moneymaker blasted it as a stunt. Snake says historic discovery. The experts say circus act. The verdict comes August 20th, and you can check out the story in the coastam.com. Ever feel like you're the only one geeking out over UFOs or swapping theories about cryptid conspiracies? Trust me, you are not alone. ParanormalDate.com isn't your average dating site. It's a vibrant hangout for folks just like you who live the thrill of the unexplained. So picture this, a community of curious, authentic singles ready to dive into late-night chats about Bigfoot sightings or cosmic cover-ups, maybe even sparking a romance that's out of this world. Sign up for free and connect with kindred spirits who get your passion for the mysterious, whether you're piecing together paranormal puzzles or dreaming of stargazing with someone special. Your match is waiting to explore the universe's secrets with you. Hop over to ParanormalDate.com and kick off your cosmic adventure today. ParanormalDate.com, where the weird and wonderful find each other. All right, back to more of my conversation with Paul Wiles, the author of Jim Morrison, Secret Teacher of the Occult, Journey to the Other Side, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Is the continued divide between the president and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold and keep it yourself. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happened. Author Christopher B. Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop in a cliff-hanging detective story. The first crew lands on the surface of Mars when a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites or debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris, all cell phones fail, all GPS fails, all power fails. Life on Earth as we understand it may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. You do not. Mars Mission 1, right? It's a great book. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect.
All of these things we're talking about Jim Morrison, like you've never heard before, the shaman. We were talking before the break all about Olympic Venice Beach back in '65. What was such a game changer about that place for Jim becoming a rock star with kind of a magical twist?
I think it had a lot to do with that Olympia, the lady that I think that was healthy and in a motherly kind of way. And I think that's the place where he started to pull his own eating himself and his own restaurant. But it's good talking with a lot of artists and artists and his speech at the time. And he was a place where Jim Morrison just really be himself on the time, out of cold by the beach, to write a notebook and to spend all the time there being alone and eating food and cheese, enjoy the lady presence. She'd always have to kick him out, at the end of the night. He'd be there always, most of the time. And that's what he says about it.
I had an occasion to speak with Alan Graham on a couple of occasions. Alan was married to Jim's sister, Ann Morrison. He told me he suspected that Jim Morrison was essentially born an alcoholic, that fetal alcohol syndrome, and that he drank from a very early age just to deal with the pain of, imagine being born an alcoholic. Because, back in those days, we didn't have the warnings about, necessarily drinking during pregnancy, and it was a naval home, and they had cocktail hour, every day. That's just the way it was back then. What are your thoughts about that? Do you think that's accurate?
Well, that might be. This is new to me, actually. After this first time here, that I would be surprised that his mother would be drinking, but she was, pregnant with Jim Morrison. Was they wanted to that child possible? But I think the adverse effect is clear. The only in my research, the only thing that I come across is that at the earliest time Jim Morrison was drinking, he alcohol, a lot of his father's fashion was home. And he probably was drinking at some of the bars that visit in Alexandria, Virginia. Those bars probably drink that beer too. Jim Morrison identified with writers who drank, and that was his struggle choice with alcohol. And he drank. Jim Morrison drinks is actually something that not drink a lot. He told Frank Sinatra, his friend, towards the end of his time with Doris in Los Angeles, that I drink to shut all the demons up in my head that are clamoring to get my attention, right? I have to shut them off. That's pretty intense. I think Jim Morrison, with the amount of drugs he consumed, on top of who he was already with the consciousness, I think there is he just really broke up with perception. That thing that we have with them that keeps their mind intact, that we let a little bit function in daily lives. Jim Morrison was that wide open. And I think there is a lot of spiritual primary quality.
Absolutely. Get you what you need. Take care.
Also, the drinking was, I think, quite ambivalent about being a rock star. Somebody who could have been a sociology professor, somebody who wanted to write a dear writer, poet, I understand typewriter, that's the life of the life. What's extraordinary about Jim Morrison is his rock star actually is also a really private person. And I think it's a full on. And I think drinking was part of his way to just rebelling his entire scene of a rock and roll, in which myself and a few members. He did not want to be remembered for being a sexy rock star. He wanted to be remembered for poetry. That was wanted his contribution he looked at me, definitely Dave that these posed pictures that you have to look at that later on. Like, wow, that I don't want to this I want to know this. So I think at the end with the drinking it's just that was the top being rock star. Jim Morrison would be like the coolest person on the planet. Like the coolest individual ever. Somebody who nobody wanted to do anything anymore. The last days on stage happening on the concert. It was like whiskey go and other people were wanting it whiskey and they'd be like, oh, start to stop. And by 1969, it did not look like the church was 1965 because it's been about 30 years, about 50 years. But there has a story where drinking in a bar one night in New York, and it was about 10 o'clock. We were there back out bed. It came down the next morning about 10 a.m. Jim Morrison had not left the bar, like he was still drinking and talking. And that's the agreement, instructor right there, like the level of Jim Morrison drinking in a maze there all night.
These, the strange theatrics, the intense theater, and the wild stage shows, what was behind that? Was it deliberately messing with people's heads?
But Jim Morrison really loved this French playwright named Antonin Artaud. They were cool. And Artaud really wanted to be able to connect with the audience the way that was shot the audience involved. And it's something that fascinated Jim Morrison, and he learned about him to professor at SU. And then he incorporated that into his stage performance. It was shot the audience members were it was walked out of your shows just completely amazed, just terrified, excited, ecstatic. And his response were kind of just the same. Or if you're like, I didn't really love what they saw, but they're going to be thinking about it today. They really didn't know what they saw. Like, it's going to take time for them to process the kind of performance that they didn't have to more. So, the failures were with him. Well, he's ashamed of watching somebody who's actually shooting across on stage, on the set. There's that. And then there's incorporating the in our show as well. We also read a book by called House of Power by Christopher Jim and just read it at this view, like buddy went to his friends one day, read about it, had a lot, there were a crowd of people that were writing. So he incorporated, what he learned from Eddie's book, House of Power, stage performance, also in the aesthetic, the wine that was wrote. And just somebody who loves chaos, loves anything that has to do with chaos, in order to read it in that he found, like, was felt that Jim Morrison was supposed to control an audience, when he was out of control. This is somebody with a dynamic personality. With Jim Morrison, it's all about shit in, shit. The title of the Eliot's book that was translated into English meant more shit in day made. That's about shit. On the third Jim Morrison read this book that he came out of it. Or he was going to classes like taught by Carlos Castaneda, going through some of his lectures that he gave to the bookstore mean, you can't go to a Doris concert and get life conscious. But what Jim Morrison said that he could do with his person would be to be his own natural stage gift. He shot the body that way out of that robotic state to wake them up in a rest. That's what he was really, he had to really give almost ability. He did that with like shamanic, presence that he was on stage. It's just a marvelous personality on stage back then. What's remarkable is that prior previously that the person that the audience saw on stage, that was the same person on stage. There is no stage at all. Like that was Jim Morrison. That's who he was. He'd be live off stage as well. Mark thought that was amazing. Every Mark heard generation of time. They have this stage personality. This personality Jim Morrison. When he was on stage, well, he was in real life. Kind of scary.
That would be difficult to live with, I would imagine.
Yeah.
With the people around him, I mean.
Yeah, being a man with Jim Morrison, not being well solved. Here's a very important story that you should learn about. So Jim Morrison wrote a book called The Outsider by Paul. That was the first published night. And to study like the classic romantic outside, they have very high highs, very low lows. The high highs of peak experience. Talking about people like, that don't have Here we tell the story about one night in the Florida Canyon, sharing a moment on this morning, and they were just doing their best to talk this morning. But it was in a very, very depressing state. And he felt like everything was meaningless. And they had to do this with him a few times. On this night, they spent hours with him. He went for a walk with him. And then when he came back, the walk was gone. He was in a completely different person that wanted to take his own life and disappeared. And he came back with the lyrics of people are strange. Like he went from very low low to super high. He experienced it. And he came back to the song. That's Jim Morrison. Romantic. Van Gogh was the same way as well. Within 1 year, he was made written Starry Night. And it's a side note that they life history goes on and on forever. Jim Morrison has to express today outlook on life in American prayer when he says like the presenting hell be more horrible now it's real. So he has the same kind of very intense roller coaster romantic personality. That call from the outsider. Like Van Gogh, even mentioned people with personality, type as well. And you do the drinking, with all of that, and you get a very, very complicated situation. But Robert Creed redundant to revisit their real life is a very special person. What they felt was born to be out on stage at a very special time in cultural history of the West. Everybody was waking up and spiritual awakening across the consciousness on stage and also spiritual perspective. They do this with like great champions because they would advance doors of perception.
Right, Elvis Huxley. Yeah. What idea was that? Was that Jim Morrison? Was that Jim Morrison's idea to call them the Doors, or was it Manzarek?
That was Jim Morrison's idea. He had read the Doors who got that name from hopefully like no. That's what he wanted to call it. At first Robert Creed was like, that sounds like that's like one sound, that's a big door, but he grew up on
very quickly, Jim Morrison's girlfriend before Pamela Corson, Patricia Keneally, my understanding is she practiced witchcraft. Is that true?
Yeah. The Jim Morrison girl, actually, we'll get that Jim Morrison girl or come up with Harry Workflow.
Sorry, I got the music coming up. Apologies, Paul. I gotta jump in. We'll take a break and we'll pick up on that point when we come back. Love Me Two Times. Robbie Krieger's bluesy riff inspired by a sailor's lament about shore leave. Morrison's cheeky delivery hides a darker truth about fleeting love. This cut in just 2 takes. Love Me Two Times by The Doors, taking us into the break on Coast to Coast AM.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas, Apollo Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Reservations at your favorite restaurant.
Thanks so much for waiting. Your table's ready.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Thanks. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album Behind Bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences, each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahan-Newby, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman.
Put it this way, we were going to be the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the wall and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business.
At the end of the day, Ray, the house of love was supposed to have been falling up by another house.
They never got that opportunity. But they never stopped dreaming either. Check it out. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app.
Check it out. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
And when things finally click into place.
Thank God we lived to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City, and Narcos, and Roadhouse, and so many commercials about vacuuming. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, the new comedy podcast about the wildest escape stories in history.
Very few people know this story.
Each week I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians, people like Ed Helms.
I climbed up and it was just like,
Diane Guerrero.
And she goes, you're on your own, you have to run.
And Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to, like, water ski across the moon. So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Your free iHeart app. Listen now. GoToAM.com.
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born. Into this world we're thrown. Like a dog without a bone. And we're all alone. Riders on the storm. There's a killer on the road. His brain is swerving like control. Take a long holiday. Let your children play. If you get this way right, sweet family will die. Killer on the road. Yeah.
To talk to Richard Serrett, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norrie, welcome back. Riders on the Storm, built around Ray Manzarek's eerie electric piano mimicking rain. This jazzy noir was the Doors' last studio track. Its whispered vocals seem to echo Jim's fascination with death's quiet allure. A Chinese robotics startup claims it's on the verge of creating the world's first humanoid surrogate robot capable of carrying a pregnancy and giving birth like a real woman. Kaiwa Technology CEO Zhang Weifeng says the prototype features an artificial womb housed in a robotic abdomen where an embryo can grow in amniotic fluid and receive nutrients through an umbilical cord. The company has already had success with animal trials and expects to unveil the robot within a year at a price under $14,000. The announcement has ignited fierce debate, I guess so, over the ethics of building machines that can bear human life. You can read more of this, I'm going to call it disturbing story, in the news section of it, coasttocoastam.com. I'll be back in the air chair tonight, Saturday night and Sunday morning on Coast, and in the first half, I'm joined by Forrest Moretti, a bold author who unveils Syntropy, a hidden force tying life's threads from microbes to cosmic rhythms. He challenges modern medicine's war on germs, exposing how it fuels chronic diseases and societal decay. In his book, The Germ in the Dairy Pail, the germ in the dairy pail, Forrest reveals how germ theory vilified raw milk, once nature's perfect food, through scandals like swill milk, blaming the drink on industrialization's filth for deadly outbreaks. From the necessity of kissing to the raw milk renaissance, Forrest's insights will, I think, upend your view of health. In the second half, Li Shai Lemish has degrees in Chinese history and international relations, and he'll join me in hours 3 and 4 to expose the Chinese Communist Party's persecution of Falun Gong since 1999, including forced organ harvesting. He was arrested and beaten in Tiananmen Square. He has testified before Congress and documented communist Chinese sabotage, and he hosts Shangyun Voices in order to amplify survivors' stories. That's coming up tonight on Coast to Coast AM with yours truly, guest hosting. All right, we're opening up the phone lines and we'll take your questions and comments on Jim Morrison, the Lizard King, as Shaman with author Paul Weil. That's coming up next on Coast to Coast AM.
divide between the president and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold and keep it yourself. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word GHOST to the number 989898. Again, text GHOST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away.
I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be a carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
We are back with Paul Wild, the author of Jim Morrison's Secret Teacher of the Occult, Journey to the Other Side. Before the break, I was asking you, Paul, about Jim Morrison's one-time girlfriend, Patricia Keneally, who later became a rock critic. She passed away last year. But she supposedly practiced witchcraft. They were maybe even married in some sort of pagan Celtic ritual, but you wanted to go back before Patricia Keneally. I think this was Jim's first girlfriend, or perhaps his soulmate, his one true love. I think he met in junior college, Mary Werbelow.
Yeah, Mary was very, very good, intelligent, working, ultimately well-read, divorced. They're great couple. I believe that they probably did together like a very wonderful marriage. She didn't think that the doors were very. Jim said, "Look, like I'll take care of your stuff." And she said, "No, like I don't have to." Then she broke up with very, very good. And then he had a person on later. So with Patricia Keneally, yes, she was practically witch. They were married in what is called on-time ceremony. The nature of their relationship, there's not too much that we can find out about it. But Patricia Keneally was another very spiritual person. Someone spiritual felt ways to sleep back and forth. And I think she reawakened interest, for magic gold. But as a household, not finding their money, and there's not too much you can find about the sense about the relationship. But it was interesting.
All right, let's go to the phones. We're going to say hi to Mark in Arizona. Mark, good morning. Welcome to Coast. You're on the line with Paul Wild. Go ahead.
Fascinating show that I've ever heard about Morrison. I got to ask, were you aware that Morrison had a bump at the Turbo City Cemetery in Paris? I'm sorry, that he had a what, sir? A bump over his head. There's a bust at the cemetery in Paris.
Yeah. We went there in 80s and somebody stole it. Yeah, I remember reading about that. Did anybody even look at it?
Well, I'm sure probably somebody's parents didn't like us going there, but amazing situation. I was wondering about Dustin more. Why is it that he would never get involved in a concert with Jim Edwards? I mean, not Robbie and Ray Van Der.
I think John Densmore towards the end was getting kind of set up with the Jim Morrison product behavior. I think Jim Morrison drinking really alarmed John Densmore. I think from the very beginning, I think if John Densmore's view from the band was somebody as him. But he realized like Jim Morrison's genius, the song was great, and the argument that towards the end, John Densmore would consider something he could consider about installation. Just the whole circuit goes track towards all my second felt that they're dispersed.
I think Mark May also talking about the projects after Jim Morrison died, that Ray Manzarek and Robbie Krieger got together, and I think he ended up suing them because he didn't want them using the name Doors, so they had to change their name, and they became like Riders on the Storm or something, Doors of the 21st Century. I think they toured a little bit as, I think that was maybe what Mark was referring to. Why didn't he get involved in later projects with Robbie and Ray after Jim died? And I think it may just have to do with that. I didn't think that they should be using the name Doors. It wasn't the Doors without Jim Morrison.
Yeah, the Doors were a band where they're complicated. They were in and out of that. There's a lot of history of all three of them. There's not much else to say other than each of them have their own story to tell. And their time with Jim Morrison, not a lot. Mostly about their back. I'm not particularly very clear about why John Densmore your expression in Days or it did do another album that's called Under Voices. Then that was pretty much the ending. Not all of the way. It did argue about you or it did. Which there's other legal issues that they argue about that a lot of consider something did that John I don't really know why it was that John Densmore was on board as though if he had a problem in Africa here that he didn't want to be as mad or such for there anymore. But it was a long, complicated building up history of why.
Speaking of the end,
I see you in a minute with it all the time, bro. You was out of you told me die slow. I was going through the shit, I kept it down low. Tongue tied.
Come on, give me some help. Come on, please. Come on, give me some help.
what are your thoughts?
So, I think it's realistically the first one is if Jim Morrison died there was that night train was along. It held very fast. The way that his body was still throughout the film. So when you tie the paramedic thing, they try to find and
Zoo, what up, pimp? How you living, big dog? Did you slap yourself? Okay. What did you do? What'd you say, pimp? Oh, you poor thing. Just what an embarrassing thing to just say. Yeah, it's not. What happened? Oh, Zoot. That's sad. That's okay. You'll get through it. Just one moment. Yeah, sure. What do you need? Sure. Remember these numbers: 69, 69, 69, 69, 69, 69, 7. 69. No, that's not correct. No, sir. Sure. 69, 69, 69, 8, 69, 69, 69, 69, 69, 3. Nope. No. Yeah, okay, sort of. All right. Ready for another one? 288-5906 273 288 5906 219 273 0746. I mean, just about anybody can do 6 numbers, dude. Okay. I mean, but that's not hard. Six three one 5743. Yeah, but like that's not a lot of numbers, dude.
Sounds like you're holding out that there may be a remote possibility that
8 numbers?
maybe in fact did just disappear.
Well, someone like John Denver thinks that because that's possible, but I want to be honest. Yeah, there's that all at the time, but there's still pitching that things like that. And you can take a lot of time with it. You want to have the money to do the time. It is possible. It is possible.
312-646-78. 312-646-78. No, that's incorrect. It was 64678. Dude, this isn't impressive. I'll do it one more time. I'll do 10 numbers. Four 273 0746. No, it's 474-273-0476. Okay, I'll do it a different set. 404-273-0446. That's incorrect. Nope. All right. Well, most people can't. To just work on pattern recognition. Okay. All right. Are you going to accept the invitation that you have, or are you just going to keep jerking yourself off raw? No. I just grew up during a time when landlines were a thing and nobody had cell phones, or very few people. And you definitely didn't have a contact list. So you just had to memorize these things. It was like something that they taught you in school. And also, people weren't so worried about like getting doxxed in their numbers and stuff like that. Like everybody's telephone number was in the telephone book. No, they got calls all the time, dog. But they didn't get spam calls. And if they did, a lot of times they would talk to them. I really like my era because I got to start things without any computers. It was innocent. You could ride your bike outside, not really worry about getting kidnapped or anything. And then I got to see the birth of computing the birth of the internet, and then getting into Web 2, social media, and now into Web 3. Word. Perhaps AI.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for podcasts, all in one app. Everywhere.
What'd you say, big dog?
Hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio. On the iPhone,
Okay.
Android app, and iHeartRadio.com. Here's iHeartRadio.
I'm in agreement.
Can't drive 55, try to catch the drive 30.
So maybe AI is Web 3, and like crypto and stuff is just like Web 2.5.
Experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation app, Waze. Now, while you turn in Waze, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts from iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon.
So you mean to tell me you just randomly in front of people in public just said that you didn't know that you were circumcised until you were 15 years old because you'd never seen another man's penis? You just said all that at once? You poor thing.
It's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones. It's about learning through them and their perspective. Listen to the Ghost Therapy Podcast on iHeartRadio app.
And insurance companies reverse its denial for young women's life-saving surgery. Cameron Kasami was born in New York last September, but within hours of his birth, he suffered from a very large stroke on the left side of his brain that left him needing surgery. The family sought treatment with a recommended neurosurgeon in Pittsburgh, but New York State's independent
Cool, Zoot.
procedure because it was out of network. After success, 6-hour surgery is now scheduled for August 20th.
All berries stored are poisoned. Consuming or matching them will damage a player for 5 health.
Dies next year. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has set out to get companies to drop artificial rise. Mars was considered a holdout. M&M's Skittles Original Extra Gum Syrup and Starburst Original Fruit Juice will not include synthetic dyes. Update: I'm Sarah Kessler.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 for you to explore right now, like 80s rock ride. Featuring Van Halen, Billy Idol, Aerosmith, Def Leppard, and more for your summer trips.
Zoot, slap yourself.
Pick it up all summer. 80s rock ride. Commercial 4/7.
Did you slap yourself? Zoot, did you slap yourself?
Next summer preset now.
Zoot, did you slap yourself? Okay. Do it on your wrist. No way, what happened with Yoshi?
Fatherhood.gov, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
For music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Were you able to get him?
Podcasts from our library, hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's my iHeartRadio.
Did he run away? Did he run away or did he just stay there? Zoot, did he run away or did he just stay there? No way. How did you get him? Oh, no way. So he was really gone. Weren't you heartbroken?
Problems that came out when I got the Brady case was that some of the evidence, as far as I
concern did not match the circumstances. This is the MLB.
Yeah. I'm not gonna be tested. I'm good. I know how intelligent I am.
Everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite. Link your iHeartRadio account and use voice control. Easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. Screen is control from the remote voice controls. Cover up and can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless between your devices. iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen. Fire TV and the Fire Cube. All for free now. iHeartRadio. Where you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
KFI AM 640.
You're a pimp. That's subjective. A lot of people say Nixon. A lot of people say the first Johnson. Why is that, pimp? A lot of people say that, big dog. Right. Word, jog.
Call the one card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to the Rockies, call 800-825. Rockies 618. With your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norrie, welcome back. Perfect song to lead the 2 hours of open lines. Night calls, Joe Cocker. Joe's raspy soul, shining in his 1991 Jet, written by Jeff. 5 was adapted for a Stevie film soundtrack. A late career through the Sheffield legend, the late great Joe Cocker. As I mentioned, open lines are next, a politics-free zone. Your brushes with high strangeness, of course, always welcome, but I would love to hear about America's wildest, weirdest, off the beaten path side attractions. Perhaps you stumble upon car hinges, quirky car made stories in Nebraska, or Marvel International Banana Museum's fruity oddities.
Dude, slap yourself.
The enchanted highways, giant cultures.
Zoot, did you slap yourself? Good job.
Quirky roadside wonders, offbeat travel gems, bizarre.
What do you want to do?
personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, passwords, and a VPN. But as much as you try to be in control of how your information is protected, there are lots of places that have it. They might not be as careful as you. There's millions of that every
Good on you. What are you going to say?
LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will help solve identity theft issues. Guarantee your money back. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. You might not be able to control how others handle your personal information, but you can help protect it with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Use promo code George for 40% off.
One big, beautiful bill just passed. Whether you love it or hate it, one thing's clear, it's going to shake things up. I'm Colin Plume, CEO of Noble Gold Investments. And when major legislation hits, smart investors don't react, they prepare. The current tax code is locked in, but by 2026, it could be rewritten to take more of what you've earned. That means your 401k, your IRA, your entire nest egg could all be exposed. At Noble Gold, we help investors like you move out of vulnerable paper accounts into real physical assets like gold and held in tax-advantaged gold IRA. You have a short window between now and December 31st to lock in today's tax advantages and rollover opportunities. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Talk to a specialist today. NobleGoldInvestments.com. The sooner you act, the more control you have. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risk. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Welcome back to Coast AM and Open Lines. And we're going to kick things off east of the Rockies. Steve is in Waco, Texas. Steve, welcome aboard. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, there's a place in Waco, Texas called Cameron Park. It's a big area right on the Brazos River. It's got huge cliffs that you can go up into the park and look down over the river. So when I went building,
Right. How'd you like my move?
where
Word.
What was practiced there, and there was a building. So and sure enough, this is probably 19, 20 years ago, but I ended up finding the building.
Watch me.
But around the building, there is all kinds of demonic symbols, and supposedly there was a tree where people that were practicing the witchhood would hang people from the tree, and the tree is there, and you can actually see the rope marks in one of the larger limbs that is closer to the ground.
Wow. So was there or is there still like a coven of witches in Waco that you're aware of?
No, this not that I'm aware of, and have never heard that. It was just when I went to work there, I was told about this place, and I ended up finding it, and like I said, there was demonic symbols, and some of them painted on, which was Legion believes that some of them were actually caught.
So you're done. That was a sweet shot.
Did you get kind of a eerie vibe being in that place?
You have never beaten me in this. Big dog. You've never beaten me in this game. Is today the day that you beat me in this game? Are you sure about that? I did. That was crazy. Are you proud of that move?
Had the nerve to go back there and see
There was a Ninja Turtles game on Nintendo Entertainment System that had this one level that was like basically impossible for me to do as a child. It was an underwater level, and whenever you touched the side, you got electrocuted, and it took forever to get there. And back then, games didn't have saves, so you had to literally beat the whole game again. And I, to this day, have never beaten it. So I would probably say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the Nintendo Entertainment System. It's notoriously hard. But like when I was a little kid, they didn't have the internet, so you just thought that it was like either impossible or just I never knew anybody. I've never known anybody to ever beat that level. It's just notoriously hard. Yeah, like yeah, it is. You know who Angry Video Game Nerd is? He's like the most famous video game reviewer, and he talks about how difficult it is. And there were just people, as I was, who could never beat it.
camera footage. And this weird looking creature scurries away. When I look at it, like, I don't know, maybe a
Dude, you might win.
small coyote with mange. And if you've ever seen an animal with mange where they don't just eat it, is it possible? Is it possible that that's what that was? No, okay. They look nothing like any shot I've ever seen before. And I know it sounds silly. I didn't.
Dude, are you gonna win? Zoot, I just asked you. Zoot, are you gonna win? All right, honest answer. I could help you. What were you gonna say, Zoot? I won a contest reading contest when I was in first grade and got to meet the first lady of the state. Aside from that, Zoot, slap yourself. You just said you suck. Okay, well, I beat you. Tell me about it. Oh, you mean like, did I have anything that I owned that was rare? Not really. I mean, like, I just no. I would say not really. I guess this is when I got a little older. This isn't like a big deal, but well, kind of. I had a Beanie Baby before Beanie Babies were like cool. I had it like years before. That's about it. I mean, that's not that cool. I had Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, the one that's called like the hot coffee edition. It's literally like if you do a little hack on your PlayStation 2, it allows you to watch porn. Or PlayStation, maybe it's an X. Yeah, I think it's a PlayStation 2. It allows you not just to watch porn, you have sex in Grand Theft Auto. And they put it out as like an Easter egg kind of a deal, or like a pineapple deal. And I don't know, like that's what I can think off the top of my head. Okay, what were you saying? What did you get, or what was rare? Right. Right. Okay. Okay. Wow. Why do they go for so much? Okay. Do you still have it? Oh. Oh, so it has to be in the box.
I wonder if there are kids up on this very night shouting red eye and running across the bridge. If they're lucky, they get a response. I tried it several times after that. But if they're lucky,
Was it for the Simpsons movie?
The call, that was a good one. I appreciate it. Let's say hi to Scott. He's in Costa Mesa, California. Scott, good morning. Welcome to Costa. Hello. Hi there. I have a story of sort of an oddity that.
Did you like the Simpsons movie?
Oregon. Okay. And it was, just even asking my brother, Jay.
Right.
Sort of this big, giant octagon aquarium with an octopus in it. Now, that is bizarre. And it was open, so we could put our finger in it at this octopus that was bigger than I was. Would send out its tentacle and it, the gate would whale what was going on and stuff.
Check out this shot. Oh man. Boy, you've got some difficult shots. Yeah, and it was like my mom and I were at this like really crafty women's place, this like women's store, and they had these what I thought at the time were like cute little stuffed animals. And sometimes, not often, but like if I was good, I might be able to get a toy or something. And I remember asking my mom if I could get one, and she like looked at the price or whatever and saw that they were like not that expensive or whatever, and I was being good that day, and so she was like, okay. So I got this little monkey, and his name was Bongo, is like the name on the tag. Now, when I got a toy back then, it was how like kids would play with a toy. I'd rip off all the tags and then play with it. And I really liked him because he was like really agile. Like he could he wasn't like really stiff because of the little beans inside or whatever. They're like little plastic pellets. So like 2 years go by, and then this craze comes on. So this might have been like 94 when I got the little guy, and maybe 95 or something. But then like 96, the Beanie Baby craze is like reaching its peak, or like just starting, I should say. And my cousin was like, do you have any Beanie Babies? And I was like, what is that? And she's like, oh, they're like these things that everybody's collecting, and they're like stuffed animals. They're really cute. Here, let me show you mine. And so she had like this collection of them. And then I had an uncle I had a different aunt and uncle who saw that my cousin, who wasn't their kid, that was like it was their like niece basically, like they saw that my cousin really liked these things, and so they started to collect them. And so as I started to find out, like I think what you could do back then is get books of like the most valuable Beanie Babies, because they didn't have the internet. It was around, but like people weren't creating like Beanie Baby websites or anything. And even if you did, it took too long to load pictures. It was like the earliest days of the internet. So my cousin showed me hers, and I said, hey, I have something that looks like that. And she's like, well, you don't have any Beanie Babies. You told me this. And I was like, well, I don't know. I have something that looks like that. And we went and we looked, and I had Bongo the monkey. And Bongo the monkey then was one of the most expensive ones. Unfortunately, I like ripped off the tag like a year before, 2 years before, or whatever. But so I actually had the Beanie Babies before they were like cool. Anyway, my other uncle finds out that like these things are really popular, and he and my aunt, well, it turned out my aunt really liked them, and liked them so much that they became the biggest Beanie Baby collectors, one of the biggest Beanie Baby collectors in the United States. They had everything. The most expensive Beanie Baby of all time was this thing called Peanut the Elephant. It was a royal blue Peanut the Elephant. And my aunt and uncle traveled all over the United States just to get this thing. And they eventually got every single Beanie Baby that was like ever produced. They have just huge amounts of Beanie Babies. Dude, are you going to accept my invitation? Or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Yeah, virtually nothing. I remember at the time they bought the royal blue. Well, the way it went down, they had bought like all of them, and they'd go to the store when they would launch them or whatever and get all the newest ones. But there was this one that they wanted that was like everybody wanted this thing. It was the royal blue elephant. It was named Peanut. And if you got this one, it was like super rare. Anyway, I remember my aunt and uncle traveled to go get it, and they spent $1,000 on it, which at the time, like to spend $1,000 on a collectible was like pretty unheard of, especially for like a toy. But nevertheless, my aunt wanted it, and so my uncle got it for her. And they had like the Princess Diana one, they had the Jerry Garcia bear, they had all the bears. And my aunt and uncle were like traveling to like they're like really big into travel. So they were like they would travel to like Europe and like uh Asia. They would travel all over China and like Thailand and England and France and things. And whenever they would find a Beanie Baby wherever they were, they would buy them. It was like their thing. So anyway, my aunt and uncle eventually got all of the Beanie Babies, and then the market crashed, and that peanut that was worth like $1,000 went down to like, I don't know, it still held its value pretty well, but like basically then you would get people who would counterfeit them. And I would say my aunt and uncle probably spent, I don't know, tens of thousands of dollars on Beanie Babies back in the 90s when, the dollar was still pretty strong. And they they were like the biggest fucking Beanie Baby collectors I ever knew. No, they're not. I'm in the Beanie Baby subreddit. They're worth, each one is worth $1 at most. Really, I'm in the subreddit, so I can tell you, people go in there all the time, and they're like, "Hey, my grandma died. I've got this like what they think is like a really rare Beanie Baby," and the people are like, and they're like, "How much could I sell it for?" And they're like, $1. I'll give you $1 for it. And they're like, $1? It used to be worth like $600 in this book. And they'd be like, "Yeah, but the market on it crashed, and they're not worth it." What the fuck is that? What's a boomer? What's a boomer? What is that? Oh yeah. Yeah, eventually all that stuff does that. Um the best way, if I were gonna be a if I had the money and I had children, I would, if they really were into something, let's say they were into like, I don't know, action figures or something, the best way to do it is to buy two of them. And you buy one and open it up and play with it, and then the other one you just keep in the box, and it'll be worth a lot. Dude, this might be one of the greatest shots you're ever going to witness. And it was not. Yeah, but you don't remember. You don't remember a world with computers. Yeah, but I mean, you don't remember a world without video games. At least home consoles. I'm not saying you didn't grow up during a good time, but For children, if you're talking about like and the amount of toys you can have, then I get that. I get why you think that that's the best. But if you're, I would talk about like people with integrity and accountability and stuff. It all started to fall apart about the turn of the millennium. Zoot, you could win. There's like a very good chance you're going to win. You're one shot away, Zoot, from winning. Zoot, you are one.
Creature blocking their car. The footage has since gone viral. Jaguar, or even a costumed human. Some note its unsettling, almost bipedal stance.
Oh, Zoot, how'd you miss that shot?
Has recently seen unexplained livestock killings, which some now suspect may be tied to the eerie encounter. What do you think they saw? You can share your best guess.
All right, this is a big shot, Zoot. This would be one of the biggest comebacks in the history of mankind, in the history of humankind.
I'm at coasttocoastam.com. When I'm not sitting in the Coast to Coast AM air chair, I'm delving into the extraordinary.
Zoot, you won. Good job, big dog. Sounds like a plan. Excellent.
And each episode unveiling insights that I think will challenge your perception of reality. And if you want to get a little deeper into Strange Planet, you can become a premium subscriber. Add free episodes, exclusive investigations into the unknown, and you can also sign up for my free monthly newsletter, Inner Sanctum, which returns this September. We took August off. So hit the strangeplanet.ca, subscribe, stay immersed in the world's most perplexing secrets, strangeplanet.ca. Back to open lines and your fabulous calls right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Is the continued divide between the president and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold and keep it yourself. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your
This week?
Sure does. School? Or like
he's in pre-K or kindergarten?
How is it?
Both the boys had their first day today. Well, it's like their admission where we go meet all the teachers. Right. They see their desk and shit. And school starts tomorrow.
Are they going to a similar school like they were at, like a private school type thing?
Hell no. They're going to a public school 5 minutes from the house. They can walk there with their homies.
That'd be good.
Yeah, it's great, man.
That's great. Yeah.
They had a cop. They had a cop on staff there.
Okay, cop.
I just looked at him.
You don't have to
Hopefully he's about that life. Don't run if shit pops off. Don't run.
This is what I was thinking about. Imagine if your dad could beat everybody's ass, legit. You know what I mean? It's like Brendan's your dad is your dad is He-Man. You know what I mean? There's got to be a little bit of you're walking to school all right, you know. You know what I mean? Okay, your dad's gonna come. Okay, your dad's gonna go. Hold on a second. Hey,
Their dad's coming.
You're talking about for bullying, you're saying?
Yeah, just all of that. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if they give like
except for the fact
a
that
sort of confidence. So you're walking to school.
Yeah, but you're not taking into account that his kids, Brendan's kids, are also tough.
That's what I'm saying, though.
They don't need Brendan.
No, dude, but this is my whole point. It's like
you never know, man.
Obviously,
that's the family business.
Well, yeah,
you know what I mean. Like you know, they might get into a thing, and then the other parents and stuff will come out, and they'll be like, you know, the other dad's gonna come. What this kid? And then he walks in with his fucking cauliflower ears, and they It's like, yo, let's talk. What did my kid do? Let's talk about it. You know,
right.
Let's figure this out.
That's what I'm saying. Is like, so that's why you feel confident of like, send him to public school. It's cool. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Especially out here, it's a little different than LA. Like LA, we had no choice. Like our public school.
No, public school there
was atrocious.
I was doing it.
It's opposite here.
I think the bullying in Texas would be at a whole other level.
You want to be because I don't know.
The teacher right away goes,
sports is the equalizer.
There's no theys here.
Sports is the equalizer, though.